Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the U.S. Snooker Masters of 2025 live here at the Sacramento Snooker and Billiards Room in Sacramento, California. It's David Burney and Christian Youngers in the booth. Day one, round-robin matches, and we've got a great one to start. The defending U.S. national champion, Renat Denka, taking on Oliver Ruger. It's a best-of-7. Looks like Renat has won the toss and he's going to break off. This is going to be a lot of excitement. And if you are in the Sacramento area, feel free to stop by. Lots of great seats here. Admissions free. Beautiful room here. And we are live on Ox Billiards, PABSA, and IBSF TV channels on YouTube. Feel free to give us a shout out. Any comments or questions? We're here. Everyone's getting it dialed in. We're glad that you're joining us for wherever you're tuning in from. Christian, you have told me a little bit that Oliver is more of a pool player.
That's right.
A well-accomplished player there, so.
Yeah, I think he plays a lot of pro events in the area. Obviously, he's a Sacramento local here, so he plays out of Hard Times Billiards a lot. And you do see him in a lot of pro events. Did have a really, really good showing in the U.S. Open pool tournaments over at Griff's in Las Vegas last year, I believe. I think he ended up getting second or third place in that event, taking down the likes of some 800-plus Fargo players you might have heard of. But it's on the snooker table today. Let's see how he does.
Yeah, a lot of people think that, if you can master the game of snooker, well, it's a very tough game to master, but if you can excel at it, you can transpose pretty easy into the pool game, but that's not the case. They're both two very different disciplines. Sure, the snooker table is a lot bigger and the pockets are smaller than a pool table. But, I think whoever gets in first here and starts rolling is really going to have a great advantage. And you can find out all the information of this great tournament on cloudsnooker.com. I think he hit the pink there.
Did he now?
Might have, maybe not. It's a little tough. We're just at the top end of the table. That's where our booth is, and we've pretty much got a level with the table. So a little tough to sometimes see some of the angles from where we are, but it's great camera work that Christian brings to these events. We'll hope to give great pictures to all of you tuning in.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's quite touching, so we're going to see him cue over this red and just knock this up table. Looks like it pots. Great shot there.
Yeah, it's on the right side of the blue. He's got the natural angle to come down. Looks like he could maybe float down and just take that red that's above the black to the opposite top corner.
Yeah, he decided to stun in towards the pack. Make a bit of a mistake there. And I think it's going to be end of break. Not a bad shot there.
With all these events, these players are responsible for their own scores. They are using the tablets provided by the Cloud Snooker people. There hopefully won't be too many hiccups, as some of the players are a bit new to this philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully as we continue to grow in the Americas, someday we can maybe get some scorekeepers there so everything's up to date and we can give a real professional look.
It's a bit of a tough spot here. I think you're going to be knocking some reds loose on this safety attempt down the left side. Doesn't want this to roll up past the middle. It's going to need cover. He's just got it, maybe. Oh, a little bit of a roll there, I think. It's maybe exposed the edge of that red.
Yeah, definitely he went with the more aggressive safe. There was a open red on the left side that he could have just clipped off. But Renat, knowing his great break building ability, if he can open some reds and get a chance, he could really score heavily.
I think that's going to be a big miss from Oliver. It's gonna come down to who gets in first, like you said, type situation here. Whenever you're playing Renat, you know he can play the single visit snooker that we've seen him do in the past.
Yeah, you don't want to wake him up. You want to keep him in his chair or just keep him playing these safety shots. Tough now with the black and the pink kind of tied up.
I like this though, playing a little bit more of an aggressive safety, open up more of the reds, get that cue ball up in the bulk, force a mistake. Sometimes a mistake is almost more psychological than it is tactical, at least at this stage, you know?
Yeah, I think the caliber of players that we're seeing, we came in yesterday and they're coming from all over the world. Really stellar field that we have. They all have great form. It's what goes on between the ears, I think, that's going to prove to be the champion.
Right. Yeah, good snick off of that red. Watch the pace here, though. Needs a bump on the bulk color. He's landed on this long cushion here, at least, to make things a little bit more difficult, so I don't see Oliver going for an offensive shot unless he can cut one of these reds to the right corner pocket and escape up table. Make another safety in play. The room is going here, right? I think we have 8 active tables. Cue ball.
Mm-hmm.
Cue ball. Thanks.
Yeah, actually they have 12 tables, 12 snooker tables, if you can imagine, in this facility.
Yeah, unfortunately some are out of commission for this event, right?
But it is nice to see. I think there's a few rooms actually here in the capital of California that have snooker tables, so a great thing to see. This is going to be the site of the PABSA Senior and Open Championship.
Mm-hmm.
Running from August 30th to September 7th. Wonderful event.
Looks like we got some viewers over on Ox and on PABSA channel. We're also streaming on the Sacramento Snooker and Billiards channel as well as IBSF TV.
And my fellow DB, David Brock, has tuned in. Good morning, David. Probably good afternoon for you over there in England. So slow little start here. You see that a lot in these early morning matches. Well, not too early in the morning, but they sometimes find it tough just to get into the gears, and that's if you're not as strong as a player. That's what you got to do against the more stronger players, kind of like Renat. Just attack early, get them on the back foot, get them thinking, reeling a bit. And good morning to you as well, Vineet Desani.
Yeah, Vineet, how's it going?
Vineet's the father to young Rianne Desani, who won the junior championship at 10 years old a couple months ago up in Vancouver, Canada.
Very good.
And he'll be making his debut in the BC Open, so that'll be fun to see. I think he told his coach before the junior championship that he wants to be world championship, so at 10 years old, he's got a good chance. He's got to keep at it. He's got a real passion for the game, so... Nice shot to nothing there. Found the gap through to get himself back into the bulk area. And just...
I think the shot here probably is to just roll up. I wonder if he's going to take it on as an aggressive pool player. Might be a choice. I think that's a big difference there, and the quality of roll-up shot is going to be a common thing you practice, let's say, as a snooker player that you don't see pool players really practicing at all. So...
Mm-hmm. He had the right mindset to take it on. It's just executing quite well.
Also felt like he shot it a bit quick compared to the rest of the shots, just knowing what he had to do. Maybe the decision was done, so he might have accelerated his pre-shot routine and left a bit more pace. It's always a tricky shot, that, because you want to make sure you just barely get there, but just nudge it, because if you don't get there, you could be in the world of trouble instead of your opponent. It's not a start that I would have expected. You know, Renato really hasn't had an easy starter. He's been kind of playing tactically constantly since he knows his opponent is a good ball pocketer, and Oliver just getting a couple of shots in hasn't made kind of the most of his opportunities yet. I imagine that would change later on in the match, you would think, but let's see. Best of sevens is going to be pretty cool to see.
True. A lot of things can happen in a best of seven. We're seeing a lot more. Sometimes matches are quick sprints. That could be best of threes and best of fives.
And there's an example there, I think, just misgauging the outside spin with his stroke there, deflecting thick into the ball. It's going to be a bit of an adjustment to make for Oliver.
Thanks for the kind words from the Potter. He's enjoying the stream, or she. We do have a few tricks up our sleeve. I think Christian's brought some other fun stuff for the broadcast this weekend, so stay tuned.
Yeah, it should be fun. We'll get some player interviews going on and some little extra features, you know.
Oh, you spoiled it a little too early for the folks.
They'll see. We've only got like 20 plus viewers. They'll see it though. We're not going for this pot, and just rattles it home. No, he had the pink over the pocket. Nice shot there. Bit tricky on the queuing here. Wonder what red you play for here too, since not a lot goes into either corner pocket.
Yeah, can you find a path for that red that's near the top right corner?
It's what you would like to play for, and I think he's maybe gotten with a nudge. Yeah, just got there maybe. Black is not on its spot. Pink does go into this lower left corner, so should be good. CR asking, are you guys streaming or doing it remotely? We are here in the room streaming, just behind the top cushion of this TV table. Does make it easier to provide a really good quality when you're in the room.
So Christian is available for pictures and photographs if anyone is wanting to stop by.
Right. Or if you want your live stream, your match streamed over at home, let us know. We can always figure some stuff out.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the one thing that is going to definitely help the sport in the Americas, is people get to see what the game of snooker is.
We were talking about it earlier too, and in these match table conditions, I think it's going to be a little bit tricky to roll some of these shots, and I think we've seen a couple of table rolls on some of them. Cloth is playing spectacular. Libra Win coming in with this sponsorship to give us brand new cloth for this event, but I think might be a couple of spots where it's not quite level. So see, to a lot of the experienced players, they're going to notice that early and start to play a lot more stun shots instead of rolling cue ball.
And that's the tough part, because these cloths are really slick, very quick and stuff like that. You don't really have to, hit it hard as much as you'd think with a 6x12 table. You got to give it all your muster, but...
Oh, CR is one of the post-up guys. Nice. Yeah, good to see you. I want to go head over to Hard Times at some point while I'm here just to go check out the setup. Post Up is a stream that runs here out of Sacramento area at Hard Times Billiards. This pool hall owned by Oscar Dominguez. I think Collins Newey is the head of Post Up. Does a great job with the live streams. You can check out his stuff, I think, on Post Up. I think he did the US Open over at Griff's as well. Same cameras, if you couldn't guess. Or by coincidence, actually.
And we'll try our best, Peter, to get Charlie on the TV table. Lots of players from all around the world here. And it's going to be a kind of roll-on, roll-off philosophy.
Yep.
Obviously, Christian and I will be discussing with tournament director Andy McCloskey, just seeing who we want to put on the TV. but doesn't hurt to put in your votes on the stream if you have a player that you're really interested in watching. And also good luck to you, Peter. I know you're participating in the Star Snooker Club tournament that's running this weekend in Richmond, British Columbia. That's got a chance for a red into the left middle.
Good pot. Can't hear what the break is exactly, but I think that might be also Oliver. I'm not sure if he's used to counting out the break. We'll see. Somebody asking in the chat, tuning in from the Netherlands, streaming one table, or do you have other tables as well? We have the ability to look at one tables, but we will be focusing mainly on this table for the event. Don't have any extra hardware here to run a second stream, but if I did, I wish I could.
In due time, and thanks for tuning in from the Netherlands. Nice to see that we have 3 competitors from Holland. You know, Ernest Baesmer, obviously a staple at many of these tournaments, as he lives in Houston. But it seems like Ed Gilles and Barry Franson have traveled all the way over.
Who replaced Billy? I don't know who was Billy. Billy was player in the field, I think, from Europe. I think a European player playing. I don't know who replaced him or what the situation is.
Sure. I almost thought David Brock was making a Twin Peaks reference, but probably not.
Probably not. You never know, though, with David Brock.
True. That would be more custom if we were up at Ox Billiards in the Pacific Northwest.
All right, so we're not going for this red here. Looking at the right edge of it. CR asking, is the tournament seeded or does it have a random draw? I believe it is randomly drawn, except for a couple of adjustments were made for players coming from the same region, I believe, right? Just so that players don't match up against some locals. This is, I think, a partially invitational event, or mostly invitational event, from what I understand. Shout out to Andy McCloskey for setting up and doing all the hard work behind the scenes as tournament director. You can follow him over at AMCQ Sports. He's trying to grow the game of snooker, get his coaching set up. We'll get him in the booth at some point, I'm sure. Got to get that Irish accent over here in the booth.
True. We'll have some big questions for him, as we've had a little chuckle with him that Christian and I do a lot of work behind the scenes, and I think this is the first time that Andy's put on his tournament director shoes, and he's seen that it's a lot different than when you're just a player.
Yeah, it's different when you just show up and play and win the tournament, right? It's a little more work behind the scenes, but good to see more folks getting involved in running tournaments. This will be a pretty good one in terms of quality per player, I would say. Kind of have the cream of the crop here out of the U.S. going off against a lot of international players, so it's going to be a good bout for everyone involved, I think. A couple of big misses from Renat, too. Expect that to change as the frames go on. I imagine early on in the match, it is early in the day, I guess, too. You'll see him probably struggle a bit more than usual. I think he had a handful of centuries on this table last night when he was practicing, so...
It's a whole new ball game when you're practicing.
True that.
When you practice and you lose a frame, it's not the end of the world. You might, lose a couple bucks if you're practicing with a friend, but come competition, one falter, you could be sitting for quite a while. But definitely want to give a big shout out to the Danka clan out there in Chicago, Illinois, where Nat comes from. Mm-hmm. And maybe even further back if any of his family's tuning in from Iraq.
Yeah, he went for that. Kind of a shot to nothing. It's a good attempt. This red along the left long cushions, making it difficult to play any easy escapes into bulk with the cue ball down the left side of this clusters. So it's a good choice there. That shot to nothing. And he's put Oliver in a bit of a pickle, especially if Oliver can't get at this red next to the black.
Yeah, 18-13 in this first frame. First round robin match of this U.S. Snooker Masters Championship of 2005. We're live here in Sacramento, California, the capital. There's a nice, beautiful shot here of this glorious room here. And our hosts are just tremendous, you know, just a whole bunch of yes people. If you need anything, they're yes, right on top of that. So.
David Brock looks like he's saying it would be seeded based on the look of the groups. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the answer is. We can ask Andy when he shows up.
Yeah, hopefully we can find out when Andy gets in the booth, and we'll get those questions ready, and we'll let you know when he's going to come.
Good starter here for Renat.
Yeah, let's see, we'll clip a few reds off the table.
Can't get at this red, unfortunately. To the pink spot, it's really tight.
Yeah, you might have to play a little swerve with it.
Says no, he doesn't like it. Yeah, knocked it in nicely. Well done.
Well, now he's got to start thinking after this red and potentially get, at least on the right side of the blue, come back down and disturb some reds. It's a nice replay of that last red that he had to swerve around the pink.
Oh, yep. Table rolled off on him. I think he's got to take that into account. It's going to mess with these players, and a couple of rolls here and there, and these tables not playing perfect, so tough miss. CR asking, who's the top guy that's playing in this? Do they have rankings like Fargo or anything? No, they don't have any rankings like Fargo. The only rankings that might exist are on the Pro Tour when it comes to cash prize money. Really, that's kind of the only thing you would see out there. Other than that, you're going to only find, in-house rankings everywhere, etc. It's kind of the Wild West. But if I had to put some names, I guess, out there, we have the likes of, let me see, Billy Castle was, I think, one of the favorites. Daniel Wormsley, maybe? What do we got?
Ali Abaladia
Ali
comes from Qatar, and he is, I think, the reigning IBSF world champion.
Yeah, that's a good one. Brendan O'Donoghue is another player to look out for. These are all international players, of course. And then from the U.S., you have Darren Taylor, you have Renat Denka, Asanine, also Tani, Sargon Isaac, previous U.S. national champion. Yeah, Ali Alabaldi, I think, is one to look out for. He might be the top player in terms of rankings at the international stage. I guess you also have Daniel as well.
Not just in the game of snooker. As you saw in that previous shot by Oliver, he fouled on that red, didn't hit it, and shot it back. And now Renat had the option of playing on from there or putting his opponent back in. And smart move on Renat to put his opponent back in. It's going to force Oliver to go into those reds and open them up a bit.
Yeah, Dan has played in top-ups in several pro tournaments this year. Yeah, I think Dan was telling us he had played most recently against Kyron Wilson.
Correct, in the championship league.
Yeah, the start of this 2024-2025 season, I believe.
True, he's also done battle with another world champion, Luca Bissell, 2023. So Dan definitely has gone against some heavyweights.
Yeah, Rodney is an ex-pro. Yeah, let us know in the chat who all the top players are. I don't know many of them yet. We're going to get to know them more as this tournament progresses.
And
Yeah.
beneath, yes, there are a lot of tables here. There's 12 in the room, but as well there's mirrors surrounding the perimeter, so it almost looks like there's 24. It just keeps going on and on.
Yeah, it's kind of cool,
It's
actually.
an interesting optical illusion.
That's clever, actually. It's kind of smart to make it look like a bigger space. I believe this used to be a gym for working out
Correct.
previously. That's why all the mirrors were here, and the space is so large. All ceilings.
So let's see if Oliver can rebound a little bit here. That red, he's trailing by 30 points. Still plenty of points on the table in this first frame.
And this is going to be a mistake, I think, from Oliver, although he does have yellow to get position on. He does like the roll-up shot, though, so not a terrible choice. And where the Reds lay, really need him to open things up. Darren would love all the mirrors, he says. That makes a lot of sense.
What, to comb his hair? So in this tournament, they do, in foul and miss situations, the player is allowed 4 attempts, so that's 3 putbacks. And obviously, net makes good there, so he won't be going back.
I think that's going to stand throughout the entire event, right? They're going to do
So, yes.
no unlimited putbacks.
And then if on the final attempt, if it's not a worthwhile attempt, then there's a foul of 7 points. Interesting caveat that I never knew about, but our friends from Holland brought to the table as they were talking about it in the players' meeting. When it comes to the conclusion of those putbacks, let's say, for instance, in this tournament, they're allowed 4 attempts with the 3 putbacks on that last miss. If there is a miss, player can have either the opportunity of shooting from where the cue ball finishes or bringing the cue ball back into the D, which I've never heard about.
Yeah, that's an interesting rule. It's almost like a
Dutch rule for the D?
halfway ball in hand rule. A half ball in hand. And a mistake from Oliver there, leaving the red over the pocket. It's going to leave Renat with a chance, although I think he's lost his cue ball a bit. Was probably playing for blue or brown on that red, if I had to guess. Might be bridging a little bit over this green. Not much to play for here either, so don't mind playing a safety or just playing safety on this red nearest the left corner pocket. Yeah, he's maybe trying to work the cue ball and open something up, but was always going to be a pretty lofty goal there. And you nudge this red closer to the others with the cue ball up table. Trying to get some sort of snooker going. It's going to be tough.
If he could find the world behind that blue, he'd be in a...
Oh, yeah, just had to miss the pink, but catches the knuckle. That would have been a nice snooker that had he gone in between green and right long rail up table.
Yeah, usually it's disastrous when you hit the wrong side of that horn and shoot back into the business of the table, but just how the balls are situated, it doesn't look like it's going to be too much trouble for Renat.
Oliver's shooting this red down the cushion, and it's risky to roll it in. I think that's just enough of a slow enough pace to let the table affect the path there.
And these best of sevens, don't blame them too much for that. You know, it's only the first frame.
Yeah, good pace with the white here. It's going to have a nice angle to come down towards the red black if he chooses. It's just checking the line to see.
Might be able to just
Can he can it in
disturb those reds, yeah.
behind the two cushion first, maybe. No, he's just playing the red head on, and he's got a friendly bump, I think. Yeah, it looks like it pots. Later in the tournament, we should get an additional camera angle to see the other diagonal, but this is what we got for now. think he's actually pretty fortunate here. The red, I think, is glued to this top cushion. Yeah.
And I think that black does possibly block the potting angle.
It's very close.
It is.
This doesn't go. This could be in frame for Oliver if he doesn't pot this red. Yeah, tricky shot. He's thinking about it. Oh, yeah, there was plenty of space. Nice shot. Oh, has he snookered the black here? Yikes. If you can't see this black, this is rough. Real rough.
Sure, because the black is blocking the pink path to pocket.
Mm-hmm.
There's blue up there near the yellow pocket, but boy, that's a lot of distance to travel. But
I think you can see it. I think you can see the black. I think it goes all day, just based on how he's playing it.
yeah, our vantage point's a little tough. The players have the best point of view right down on the table.
Oh, this black spot, though, it's going to make it tricky. Yikes.
Yeah, he might be able to get behind the yellow. Can he just cut by the brown on this blue?
I think he has to play it right up table, really. That's what he's looking at. I just don't. I think send it back down here off of 2 cushions, maybe. Or just double it towards the lower right corner pocket, maybe. He's playing more aggressive here. He's playing the same position for Renat to see what he'll do, I guess. It's a good shot. And it's nice that he's left the red, partially blocked, the one up table by the brown. Yeah, sometimes that's all you can do right there.
Yeah, it's not bad. Let's put that cue ball tight to the long cushion. It's always difficult as you only got the top half of the ball to hit. Always a chance of putting unwanted side on it when you're cueing down. Good friend, actually, David Putty once told me a little trick of when those shots are against the cushion. It's just with your backhand, just kind of lean where you're gripping forward a little bit. So it kind of has a push down kind of feel.
Okay.
There's just too many tricks in this game.
Right, it's kind of like the break shot I think of in pool. You're trying to sandwich the ball underneath. Oh, nice pot. I'm taking another look at that shot there. 2 cushions. He rolls up and just lightly taps it into the side. Now he can really put the screws, I think, to Oliver in a tight safety if he can get one. He's looking to play off the right side of the blue here. Use the pink and brown as blockers. Can get the cutoff with the pink, the pink and the yellow and the brown. He was able to get the snooker with the yellow. The brown and the blue would have cut off some one cushion escape opportunities, I think. I was just thinking there. Now he's left.
Is there a path there to that red?
Definitely.
And he's just waiting for an adjacent table's action. It is a big room here, but a few times there are some times where you gotta let the other table play out.
Not too bad. It's got a good wall to hide behind. Pretty aggressive too. He's taking off both reds. So we're going to have to see one cushion escape to this red below the black and just try to roll up to it. Line looks pretty good. Oh, it's a little wide. And he just got there. Nice shot. Tables are playing pretty slick. Yeah, David Brock mentioning they look quick. This is a brand new cloth from Lieber Win, as you can see, sponsored on top left corner. They came in last minute with the sponsoring all the tablecloths here at the event. Shout out to them.
This
well,
is
I think
tricky.
all the players are wearing patches to commemorate that.
A great shot there. Sorry to interrupt there. I was surprised he took that on.
Yeah.
I thought that red maybe there it's more in the open, but sometimes, as the great Cliff Thorburn would say, you have to take a bit more difficult of a red than an easy red to continue to break to go. It looks like Oliver's maybe misplaced his chalk. A bit bizarre. Usually these players, that chalk is in their pocket all the time.
Yeah.
So for any of you youngsters or new players to the game, always good after every shot to chalk your cue. Don't want to give any chance of a miscue. Yeah, it's not the easiest red in the shop, that's for sure. Big blind cut. And Renat's going to need to use the rest. Actually attach a little mini butt to his, or he's got more of a mini butt extension. Sometimes you just see players with the mini butt and then the telescopic extension. This one's almost about 6 inches, and it looks like it could be unscrewed to maybe give another 8 or 10 inches on the cue. Oh, that was a good chance there for Renat. Leading by 25 with 35 on the table. That red in the color will be his frame ball.
This is a classic safety, but I think unfortunately he's not quite got it as tight as he could have. He's left in maybe an edge of the red. It's pretty close. You like playing that red a bit fuller, trying to get it underneath the black, tuck it behind the black with the cue ball going the same path. Get in behind yellow or brown, but no, it looks like a good safety indeed. The nice thing about getting the red tight to the black is that it makes the kicking window much tighter, and the black could be on for foul points. So
good safety shot there by Renat. Good to hear from you, Buck Moose. He's an old friend in the chat room.
yeah, we normally see him on Twitch, but we're doing an all YouTube stream today, so gone wrong.
Be fortunate that he's got cover behind that green. Don't mind that kind of shot in frame 1. Coming up into maybe, frame 5, 6, or 7. I think he's going to err on the side of safety rather than being more aggressive.
Yeah, and it's been a bit of a slow frame, I think, in general for the start of the match. I look to both players to pick things up in the next frame for sure. Like I said, first match of the day, first frame can be a bit sluggish to start, but it's no excuse. We came here to see some snooker. And in general, as a pool player, I think Oliver does have a bit more of a snooker style stance and technique. So good to see him out here on the bays, but disastrous miss there. Gonna go in off, and
This should be frame 1 for Renat. he's not able to take the frame here, he'll kick it himself. Great opportunity. Got ball in hand in the D. Pink is the only really kind of tough ball. It's kind of safe, but he doesn't need it. Yellow to green is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think just keep the cue ball up here and play for low value colors until the blue really. He's a favorite to get out. Yeah, so he's liking yellow.
And as well, there's no concession rules in this. Obviously, it's up to the player when they want to concede. Sometimes we see in tournaments in the Americas that they've instigated a more than 3 snookers to win a frame, and that's automatic concession. I think those are great for here in America, definitely, where snooker is growing and the regrowth up in Canada, just as a teaching aid, because sometimes some players just feel like the game is over when all the balls are put down, and now there's a concession there. So Renat Danka takes that first frame. Here we are. It's Christian Youngers, as you can see from Ox. I'm David Burney. So an interesting little first frame there. No one really got into stride.
Yeah, a little slow, right? A little slow, but things are going to pick up, like we said. I think they're going to rack up the balls. Quick bathroom break, and we'll do a little bit of a sponsor shout out. Thanks to Liberwin, our head sponsor.
Mm-hmm. And welcome back here to this frame 2. First round robin match between Renat Danka and Oliver Ruger. It's a field of 36 players, so we have 12 groups of 3. The top 8, they bring into the frames 1 ratio and stuff like that. Obviously with these best of 7s, there can be higher ratios. Those will be the top seeds in the knockout phase. And there also is a second trans tournament, I believe, as well.
Yeah, that's right. Go over here and find the groups. We'll show you the groups in a bit. But cloudsnooker.com has all the action. There's a link in the description over on the YouTube channel for finding the brackets online there. Great long pot there from Oliver. Stop shot that. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of those type of shots. If any player wants more success, as we've seen a couple of roll-offs here on these tables. Not playing perfectly, but it's okay. Both players have the same conditions, so it's going to come down to who can make the adjustment.
Yeah, as you alluded to, Christian, earlier, some of these tables have a bit of rolls. Some might not be as quick as others, but you do have to remember that you have an opponent and you're both playing on the same table. It really comes down to what player can adapt. Nice shot there by Oliver to continue the break going. Some stellar camera work there by Christian.
Yeah, we missed the shot a little bit, but it's all right.
It's going to have to go in a bulk to avoid hitting a bulk color to come back down after this blue. So to tell what he's got here just from our vantage point. Those two reds that are above the black. I think they're just too close together for any pawning angle. There might have been a path there. It looked like he took it on aggressively. But he hasn't left a simple starter for Renat.
And these reds, are they double up? Can he get at this one closest to the corner? I don't think so. Shot to nothing coming up. Nice pot.
Yeah, to put a little stuff on that to find the path around all those reds in the middle. Does have a nice angle on this green. Could play for the red by the blue.
It's going to be pretty good velocity on this one, I think. Can play this one, maybe two cushions to play for the red just below the blue. Don't know if any of the two reds below the pack go to the right corner pocket, so... Now just playing the safety. It's what we saw a lot of in the first frame. I think Renat knows as long as he plays tight in this match, he's going to have tactical advantage over Oliver.
Well, Mr. Brock, we'll see what we can do. I don't know if we have a sock cam, but maybe my partner in crime, Christian, can take a picture of the socks that I'm wearing today and put a photo up there on the stream. Is that possible, Christian?
We could maybe figure it out. We would need a unanimous vote in the chat to support that. So
A man is not defined by his actions, but by the socks he wears.
great quote. Which movie was that from again?
That's a David Burney original right there.
Nice. All right, so forces a bit of a mistake now that he wanted Renat for Oliver. If he wants to take on this red nearest the corners, passing it up. It's not really worth it, I guess, based on where the black lies. So just play a few more aggressive safeties and open up some more reds here. Get on something easier that you can use to get up table.
Yeah, when he spreads out those reds, it makes the path back to bulk tougher. So if his opponent is to falter, just baited him into that position, and hopefully Renat could get a nice easy red to start. Because when he gets in motion, he's like a beautiful Ferrari driving down the road, just humming along.
Ooh, we bumped that red. It's gonna leave a thin attempt, but it's gonna be a pretty risky one if Oliver takes it, as he is cannoning into these two reds right of the pink. Might be able to avoid the contact, actually. It looks pretty close. If he can, I think it's a shot to nothing. And we have some post-up guys in here, obviously supporting Oliver, as he is the local player here, taking it on to the corner.
Might not have been the worst idea there. Obviously, as you alluded to, Christian, that was a thin cut into the right middle, and if he was to miss it, he's just going to leave in the cue ball in the world of cherries down there that Renat could easily pluck off the tree. Might be all right on the pink.
Yeah, it's tight, but that red just rolled right in front of the right middle pocket if he did have a cut at it. Does the pink go past the green up into the corner? No, I don't think so. So, tactical game continues. Black and pink getting tied up early in both of these starting frames. Making things a little bit longer.
They do seem like they're going for a few more here.
Yeah, in the second frame.
It seems like they've kind of shaken off that first frame jitters and kind of digging their feet in and, all right, let's get on with the match.
Gonna cannon into these balls pretty thick to avoid contacting the second cluster. It's gonna lead to a bit more of an aggressive safety, opening up a lot more balls. Pink out in the open now. I think this is a pot Oliver takes on. Probably knows that he's gonna win this. The path to victory, I guess, in this match for Oliver, I think, is to get on some big breaks, not get bogged down in the tactics of the game.
Yeah, if you could draw it back. It was a tough shot.
It's sort of a Judd Trump special shot, right? That's the one that he excels the most at. But makes it look easy. Underestimates how difficult that shot actually is.
It is. Those pro players, when they draw it back, the length of a table, it looks effortless. These pockets might be a little tight.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're in the swing of things yet, either player.
Yeah, it's not an elementary red, as you see. He's got to negotiate the black and the red. It's a great angle of what Oliver has to deal with right there. But didn't have to do much with the cue ball, as he's got the blue right there, and he's nicely on the... Looks like he's on the right side. Got a red below it, so definitely a good opportunity for him, as he's got the lead in this frame so far. He can add on to his advantage.
Yeah, and it comes from the miss from Renat to the corner. Shot you would have expected him to make. But we've seen kind of all mixes of Renat. We've seen him kind of get off to slow starts. We've also seen the Renat that can run away with it and get centuries down. So we'll see what we are in for here.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Christian. I think a couple years ago at the U.S. National at Embassy Billiards in Los Angeles, California, Renat was taking on Darren Taylor. I think Darren stormed out to a 3-0 advantage, and Renat fought back to force us into decider. So you never can count out a snooker player. Sometimes when their back is against it, that's when they produce the goods.
And he's trying to follow it up there, get pink in the right middle pocket next, and he's just got there. It's a little bit close, but should be okay. Like Garrett always bringing the jokes in the chat. Saying that I nudged the like button. Is that a foul? Is it a FOUW foul? But yeah. Bring it on. Bring on the likes. And drop us a like and subscribe to our channels. We are streaming on a bunch of different pages. You can check us out on PABSA, Pan American Snooker Billiards. You can check us out on IBSF TV, Ox Billiards YouTube channel, as well as Sacramento Snooker and Billiards is logged in. So sharing the content far and wide, getting folks to tune in and grow the sport across the board. So it always helps.
Yeah, and if you're in Northern California, definitely pay us a visit here. It's a wonderful room here in Sacramento.
Oh, wow. Misses both reds.
And good morning to you, Amit, as well. Amit, part of the PABSA and USSA team.
Yeah, well, he'll be here over the weekend, I believe, so we'll say hi to him. Shakib Karim tuning in as well. Semi-finalist, I guess, of the previous U.S. National Championships. Good to see him in the chat as well. It's going to be a good clash. It's going to be kind of a clash of, like we said, a lot of the U.S.'s best players clashing with some of the international folks. Something we don't really see too often. The only real clash is maybe Ahmed Ali, over on the Pro Tour, representing the U.S., but nothing too much over here, so it's good to see this caliber tournament out here. Shout out to Andy McCloskey for setting it up.
Yes, agreed. Ahmed Ali, obviously over there on the Pro Tour, definitely find it quite tricky, as I think the Canadian Sahil Nair will be heading over there next year when the campaign starts. They'll realize that it's just a whole new ball game over there, over in England on the pro circuit. But as you said, Christian, with the international flavor of this tournament, that's just great to see for these North American players. They can see the caliber of what it takes to be a professional. As we're getting more and more great opportunities in the Americas. Big shout out obviously to PABSA being able to put on their Open and Senior Championships that will be held in this very room in a few months' time. The winner of the Open gets that 2-year card, and the winner of the Seniors Championship, and you don't have to be 40 and above to be a senior. You'll be playing at the Crucible Theater right after the conclusion of the World Championships. You'll play in the World Seniors Championship. So make sure you sign up there. That's that Pan American Championship. Go on Cloud Snooker to get involved. So I'm pretty sure Fabiano is getting ready to make his debut in Sheffield as he won the Seniors Championship, joined his fellow countrymate, Igor Figueiredo, who's the defending Seniors Champion. So lots of great snooker in Brazil. Hopefully someday, and hopefully, Christian, you can come down. That was lots of fun in Brazil.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun to make that trip. I know you had the chance to do it over at the Rio PABSA Championships a couple years ago, right?
Made a lot of great friends down there. And always seeing there's a few Brazilians that do make it up to Canada, and hopefully we'll see them here as well at the PABSA Championship. Always a great bunch. Full of character, full of life. The only tough part is Portuguese is a very tough language to learn.
Yeah, I bet. Although I do have the added advantage of already speaking Spanish natively, so that probably makes it easier for me personally. Can't speak for the rest, but like you said, especially I think the Brazilian dialect of Portuguese is very different from that in Portugal, right? So.
Well, it feels like there's a flow with Spanish, a flow with Portuguese. There's also a flow with French. So,
Yeah, the Romance languages in general, right?
Being from Canada, it was put into us as we're a bilingual country. But that's going to be a lot of trouble there for all of us. Great little shot there by Renat.
Yeah, really good. Come in behind the green. Don't know if that's exactly what he was playing. I think he just wanted to avoid the double kiss there on the skinny double, but misses the contact and does get a really good cue ball in behind the green. So good job there. Glover's in a tough spot with so many reds out in the open. Pink somewhat available, although I don't actually think it pots to the right corner. So
Yeah, with this the impressive field here, it's one thing getting out of a snooker. The next thing is where is your object ball and your cue ball going to be? That starts to be important, so that's why Oliver's just taking just a few more moments.
yeah, with that slick of cloth, it wasn't going to ever grip that second cushion, the right-hand side, so it was going to be coming pretty short. I think he has to get much shorter of the right middle pocket, but he'll make the adjustment knowing that. Really just playing it to miss on the thin side so you can get the two cushion off the right edge escape. Right, the Cliff Thornburn shot. Oh, close.
Gotta watch out too. This might maybe a free ball. We're not just coming out. Take a quick look.
Yeah, definitely free ball for the left red out in the open, but he's checking this rightmost red. Even if it's not a free ball, it is potable. And seeing as how close Oliver got on that last kick, he probably wants to, no, he's going to put it back.
It's interesting as well in these non-ref matches. Sometimes players are encouraged maybe just to put a coin down where the cue ball is, or maybe just a little dusting of chalk.
This is close. He's going to get the contact, but it's going to adjust a bit too far. He's definitely giving up a couple shots here.
Yeah, if there's a space between those two reds. So I think Renat's just mapping out a few shots. Obviously when you're doing your game plan, you want to be a few shots ahead, but when it comes down to be on the shot, that's the one you want to concentrate, just the one at hand.
Somebody in the chat asking for a specific match. Unfortunately, we don't have ability to do multiple streams for this event. We're focusing on one table for the event and kind of highlighting the big names, so we're going to be subject to whatever we get assigned here on the match table. If you do want to check the live score, though, for any match in the tournament, you can go to cloudsnooker.com. It's going to have all the information there, player names and scoring. As each break concludes, you'll get the live scoring, so you can always check in there to see how players are doing. And maybe if we get, enough people in the chat that want to view a specific match, we can probably try to pull it up, but tournament director Andy is lining them up for us, and we're here to watch.
But we're happy to take your votes. We did hear a little call out for a potential Charlie Brown match, so we can pass that along to tournament director. So if you have any players that you're interested in viewing, let us know in the chat. We'll let Andy know. And if you'd like to make a donation to Christian Youngers, he'd love to buy more cameras so you can have multiple tables for you to view.
Yeah, YouTube supports donations, no problem. We'll shout you out. No need though. We're doing it well so far. So
true. We're here. You're out there. We hope you're all enjoying. It's been a bit of sluggish. It's been like a lot of high flying breaks, which kind of felt, with Renat being the reigning U.S. national champion, This can be the tricky part sometimes with those short format frames. Like obviously this one's a best of 7, so a strong player like Renat, he might just be, now the keys are in the ignition and the car is getting warmed up.
That was the shot there. It was always pretty tight, that pocket. He was looking at it. Tells me it did go, but it just had, partial pocket opening.
True, the curse of the commentator, it strikes again.
No such thing.
But you see sometimes, like, Renat would be in a tough, well, he's won the first frame, but if it was only a best of 3 match, it would be really tough. Probably it'll be a lot tighter of a match too. They wouldn't be going for a lot in the early stages. Nice blind cut. He's on the right side of the blue. He's losing a little control of the chalk, but controlling the cue ball nicely.
Yeah, he's all right. Big shot here. It's a nice soft stun. This is the pot. Needed to get in that area for the red to right corner. I think this could be the chance for not to steal the frame.
That blue really would have helped him. It's prime position for this red, and then pink and red. And
pink and red, pink and red. Yep, all the colors.
It's not a bad second place with the black being tied up on the left cushion.
I'm interested to see how he plays this. He's knowing, I think, that the table has a little bit of a roll, so he's going to just knock that one down and play a little bit of the part of the, it's kind of bigger pocket opening, I guess you could say. Sorry.
Yeah, you go on, like, obviously on a nice true table. When you're playing a shot and you're in the top area and taking it to one of the middle pockets, sometimes you err on that horn or the knuckle that's closest to the bulkhead because you know the ball might just drift ever so slightly because the nap will push it down.
Yeah. You want to do the far jaw, right, instead of the near jaw.
Far jaw.
Yeah, it makes sense. So the thin one into the right middle pocket came a little bit short with the 2-rail position he had. Like I said, I think the cloth is playing pretty slick, but might be that once it wears in a few frames that it starts to slow down, or it could be maybe the cushions are playing less bouncy.
Mindful if he's cueing over that black. Doesn't want any bit of fabric of his clothes to touch it. I think he's okay. I'm surprised Oliver didn't bring over a roving referee.
Yeah, it might have been obvious. He had the best view of it, Oliver did, from where he was sitting over on the left. To the left of the table, so it's not bad. And this should be cake work for Renat. These are clearances you're always practicing. I always say, if my opponent doesn't get out here, does he really deserve to win the match? No?
Well, if he falters here, you're going to be beaming with confidence.
Right.
Both are just confirming on the score. All right, just taking a look at the score.
Yeah, I think he's trying to see what'll be his frame ball, but it feels like sometimes it might be more worth it just to not care and know that, at least pink, you're for sure at frame ball, so no need to overthink the next pot, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it can throw you off if you're trying, or if you know your money ball is a specific color.
I agree. Yeah, just going up to the pink, but sometimes, you build that confidence a little bit more when you know the frame's out of reach. But in the case, Renat does well there. He's extended his advantage 2 frames to nothing. And we'll see how Oliver retreats on this one. But we're in the booth, but we'll step aside for a little quick ad and come back with Frame's reaction of this U.S. Snooker Masters of 2025 here in Sacramento, California. And welcome back to frame 3. Oliver Ruger set to break off and get us going. Big frame for Oliver. Definitely doesn't want to go down 3-0. Needs to at least get that first frame. They always say you're not in a match until you get that first frame on the board.
And if I had to guess, I think Oliver was the underdog going into this match, but I think look for him to get another one, or get a frame down at least. I think the score is actually a bit off. He might have accidentally marked the frame towards Oliver, so we'll have to see if we can get that fixed, but it is 2-0 actually on the scoreboard.
And you know that, Christian, that's why we tune into sport. You never know what's going to happen. As much as Oliver's the underdog, you know, every dog has its day. As we're not at Embassy Billiards, but we're still in California. You know, Life of Hollywood is around, and the great actor Michael Douglas once said he's not really a fan of movies. He's not a movie buff because he always knows what the ending's going to be. He prefers sports because it's very unpredictable.
Of course. That's the way it goes.
And speaking of great Hollywood actors, we're in the birthplace of Sam Elliott. So if anybody knows Sam Elliott, if he's in the town, I'd love to get him in the booth. That deep drawl, it'd be just honey to all of our ears.
So the rightmost red open to the right corner next.
We've got a 2 or even 3-time U.S. champion Sargon Isaac has come into the room. This match will be coming up soon.
In the building.
It's definitely a potential. He could be hoisting the trophy come Sunday afternoon.
Pretty good pool player too. He does frequent Hard Times Billiards. Lives here in the Bay Area, I believe. Really good break opportunity for Oliver. Nice open reds. At least a couple more. Just to put pressure on Renat. Like we said, scoreboard is off. It's 2-0 right now. Renat in the frame score. Oliver wants to correct the scoreboard here and get his first frame down, excuse me. These tables are close enough to each other that you do have to wait for the other table to finish their shot, but once we get down to the quarterfinals and onward, we shouldn't have that issue. Makes you feel like the room goes on forever, like you said. Those are actually mirrors in the background, so got two rows of tables here on this side, as well as an additional row of tables here to our left, so plenty of space. Nice layout here. Shot of U.S. national champion runner-up Darren Taylor playing on the adjacent table. We'll have to get him in the commentary booth at some point later today as well.
And U.S. champion of 2023.
That's right.
Son of the great Silver Fox, David Taylor, who was a wonderful player over on the pro circuit many years ago.
Frame score is incorrect, Amit. It's, I think, accidentally entered incorrectly. It is 2-0 on the frame score. Let me see if I can put something on top of it.
So a little bit of annoyance there that Oliver, then he's got to cue over this yellow ball. Just nasty little business. Doesn't want to put any unwanted side. Now he's got a red that's left of the bunch above the pink. Goes into the right middle. So you could have a good angle on the green to come back down table. He stays on the right side. It looks like there is a red that will go. Those two reds kind of cluster together. Like that to run a little bit more. Trying to blind cut, but he's left a few long reds open for Oliver. Cell phone going off in the room.
Frame score should be fixed now, 2-0 in Renat's favor.
It is a big room. There is a lot of action, but try and give the players the best atmosphere to have complete concentration. So if you do join us live, just maybe as you're about to enter the building, put those cell phones on vibrate.
And we got a first donation in the chat. Thank you, Bike Garrett, over on YouTube at Ox, sending us a super chat. Keep American snooker flowing. Thanks, Ox, Mike, David, and Christian. Thank you so much, Bike Garrett, for the donation. It will be put to good use, aka more cameras.
Now, I'm obviously, as everyone knows, more of quite a cinephile. I'm not sure if you are quite a movie buff as well, Christian, but the great Lars von Trier, a Danish filmmaker, once had a movie where he used 100 handheld cameras for a sequence.
100 handheld cameras? Wow.
There were these little Sony digital video cameras.
It's the second time he misses a slow rolling shot into that corner. Oliver, big miss. The big excuse. Sorry to interrupt, Dave. 100 handheld cameras.
Well, like 100 mini DV cameras. I don't think they were handheld. They were all in positions throughout.
Okay. So there were different angles, 100 different angles.
100 different angles, but yeah.
Wow.
But those little kind of Sony PD small ones. But.
Always a fan of more camera angles.
It's interesting when you watch professional snooker. They have usually the traditional like we have here, the bird's eye. Then they won't have maybe one directly looking down.
Yeah,
and then they have a couple of camera people on movable cameras. So
right, that's the nice thing, having the camera man in the corner doing all the angles. At that point, you have infinite angles, really, right? It's just
correct.
A matter of positioning them wherever you like. One day we'll get some cameramen. Don't worry.
And you, as a great angle of shots, you'd be talking to the guys through their headsets or gals, whoever's operating the camera, and just like, okay, can you get onto the top left corner? We're going to get ready and go take it from there. So it is a true art form to create a story with pictures, and with the limited amount of cameras, Christian, you do a wonderful job.
Yeah, the automation of these PTZs helps us to set up a bunch of presets and angles. You can see here we got one separate angle right now, but we'll be adding a couple more. Tournament progresses. Tough miss from Oliver there. I think he's suffering, from a couple of miss pots. He's tending to overcut some of his shots, but I think it's a tendency when pool players transition to snooker. At least for me, I tend to notice it a little bit.
Yeah, this frame's gone a little bit sour with that black over the top right corner and a lot of reds on the right side. Obviously, it's an elementary 7 points there, whoever can get the next red in.
Well, with black over the pocket, and as we saw from our side angle, pink does go into this lower left corner pocket, just barely. So it's still kind of open. Whoever can pot the first red, but I think getting to that point is going to take a little while here. We got another Canadian in the building, Charlie Brown, entering.
Yeah, 2018 BC Open champion. Yeah, Charlie's been around the game for quite a while. Always a fan favorite when it comes to these streaming events. Played way back in 1989 in Iceland with Jason Ferguson and Ken Doherty. 1997 world champion.
This is a game of baiting shots, really. Who can leave the tough one that's going to leave a plant onto the black. This red out in the open to the left of the pink. It's gonna go first, I think. And now that the pink is the leftmost edge of the stack, it's going to make escaping a little bit tougher. Oh, there's a big window still for a few of these reds. You just run the risk of pushing that black in. You got to be really careful with these.
It's definitely the one tough part.
This is what Renat's forcing.
I think Oliver's heart was in his throat there. That red almost just clipped into that black. But
this is a good spot, actually, for Oliver. Put him in a tight area for Renat. He's going to have to come with a shot here. If he can see one of these reds full, I don't mind just doing a dump shot and dumping the cue ball onto the top cushion near the chalk, but I don't think anything's really on. Thinking about kicking in behind this red? Oh, it's the pink? No way. Yeah, there's a double. So the two reds that are in the cluster to the right of the pink, closest to the blue, kind of. So you can squeeze his cue ball left edge of those two and double one of those reds to the right. Bring the cue ball in between the window back up. It's tough. This is a tough spot. I'm not sure what you do here. Maybe just roll up behind the cluster. Is he thinking about that? Rolling behind the blue? Between blue and green. I guess you just roll up to the top of the rightmost red. It's tough.
world famous hit and hope shot. That's. I would not want to be in Renat's shoes right now. Just waiting for Arif Mahmoud to take his shots.
Yep, he did go for the kick. He was always going to push that red up table, but did really well to not sell it out straight into the right corner or right middle. Or sorry, yeah. Now there's a red to play with, though, because as long as that red is not in the lower right quadrant of the table, it's going to be the one that they try to push out in the open to force a mistake. He's going for the double.
Almost turned into a treble.
Yeah.
Or a quadruple. Never seen a quadruple, though. Seen triples, but... Valiant effort there by Renat, trying to take that mid to long range red into the top left corner and leave himself sitting pretty on the black. But it's like Oliver's got this red into the green pocket. It's got some distance to travel to be successful.
There it is. Great pot. That's going to give him the first opportunity at this wide open black. The reds are pretty bunched up is the only issue, so still no high breaks coming unless he can get a nice breakout shot. But I think Oliver is well versed in the game of one hole, one pocket, I think, so he should be able to maneuver the stack pretty well.
I thought he might have had an angle at least to maybe go into them a bit more. Maybe he was just trying to hold for that red that is close to the top right, that's kind of out in the open, and kind of just click off these reds. But just overran it.
Matches are getting going here. I think we've already had a handful of matches conclude. A couple of early games. Daryl Hill takes one down. David Morris, whitewash as well. Rodney Goggins on route, 3-0 up in his match, as well as Ali.
Yeah, all those results are at cloudsnooker.com. It's cloudsnooker.com, and with the lovely tablets that the players are keeping scores with all the matches that are in progress, you can check up-to-date live scoring. Looks like we're now going to clip off this red by the pink left side.
This game's a little bit dicier because it's going to be about who leaves the open red now. It's going to be this red, I think.
Is there a pathway
Closest.
there?
It looks close, yeah.
He's just got to negotiate that green a little bit.
No, he can make this shot. He's going for it. Really good pot there. It's going to overrun, though. Maybe wanted a nudge there, but yellow is available if he wants to come back. See his roll-up game here. Now that's a roll-up shot there.
Yeah, it's definitely improved since that first roll-up shot we saw in the first frame. Thought maybe that might just be the one trouble spot for Oliver, coming from a pool background, that he might not know fully the whole safety advantage, but...
So I like this route, playing 2 or 3 cushions in behind the cluster. You're really not selling out a shot as long as you get the pace right.
And doesn't look like a touching ball. Obviously, if it's touching ball, Oliver can shoot away, as that acts as the first contact. But obviously, in the non-refereeing situations, if it is a touching ball, you do want to at least get your opponent's attention to let them know that it's a touching ball, because they might have returned to their seat and just taken a sip of water, and all of a sudden they look over and you've shot away, and they might call foul. And that's what we do see a lot. There's a lot of great sportsmanship in the game. And our good friend Charlie Brown, that's about to get into action against one of our friends from Holland, Barry Friesen. He, one time at the 2016 Worcester Cup, was on a shot, and then all of a sudden just got up and retorted back to his chair, and everyone was kind of in a gasp. Their jaw was on the ground. They didn't know what had happened. And Charlie said, "Hey, my shirt touched a ball. That's a foul." So
Wow.
it is just not a great feeling when you know if you've cheated, or you made a foul but you don't call it on yourself. It's just not a good feeling to have, because you know you're just not winning it purely.
Right. I mean, it's also sportsmanship, right? To call the foul on yourself. I think it's appropriate. And we're not starting to get rolling here. This is the last open red, though. He just knocked in. It's going to have a tough time getting on another one here. Stun across one cushion. A little bit of left-hand side to check the ball. And he's got one more.
I do really like where that yellow is. He's able to... No, this is tricky.
Nah,
Very
rolled
nicely
it in.
done.
Class.
Might be able to draw back from this blue. Might have an angle actually disturb some reds after the pink.
Wow.
Nicely done. It's the difference between a good snooker player and a great snooker player. They really create their own opportunities. He does have that safety of the red in the open above the blue.
Another breakout. Oof, that would have been nice. He was playing for it because he had his insurance right next to those two if he didn't get on either one of them. Bit unfortunate.
Little slap of the table. He knew he missed a trick there. Not by much. You know, a lot of the time this game is just about millimeters, just a fraction off.
Slow rolling shot is going to come back to bite you. Break of 37, it looks like, to get back in this frame, but could have been much more. Oliver's playing this aggressively. I like it. He's going to get the breakout as well as a tough pink or black. Either shot one you want it to be taken on here, but if you can manage to knock this in,
Yeah,
reward is there.
Yeah, the black has got the angle to get into that red and develop it.
Still not quite in line, though.
Yeah, that's a tricky red going down the cushion there.
No, I think he's taking the one to the blue for sure. Don't think it's a scratch shot, so should be fine. Just be careful with the slow roll. Ouch. I think this could be curtains for this frame now.
Yeah, 10 points in that there's two reds. Well, he won't be running away with it just yet. He's going to need that red that's on the right cushion.
Last red now. Nice angle on the green to get over.
Yeah, he'd love to develop it and get it off that cushion.
Nope, just playing the double instead. Oh, what's going on here? He's okay.
Yeah, a few more rotations would be tough behind that blue. Maybe a cutback double here. Element of safety. Could put his cue ball by the black.
No, I think it's just a safety maybe. No, he is playing it. Oh, just over juiced it.
He's got an advantage. I think he just raised his hand and apologized a little bit for the
fluker.
If that's a term.
It is a term, of course. What do you mean, Dave? The fluke to snooker. The fluker. All right. So both players kind of thinking this last red. 19 point difference, excuse me. Means Oliver's definitely going to be playing offense if he can get a look at it. Classic separation safety, but misjudges the pace to leave actually a pot onto left middle pocket. Might pass this up though, since he is close to the bulk end. He might be able to play another good safety in return. Oh, he's playing the shot. And at least knowing that if you miss that short, the near jaw, you're not going to leave a pot on. That's easy. But if you do go on the far jaw, that's when you can get the rebound back. Sargon Isaac has gotten his first match started over in the corner, I can see. Charlie Brown rocking the snooker glasses. Is it the first time he wears those or no?
Well, he was trying it out in a tournament recently. I think he had them out at the Embassy Open.
Yeah, maybe during a match there. Okay.
Trying them, but I think he was having a tough time with the glasses that he was using, but now he's gone to a specialist back in Canada and kind of just dialed it right into what he needs.
Yeah, made famous by...
Oh, come on, Christian. Who is it?
Dennis Taylor.
There you
of course.
go.
Dennis Taylor making those big old snooker specs. You can see a shot there, but we'll get a better look in a little bit. But both players misjudging the doubles on this main table still. I think there's actually a company called Snooker Spectacles or something like that specializes in making those types of glasses. I wonder if those are the ones that he's using. I know our player from Seattle, Ox player Prathamesh Sawant, who is showing up later today, I think he also has a similar type of snooker glasses he uses. I think even Alex Pagalayan sported those for a little bit. I don't know if he still is using them or not. But a lot of players have tried them out. What's nice about them is, though, they extend higher up to your forehead so you can get that line of sight when you're down on the ball.
Yeah, I don't remember Alex wearing those at the Calgary Open.
No, he's not using them now. I think, tried them out for a little bit. He had a couple of tournaments where he was using them. I think it might have been a Matchroom event, maybe World Cup of Pool when he was playing with John Mora, sort of like 2018 or 2019, something like that. I don't exactly remember the dates, but I know he did try them in the past. Excellent pot from Oliver there.
Yeah.
Folks in the chat know, let me know.
Frame is here for Oliver. Just got to keep his composure, take it one shot at a time. Trailing by 18 points. Big shot here, going from yellow to green. Usually they're pretty easy when they're on the spots, but
And my biggest concern with the Dennis Taylor classes, I'm always afraid of saying Darren Taylor by accident, and that's my problem. It's because we see him in person so many times during these events. There you can get a shot of what I'm talking about, those tall glasses that Charlie Brown is sporting. He doesn't know that he's on the stream, but, you know.
a little
Tough
extension
spot
for Oliver here on his cue.
Yeah, it's a bit straight, so we might have to go forward 2 cushions or draw this cue ball back. Stretched out, didn't stroke through it like you wanted. So Ali takes down his first match in a whitewash, I believe. IBSF World Champion from Qatar. It's a pretty good snooker here from Oliver. It's going to be a tough 1 cushion escape. The swerve is on, but it's a pretty aggressive swerve if he's going to take it.
True, almost big enough masse, almost.
Nice hit.
Yeah.
Now again,
Christian, are you taking this shot?
no, I think
You're
you gotta
playing
you gotta play safe again here, but you gotta tuck this green close to the black if you can. Work this with a bunch of left-hand side. It needs to catch it a bit thicker. He's looking for that line, yeah, somewhere there for his cue ball to hit after the green. You just want to get that green tucked under the black because it makes all the kicking chances much more difficult. A tough shot. I don't think the angle is quite automatic, but no, he's playing the pot. It's got a good result there.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot better for him if that green had dropped. He'd been plumb on the brown.
Makes sense. Like it's a 2-way shot, though. You know, he's playing the cue ball up table with some outside spin, so I don't mind him taking it on there.
True, and that could get behind the black here.
Oh, he can. Nope. Misjudged it there. But a good green.
Yeah, green is safe against the cushion, but
3 cushion middle or a 2 cushion to the right middle? Lays a little bit more like it's 2 cushions to the right middle, I think, but actually no, 3 cushions to the left middle, excuse me. Oh, he's playing to the corner. Can he get behind the black? The nice thing about playing it closer to the middle pocket there is that he's got the line to come in behind pink or black. But I think the brown was actually in the way of that path. Ooh, I like this. Cushion first. Nice shot. Say, I think it's a, what would you call it? Underappreciated type of shot, that cushion first. I was trying to find the word.
yeah, you do need a little spice of creativity in this game. There's, fundamental technique that is important to have. But as you said, Christian, yeah, sometimes it's advantage to come off a cushion first and then hit your object ball. Sometimes we just get in our head so much that we've got to hit that object ball first with our cue ball.
This is a look for Renat, though.
You'll notice more with, I think, more the European and English players that kind of came up playing billiards, where it's a lot of cushion work. Yeah, does this green go to its own pocket between
Definitely
the pink and blue? If it does, he's not going to have to do much with it to get up to the brown. A lot of distance.
Let's see it, Oliver.
definitely would be a big steal if you can take it. Use all the remaining colors.
Just taking a look at the score. Think he needs. Might just need blue here, right?
We've had brown
7.
and green 7, so
Oh,
that's
excuse me.
45. So blue and
Oh.
then pink and black because he gets.
Renata's leading. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Needs them all.
Just came a bit too low on that pink.
So,
Maybe even if he wanted to be a bit lower. Does have an angle. It's a tricky pink into the left middle. Natural angle's going to put him on the black.
yeah, just don't slow roll this. Whatever you do, don't slow roll it.
And usually the idea is to, but you've got to remember from that players' meeting
Mm-hmm.
that these tables are rolling.
Yeah, good shot. Nicely done.
Mm-hmm. So black to get his first frame on the board. And I think we got a match here. Oliver takes that third frame by a scoreline of 63 to 50.
Yeah, 50. Yep.
We'll step aside for a quick commercial break and come right back with frame 4 of this exciting first match of day 1 of the U.S. Snooker Masters of 2025.
All right, off to the next frame here. Oliver Ruger does manage to pull that one out. Steal the frame away from Renat on a big mistake. Can he keep this momentum going now and get another frame down? Let's see. It's all about frame at a time, frame at a time, frame at a time. Let us know where you guys are watching from as well. I know we got broadcasts going on a bunch of different channels. The Pan American Billiards Snooker Association, Ox Billiards, IBSF, TV, as well as the club here, Sacramento Snooker and Billiards. So do drop us a like on all of our channels as we are trying to grow the sport, grow the following.
You know what we've seen, Christian, over the years that we've been doing it, the interest is definitely on the rise.
That's right. Bigger tournaments, more and more players.
This
Nice
could be
starter.
nice.
Yeah, this could be nice.
Just looking at how some of these balls are situated. And that's just got to take it one ball at a time. This pre-shot routine, map it out a little bit, a few shots ahead. Then when he gets down, just focus on that shot that is in front of him. Don't want to think about the next shot.
Probably the biggest shot right now, actually, right? It's got a lot of distance between Q and black, which is usually what makes this pot difficult. Yeah, might have been playing it a bit more of an element of safety. Javier Valenzuela saying hello, wish I was there. How's it going, Javier? Good to see you in the chat. I know you've been running a lot of tournaments over in the Oregon area. See your post all the time.
And our friend Peter's, the potter, is piping in, wondering what kind of tables they're playing on. Can I get another P in that sentence? But they're playing on Rasson tables. And they're fit with this Lieberwin cloth. Very slick cloth, very nice. Can't get into all of the cue ball here. That's pretty close to the cushion, so playing a little top. Ooh, just the pace of that green came off that jaw and kicked it out and didn't block the path for this relatively easy starter for Renat. Looks like there is a gap for the pink. Able to draw it back between those two reds. Might just stick around for the blue or the green. And the cushion to his advantage. Very nicely done there by Renat. Yeah, I think he's listened to his hero. Renat, a huge admirer of the great Ronnie O'Sullivan. I remember Ronnie once saying on a broadcast, you know, all these players come in and really want to drastically spin the ball forward or draw it back. But the table has cushions. Use those cushions. As we saw on that last red onto pink, Renat used the cushions quite nicely. Renat, who is, his main profession is a truck driver, was on his way to pick up a delivery, going almost halfway across the country in America, and heard that Ronnie was at his club in Chicago, and on a moment's notice turned his truck all the way around with an empty load, which is a no-no in the trucking industry, and came all the way back just to at least say hello and get a picture with his hero. Don't know any updates right now, Peter, on the Charlie Brown score, but you can take a look at Cloud Snooker. It's cloudsnooker.com. Look out for the 2025 US Snooker Masters, as they are using the tablets in this tournament, and that's going to give you up-to-date live scoring. So as much as you've not seen the video of Charlie's match, you will be able to see the score as it progresses, as the players input the data onto those tablets. Right now, we're happy you're enjoying this first match of the day between Renat Danka, reigning the U.S. national champion, taking on Oliver Ruger. Oliver, an accomplished pool player. It's great to see he's trying his hand at the wonderful game of snooker. Looks like he's got a nice little angle that he could open up some reds on this blue. Oh, that was a nice shot. A little angle, he tightened it up a little bit to be able to take this red that's open left of the bunch. Kind of looks to the heavens a little bit there. Wanted to come back down table a lot more. So he's quite high on the pink. It's a thin cut, and he's going to be canning into black and red. It's really going to stick around. Big shot here. Nice recovery there by Renat. That's why he's the U.S. national champion. You know, when he's thrown out of position, he can make a good recovery shot to continue his break going. He just came up a little early on that shot. Good philosophy to have in the game of snooker is if you're down on the shot, just to wait till your object ball is in the bottom of the pocket or all balls have come to a rest, then you can get up from the shot.
Yeah. It's always a good teaching there. Oh, this is going to be another big break chance for Renat.
He's definitely got a good chance here to extend his lead in the match to 3-1. But he can't get the red. Now Oliver's got a chance. This is where he's got to pull up his socks, punish Renat, make Renat sit in that chair, so he's just stewing about that relatively easy red that he missed. It's another thing that makes this game of snooker so tough is you can't do anything when your opponent's at the table.
Yeah, or pool.
No.
It's actually a bit of a move. In a pool match, you can actually there are rules that say you can only take a break certain times in the match. Sometimes you can take a break in the middle of the frame if you want. And so that's kind of a tactic sometimes when your opponent misses a really big shot and you have a wide open table to win the match or something, or to really swing momentum. You'll see a lot of players purposely take the break right as that happens, so the opponent has to stew in their chair for the 5-10 minutes or so of waiting for the opponent to come back from the washroom or whatever the break is, right? Not necessarily saying it's ethical, but it's a tactic.
Yes, normally the comfort breaks usually are saved for between frames or between racks if we're in a pool match. But sometimes the call of nature comes and you can't fight it. As we go back to like other sports, tennis is more, it's a solo sport, but it's very reactive. Your opponent's hitting a ball, you have to react to it very quickly. In golf, it's pretty much you against the course. Obviously, you're playing against other players, but sometimes they're so far distance, they're on different holes, you might not even know what their score is. But the game of snooker, and as you say, pool as well, Christian, that the scoreboard's right in front of you, the table's right in front of you, your opponent's right in front of you, so... like that path for that red and then open on the right side. So he's got looks like a relatively thin cut for this red in the left middle.
Doesn't want to bump. Yeah, he's okay. He's got choice if this goes high as well. He can draw back a bit for mid-range red to the right corner. He wants to be a bit more aggressive with breakout. He can try to follow off of the pink. It's pretty tricky though.
Yeah, always tough with those blind cuts, those thin cuts. You're losing control of the cue ball.
Yeah, he's just looking for the mid-range shot, if he likes it or not. I think that's the higher percentage play because you'll be plumb on the pink next. Depending on the angle, you can play a soft screw shot to get on the good side of the pink.
Some player might be thinking, well, why don't you take the pink? You can open up those reds. Well, you know, if you open up the reds and spread them out nicely and you're missing, you're giving your opponent, who's definitely an accomplished break builder, a great chance. As you'll see sometimes the pros, they'll slowly just nip off reds one at a time, not wanting to bust open the table. But then you have a fellow like Stephen Hendry that wanted to get the reds open as quickly as possible. But when you're such a proficient potter and break builder like Stephen Hendry, I don't blame him for opening up the reds sooner than later. I wish I could have a fraction of his skill.
Yeah, it's also took the world by storm, that style of play, when he first brought it on the scene. I think that also led to that success as well, and people weren't expecting him to do that or weren't used to being able to battle back because they would have to do the same in order to make a response of their own.
I completely agree. Like, snooker is, in fact, a safety term. It's a defensive term. So the name does have a title for more defensive. And obviously, we all know in the game of snooker, it's not really always what you make, it's what you leave your opponent. So there was, before Hendry, as you were mentioning, Christian, a lot of safety play. You wouldn't see a lot of high breaks. There were some, obviously, Steve Davis coming along, but Hendry really opened the door and inspired a lot of players to go at it and take the frame and get these one-frame visits that we talk about.
Yeah, now it's almost like you need to have a minimum Hendry level of break building to even be a pro in the top 32 nowadays. You know what I mean? Like, if you plop any player in today's top 32 into the snooker scene back when Hendry, had his runs, I'd imagine they'd probably be world champion as well at some point in their career. So just shows you how the game evolves and how the sport grows over time. It's always hard to compare eras for those very reasons. It's like any sport, though.
Yeah, like Ray Reardon, great Welsh, rest in peace, Ray. We lost him this year. 6 times world champion, played a certain style of the game, but then this young gentleman, this young ginger-haired Steve Davis came along with a different, just robotic mantra, just kept very focused on the shot, and he ended up being a world champion 6 times as well. And then, there's always a target on the world champion's back, and Stephen Hendry came along, as we said, and brought a new style. And then Ronnie O'Sullivan brought a brand new style, as he kind of inspired in his own right more players to start thinking ambidextrous.
Right.
He did, it felt like Alain Robidoux, a great Canadian player, that Ronnie was taking the mickey out of him when he took a shot on left-handed, because it wasn't seen that much. Most players, if they're playing with their dominant hand, they don't switch back and forth back then, but now we see it a lot more.
A tough spot for Renat, but he's gotten a really good result here. Kicking into that red 2 cushions and pushing both of them safe. Pretty fortunate there.
This is shaping up to a big frame here. There's only 2 points in it.
Yeah.
43 on the table. If Renat's to take it, he's 1 away from winning the match. If Oliver's to take it, he's roared back to tie us at 2-2 and put us down to a small little best of 3.
All this came down from that big miss from Renat into the left middle pocket earlier. That left Oliver in a lot of good positions. Here's the bank shot. I'm calling it a bank shot because you don't see those doubles often. Nice shot there from Oliver.
Very rare do players go for doubles into the corner pockets.
I'm only calling it a bank because he's a pool player, all right? That's a nice shot. We got to take a look at it again. You don't see it often, but a nice double into the corner. And now pressure's on the defending U.S. champion. Or excuse me, current U.S. champion, not defending here.
I think he will be defending that title, I think, in about a couple months' time.
Yeah, Memorial Day weekend, I think, right?
I believe so. We're going to be in the Bay Area for that one. I believe they opened up the entries for that. Have they on Snooker USA, which is the site for the governing body here in America?
I think Snooker USA announced it, but I think Cloud Snooker is where you actually enter into the tournament and pay your entry fee and yearly membership. But yeah, for all those U.S. nationals wanting to play and take down the current champ, which is Renat Denka, it's going to be hosted in a few months' time. Should be a good one. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make it this year, but it's still going to be a pretty good event. Might have an edge of this red. Oh, just kicking in behind it. Wanted to make a full contact there and hold it behind the yellow, but second prize. He's got some blue coverage here. That might be a full ball snooker.
Speaking of $10, we got $10. Isn't that second prize in a beauty contest?
Yeah, probably.
Shout out to our friends at Monopoly.
No, Bike Garrett, top donation of the day. We should call it second prize. And this is a mistake now, so...
So you're saying Bike Garrett has a target on his back as he's the highest donator right now. Who can topple him?
No, none of that. None of that. We're good.
We appreciate any help and the viewership. These numbers are great. It's only day one. We're going to be here for 4 days.
Got a pretty good matchup coming up next as well, I think. Previous professionals coming onto the scene here. But this one's not over yet. Oliver Ruger has got plenty more to say. Renat had the mistake. A bit of a fist pump on the chair. In frustration. Oliver should pot this blue, but yellow's going to be the real shot of the frame, I think, right?
Agreed, yeah. It's not a clear sailing to the victory line here in this frame. And just, I think, with 9 points in it. What's that say? Because they're not using the advanced method, and we don't have actual dedicated scorekeepers to our stream table.
Oh, no. That was the shot. Yeah. Damn. I think he just caught the cushion on the way in, causing that rattle there. Yikes.
Yeah. If that drops, that frame is his. You know, look at him. Look how he's on the green there. None of the other balls are really in trouble, so let's see what Renat can do with this yellow.
He missed a couple shots with the rest earlier on in this match in the first frame, so this will be a big confidence boost if he can get this one down. No, mishit it by a pretty big margin. Just gonna get the roll though. Might get the roll. No, looks like it's potable. I think looking back, Oliver did have a cut like this. It was definitely much steeper, but similar object ball position in the previous frame to win it. On the greens, let's see if he can knock this one in. Yeah, he's playing the tactics, knowing that he might not be a favorite to pot that one, but this is a mistake.
Yeah, he's left an angle on this yellow. I don't mind the safety shot, obviously, for Oliver. If he want to get that yellow into the top right, coming back for the green would have been tough, but he's a good chance here for Renat.
Needs to slow up. It's going to get tight to the cushion. This frame's not over yet. Big shot coming up. Might actually be possible to roll up on the brown here if he has the angle perfect to push the green past the brown. It's a risky shot though. He's going offense. Yeah, really good pot. Oh man, it looked like he missed it for a bit.
It did. Oh my.
But
Unfortunately, yeah, I didn't hit it cleanly enough as his result is he's just right on the blue. So another twist and turn in this fourth frame. It's not touching ball. Those 9 points, Renat has now tied this fourth frame 42-42 with 18 on the table.
he's overhit this too. Not sure if he was playing behind the pink or the black here.
Yeah, he's fortunate his cue ball's on the cushion, but yeah, he'd like to have gotten the snooker behind the black or pink.
So it's a tie ball game here. Whoever can get two of these colors down is going to win the frame. It's a pretty dicey one. I'm liking the drama here.
It's only day one. It's only going to get more intense as we move closer and closer to find out who's going to be the champion of this inaugural U.S. Snooker Masters Championship, live here in Sacramento, California at the Sacramento Snooker and Billiards Room. Phenomenal room. Definitely great to see here in the U.S. of A., where snooker's really been non-existent, except in the past handful of years.
Oh, the whites. Oh, no. Oh, man. Disaster for
True.
Oliver. Could have been worse.
Could have been worse. If he might be tight. If he's tight with that blue to the cushion, obviously the philosophy is hit object ball and cushion at the same time with your cue ball. But I think with you guys up there at Ox, you've really created quite a stir. I think snooker was always in America, just kind of maybe really on the back burner. They've had a lot of U.S. national champions, but it seems like Ox has really kind of kicked open the door and really, brought in the streams and great tournaments. So you guys got to be a good pat on the back.
Yeah, thanks, David. Appreciate it. I think it's a team effort, us doing our part and then matching up with the organizations like PABSA and USSA to stream the big events, etc. It's a pretty good team effort, but we're just trying to do our part to help grow the sport and improve the game as a whole.
I'd have to agree. There's no I in snooker.
Right? I saw what he was trying to do there. It was a smart shot to get the white tight to the left cushion. Unfortunately, underhit the shot, and the blue doesn't get down towards the top cushion. I wanted to use brown and pink kind of in a diagonal to get the snooker there. Only saving grace is that he's left it tight. And this is going to be... Nope, it's going to leak out. It's going to say it's going to be quite the fluker if Oliver gets it. natural two-rail position here for snooker in behind the black or pink. I don't think the window is on.
Oh, a nice little wall there that the pink and black have created. Shouldn't be a tough escape for Oliver. The only thing is, where is blue and cue ball going to finish?
Yeah, it might still be shot of the frame if he can force Oliver to leave the blue out in the open or miss the ball completely. And where the balls lie, it looks like Oliver needs all three to win. Caught the speed. Is he gonna bounce far enough? Not quite.
So a little fortunate, obviously, a cue ball close to the cushion. But yeah.
This is tricky. He might have left this angle to possibly scratch. No, it looks automatic. He's looking to go 2, maybe 3 cushions and play the pink in the same pocket. Based on where he put his cue stick there. After potting this blue in the right middle. Needs it to run. Needs it to run. Oh, it's perfect. 2 cushions. Nicely done.
So that will extend his lead in this match 3 frames to 1. Unless something disastrous happens. But well done by Renat. Takes a 3-1 advantage and will return shortly. Nice replay on the snooker that Renat had played.
Yeah, well done. Well done.
Forced a poor response by Oliver. So we'll step aside a few commercial breaks and we'll be right back with frame 5 of this exciting first round match, day 1 of the U.S. Snooker Masters. And we're back here. Oliver is broken off on frame 5. Just on the scoreline, Renat does have a 3-1 advantage. Just a little hiccup with our tablet over there. Wasn't showing the correct scoreline.
Tricky spot here. Don't know if he's left an offensive shot. I don't think so. Oh no, it's there. Yeah, the red is open. A really good starter for Oliver here. It's got a couple of nice nudges there, but fortunately he's left the plant to the right middle pocket. Gonna have to shoot this red maybe to the right. Sorry, excuse me, to left middle is a plant. Left corner, sorry. Yeah, I don't like this shot. I think play the red to the right corner next. If there's enough of a gap to play forward, You can use the right rail to try to get on the pink or the blue, but he's liking the plant here. This is risky. Oh, shot it like a dream though. Nice shot. Been unfortunate to tie up those two reds, but shouldn't be too bad. He's to have plenty to work with after this black.
Oh, he seems
done.
like he's a master gardener with that last plant. So, but yeah, those reds are going to be tough, but there's some open ones, so Oliver, good chance to really put up a...
No, misses the pot off the spot.
How many times do we see that, Christian? We see a player make a phenomenal shot.
Yeah.
Then the next shot, they make a shot that even, a novice player could make. But
This red maybe has a window, the one closest to the cue ball, to go in between all the reds and the black to go to the right corner. Looks tight. Just overcut it. All right, let's see Renat. Can he put down a big break here?
ooh, by quite a lot there by Renat. It hasn't been vintage Danka, that's for sure. Now, at the conclusion of this match, we will have a short interview with whoever the winner is. Both players have just been struggling a little bit with form. Renat just showing a little bit more of his great snooker prowess as he's got a 3-1 advantage in the match. Oh my.
All over the place we're seeing these misses.
Yeah, obviously these players are aware that they're going to be on the stream table, but I'm pretty sure they just acknowledge that, but then quickly block it out. But maybe that's another little factor that sometimes just reels into their head. They want to do their best to delight their supporters. Obviously, I think Renat has a lot of family tuning in. We tell our audience members sometimes to just put those cell phones on, but sometimes some action on the tables can be a little bit distracting, as it seems like there was a horrendous miscue in the room. Not sure exactly where that came from, but now it seems like Renat's getting a little bit control of that cue ball. Wrong side of the black here. That's on the blue spot, so it's going to have to go ball definitely has the cue power to do it. Yeah, it doesn't look like any of those balls in the middle of the reds. He's taking that one that's just above the pink to the left. And he's rolled up nicely just to be good side of this black. That's that one red out in the open on the right side is his saving grace. Possibly those 4 reds in the middle. One that's closest top right could go in.
That's what it looks like he's playing for now. That red you're talking about. It's going to leave a nice angle to open up the rest of them too. I think he's going to have to screw off though and play for the black again. Oh, watch out middle pocket. It's okay. He's high on the black once again. Nicely done. Precision, passion, and perfection, someone in the chat says. Great game. Greatest game ever.
Perfectly said.
Abdul saying thanks for going live. You're welcome, you're welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Drop us a like if you're enjoying the stream. As well, we're trying to grow the channels for IBSF TV, PABSA, Pan American Snooker and Billiards, as well as Ox Billiards. So check us out on all of our channels on YouTube and drop us a like or subscribe.
Oh. Just having a debate here when the pink got or the black got respotted. No, they don't. They don't have to do anything now. I think they in these unofficiated refereeing matches that if they spot a ball, obviously not on the usual ball, and it's in this case, shall we say, the pink is available, and that's where the black should have gone. But in a lap of judgment, Oliver put it back on the blue because he was used to doing that, obviously with the pink spot open. Now in these non-officiating matches, if no player really notices it, and now they finally have, they just play on.
Yeah, and I think basically Renat said it's up to you there. You can make the call either way. It wasn't going to affect the run out still because he had potted a red and he didn't intersect that path. Just looking back on the video, he had crossed the path where that black would have spotted. So it wouldn't have affected the match in any way had they just moved the black over, but Oliver chose to just leave it as that's where he spotted it.
Cooler heads prevail, and this is really now starting to be vintage Renat snooker.
Yeah, he's starting to get into him now.
Yeah, controlling that cue ball. Obviously in these small little round robin matches, groups of 3, getting a match to the good on the board is paramount importance, and definitely having a 4-1 advantage that makes your frame differential quite high, as the top 8 seeds will be zooming on to the final 16, whereas the winners with a lower frame ratio could be seated in the 9 to 12 position, even as though they won their respective groups.
Played a bit thick, but he's got the cue ball where he wants it, and that's the risk. Leave your opponent in after missing a color. Pretty good break, 55. High break so far of TV table that we've seen. Probably not the high break of the tournament, but...
No, with these caliber players, I'm pretty sure we're going to see some centuries. Could be in store for a maxi. Well, that would be something.
yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, overall kind of a sluggish first frame. It has moments of a bit slugging afterwards, but they've kind of woken up a little bit more in this match, I feel.
Yeah, sluggish first 2 frames almost, I would say. Yeah, It kind of bled into the second frame. Third frame, Oliver took it, and I think that woke up Renat a little bit. And 3-1. Frame before this was really close, coming down to that last shot. Safety on the blue, making all the difference. Now Oliver's up against it here. He needs to put on score efficiently and put on some points. Play safe. It's going to be tough to break out these two reds, but wouldn't put it past him. Might get a chance. It's all about the angle on this pink. Oh, he could miss the contact there and run past it. It's going to overrun his position, though, unfortunately, because had he come up about a foot short, it would have had a nice angle to run into those reds.
Yeah, it'd possibly screw back off the black if he was a bit high on the black.
No, that's gone all wrong. I don't think this red will pot either. The left one of the two. It looks close. Don't think it's on. Gonna see him kick at this. Interesting. Just to play the snooker on the first red. It's a smart shot there. Only problem is you've given up the advantage now, and Oliver's gonna be able to sneak off of this red and play the cue ball into bulk somewhere. Needed a bit thinner contact to get the angle to come up table, but
Now you've got the advantage or not. He could maybe take a thin clip off the right side of this red by the pink, come up 2 cushions.
it goes. And he's potted it.
And when that is usually called a shot to nothing.
Yeah, great pot.
Very, he was playing with an element of safe. If it goes in, he's happy. If not, he can maybe roll up to one of those bulk colors and just play a really telling snooker. So a little falter on that last safety shot by Oliver has really given Renat a great chance here to take this 4th and important frame to give him the match victory.
Yeah, there should be curtains now.
Oh, there it is. Handshakes there all around. Oliver knows when he's beat, he's not going to come back to the table. So valiant effort by the typical pool player, trying his hand in snooker, but the U.S. Open champion of 2024, set to defend his title in a couple months' time, gets his first match victory. And we'll be stepping aside a little bit, and we'll come to you with a nice interview with the winner of that match in a few short moments. So stand by, everybody. We'll be right back. welcome back everybody to the 2025 U.S. Snooker Masters here in Sacramento, California at the Sacramento Snooker and Billiards Room. Got a great match here with David Morris, a very skilled player coming all the way from Ireland, taking on Ernst Bayzimer. Ernst, who's definitely a staple in a lot of events here in North America. And as soon as they get their tablet functioning, we will get that updated scoreline on the bottom. But it was David set to break off. And here we go. Yeah, we did have a little technical issues with the Renat interview. We apologize that there was no sound there. It actually was our first interview of the day, so just working out the glitches. And our interviews going forward will be much more full with audio. So we appreciate your patience. And great to hear our friend Peter, the referee, tuning in from Belgium. To let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any comments or questions, let us know. It's David Burney in the booth, along with Christian Youngers.
Yeah, we're back. Yeah, like I said, got the audio issue fixed, hopefully, so we'll have that going forward.
This is good stuff to start off by Ernst. David, who at one time in his career was in 2015, I believe he was the third-ranked player in Ireland, just behind Fergal O'Brien and Ken Doherty, so that's pretty good company to be in. I think way back in 2012, he reached the quarter-final stages of the UK Championship.
Oh, wow, really?
Did that by defeating defending champion Mark Selby in the second round.
So we're in for a treat here, huh?
True. It seems like the players could just do their entertaining on the table. We can just sit back like everybody else and watch the great action.
So just looking at which red he's going to play for next here. Just checking to see if any of them go. I think the red bottom right corner of the bunch does pass. Played a bit into the open space. I wonder which one. It's going to have to take the red down the left cushion, I believe. Yeah. Just play it safe. Likes the double. Automatic position for the black. If it gets there, not quite. Yikes. Tough shot, so back in the bulk. Unfortunate there. Was a really good double.
Yeah, I think he had a little bit of safe there. Obviously, with that cue ball coming down there, those reds obviously are blocked by that red near the top right corner.
Yeah, it was convenient, right? He had like a nice two-way shot, basically. It's going to be an aggressive safety here. Thicker contact to avoid cannoning that other red. Not quite the line he wanted.
Yeah, Prince might find out the hard way.
Yeah.
But, to excel this game, you got to, take those knocks. You got to learn how to lose. Not to say that Ernst is anywhere losing this match. Obviously, we're just at the infancy of it in this first frame of a best of 7. But I have to say that the scales are tipping. Just looking at David's credentials, they're a little bit higher than Ernst's. There was once a young little Scottish player that was crawling up the lengths, and his manager asked if the world champion at the time, Steve Davis, could come up to Scotland and have a little exhibition with this young fella named Stephen Hendry. And Ian Doyle just told Mr. Davis just to thrash the kid. And Steve Davis aptly did so, beating Stephen Hendry, I believe, 10-1, 10-2, maybe even 10-0 in a few exhibition matches. But then things turned around. That kicked the young Scot into gear. And he just was unstoppable in the 90s, winning 7 world championships.
And that's how the legend goes.
Mm-hmm.
So David Morris here playing an interesting shot. He's, I think, baiting Ernst into taking this red down the cushion.
The two Dutchmen connect. I don't think I've ever been able to say that two Dutchmen have connected in a snooker tournament. Ernst, who does live in the Houston area. But originally from Holland. Just kind of cannon into our good friend Barry Francine, who comes all the way from Holland, made the trip. Him and Ed Giles, which is great to see.
Yeah, and a great pot there from Ernst to take the what seemed like a bit of a bait shot, maybe. Knock it down, get some points on the board. Think he knows he's the underdog in this match, but not going to stop him from taking the aggressive shots when he has the choice. And he's off to a decent start here, although he's just overran on the blue. It should pot to the middle still, but it's going to be an awfully thin one. Watch out, cue ball. It's going to be racing into this pink. Let's see.
Yeah, big pressure shot here, because if he is to miss, as you said, he's going to cannon into there, could leave an easy open red. Surprised he's not really looking at the green at all.
Watch out, cue ball. That was the other problem. Cannoning and going in off. I thought if he had gone in off, he would have been into the right corner, but got a half ball on the other side. A bit of unlucky there, but I think it was really set up from overrunning position on the previous shot. And this is not the player you want to give this wide open table to. So
he's like a conductor with that cue is acting as a baton, just orchestrating these beautiful small little compact shots together. I think that's what you see more with these more excellent players. They're not playing shots all around the table, keeping it short and compact, kind of wanting to cut the table in half and stay at the business end. Someone's phone is going off and they're not able to get to it. Might be a player that's at the table. Kind of sounds like that alarm that was going off earlier this morning in our hotel.
just take that phone and put it in the other room. It's going to go off again, probably.
Just throw it outside and see what happens.
I don't mind. Anyway, back to the match. David Morris on pretty nice opportunity. Needs a nice little... No, he didn't play the cannon into it. Okay. Needs a nice little angle here to maybe play the cannon later.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to fazed by that distraction.
How does he plan to solve this 2 red ball cluster? He's perfect actually on it now. Slight angle. Coming off the black, canning into the second red, the one right above the black. Just a gentle nudge forward maybe. Yeah, perfect. Played it really well. That was the plan all along. Tight little position here, but It's what these players practice the most, those little intricate small spots.
Oh, they don't call him the Wolf of Walking Street for nothing.
Yeah? Is that what they call him?
That's his nickname.
Wow. Really good speed on that shot. Nicely done. I think this might be a quick end of frame one. Yeah, how's it?
Play this red. Be on the blue. The pink's just sitting there. Yeah, he's going to have a come on the blue. Be on the low side of the yellow, so he has a natural angle for the green.
Yeah, it's perfect. Natural angle on the yellow to the green. It's almost like a stop shot. Run out here until the blue.
And if you're on the stream, reach out to your friends. This match has just started, but I think we're in treat for an exceptional break builder here.
I'm about to ask Andy and see what the high break of the tournament is so far, too.
True. This it could fall here on our TV table. Maybe not just in this frame, but it's a 70 break so far. So a potential 83 here. I already saw Renat Danko with a 55 on our previous match. A little bit about that. Pink hit just hit the jaw just a little bit, but the black for the 83. Very nicely done. Delighted the audience there. So David Morris, impressively with an 83 break, takes this first frame. Well, Ernest knows what he's up against.
Yeah, it's going to
He
be
had some good shots.
a tough hill to climb, but probably one of the favorites of the tournament, you think, David? I think maybe one of them.
He certainly has got to be up there. I think a lot of the overseas players, definitely the Irish players, with so much of it ingrained in their history, so many great players over the years. And they have a lot of big thing is they have it in the school systems as well over there. I know the Q zone that Steve Davis and some company people had, it's really given it a chance and it's really fostered over there. Whereas obviously in America, baseball and basketball are big, hockey up in Canada. So if we can kind of work some way out, maybe to get it into school programs, just as maybe an elective in gym class.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Just because I think it teaches, kids responsibility. You got to match, you got to be there. And as we've alluded to many times, the sportsmanship, the etiquette. So we'll see. Here comes Ernst to break off frame two. Just didn't want to hit that yellow, but it hasn't really left anything easy for David to get going.
Your scoreboard's a little bit out of date, but it should be 1-0 David Morris, start of the second frame.
I think the scoreboard was just thoroughly impressed and surprised by that 83 run that he had.
Yeah, but a good starter there from Ernst. Good pot, but gonna be a little bit awkward on the yellow here, maybe. Think the safety's in order.
Yeah, I'd have to say, been watching Ernst over the years, and it's been nice to see his progression. He's definitely, which each tournament he's playing, he's getting better and better, and
yeah, he's been to a lot of the U.S. national tournaments in the past as well. We've seen him a good amount on the scene in the stream as well. Ricochet, a big bounce on that cushion there. A lot more than I expected. I feel like there's a spot somewhere in that area, right to the right of that red, where the cue ball likes to bounce a bit harder.
And there you can see the traditional vest that Ernst wears. Call it the hypnotizer. Definitely, if the game of snooker isn't giving you too many headaches, play Ernst Bazemir. That vest will give your head a spin a few times.
It's sort of become a characteristic vest of his specifically. I think I've seen him wear it pretty frequently on these tournaments that he attends. I like it. It's a little bit of a style.
I agree. Like, there should be more players taking some kind of personal style ownership. You don't have to be too flashy or anything like that. But the great Canadian player Kirk Stevens, he was a fantastic player. But at the end of the day, a lot of people just remember him of his white suit that he wore.
Oh, what a fluke! What a fluke! And a second one, and a second one. Wow. That might be fluke of the tournament right there.
Or the luck of the Irish.
Is that what you call it, eh? Well, he's not ended up on a shot at least, so could have been worse.
Bolt Gels is just wondering about how Ed Gels is doing. Ed is still in his matches. You check out cloudsnooker.com. That's cloudsnooker.com. And look for the 2025 U.S. Snooker Masters tab. You'll see results as they happen, and as well the tablets that the players are keeping the scores on keeps a live updated scoring, so you can tune into that. As you might not be visibly seeing the match happen, you can see it happening live through the tablets.
There's also a link in the description to the exact tournament over on YouTube. If you check out the YouTube description, you can find it there as well. Unfortunately, we can't zoom out to make the rest of the tables visible since we are focusing on the main TV table, and this is a really, really big space, so it would be too difficult to keep track of other matches anyway.
But feel free to put your votes in. If you have a player that you're interested in, you want to watch, that you know is in the tournament, feel free to voice it in the chat. We'll pass that on to tournament director Andy McCloskey. It's Christian Youngers and David Burney in the booth. We're happy you're tuning in from wherever you find us. We're on the Ox Billiards, the PABSA, the IBSF TV, I think the Sacramento Snooker and Billiards, all on YouTube.
Uh-oh. Oof. Good pot. A little spicy there.
Yeah, he's praying that California earthquake doesn't happen anytime soon, because he's just right on the cliff of that top right corner.
Tough black, though.
Great pot there. Acknowledged by a little tap on the table. relatively easy starter here for David.
Yeah, this could be another big run, possibly. Hyder asking, how are you guys doing, commentators? Doing well? Doing well in the booth? Come on by if you're in the area. It's a good watch in person as well. They got a good little snack bar here. A lot of drinks.
Yeah, I'd have to say there's no better place to be. I enjoy thoroughly being in the commentary booth. And interacting with all you great fans out there. And if we have new friends, there's no silly questions. We're here to answer them all. Sometimes there's also good debates that can happen in the chat. But there's no debate that David definitely has some ability here. And I'm not pulling bias because he's a fellow David. I just call it as I see it.
Slow roll in that blue. Almost misses the pot.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to be gasping a little bit on those slow roll shots. As we've heard, there's just a few rolls here and there. Obviously, they're doing their best to get the tables in top-notch conditions. But, sometimes when tournaments get close and the deadline gets closer, sometimes things can be rushed a bit. But the team here at the Sacramento Snooker and Billiards Hall, they're just tremendous with their hospitality.
And he was just checking to see if that red to the right of the pack passes in between the two reds to the left corner pocket. Looks awfully close. He's taking a look again. Don't think the black is on, so he's going to have to play for pink either way. We'll know if he makes it. Yeah, good pot. He's actually come up all the way for the blue. That's what I was saying. I think that cushion right around that area to the right of the black, about halfway towards the corner pocket, tends to be a bit bouncy, it feels. At least more bouncy than the rest of the table, I'm not sure. Not playing the cannon yet. Although he's lost his cue ball here. Under runnage. Has a thin back cut on the red above the black, but not sure if it's worth taking here. Makes you wonder in retrospect, would it have been better off trying to go for the cannon into the pink? Pick open the pack. I think Daniel Wormsley is on the second table, but to steal the last frame in the whitewash here against Tom Tan. In the background, you can see there, he's shooting the pink. And I think with this black will be end of match. Yep. That's another player to look out for. Daniel Wormsley. Another one of the Irish lads here.
Oh, he's actually from Yorkshire.
Oh,
area.
Yorkshire. Sorry,
Yes.
no, not Irish lad. Yeah, Daniel is Yorkshire. My bad.
Don't convince an Irish and an English. It's like
Sorry.
convincing a Canadian and an American,
You're
or
right,
an
you're right.
Australian and a New Zealand.
No, the Irish lad I was thinking about was Brendan O'Donoghue. He's on the other table to the left of us.
Correct.
He's one of the Irish lads here as well. Excuse me for that. You didn't hear it. You didn't hear it from me. Now the chat's gonna go bonkers.
No, it's great to see that we have players from all over the world come in here. Snooker is played in over 100 countries.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They have probably, I've heard, like over 1 million tables in Brazil.
In total, like in the
total.
country. Wow.
But
That's incredible. That's where all the slate is going. Jeez.
most of them are actually 5x10 tables.
Oh, interesting.
They don't have a lot of snooker tables, and they don't have a lot of the usual pool tables, the 4x8s.
Got it. That's the table roll right there, I think.
And,
A little
when it
bit.
hits that cushion before the pocket, it really spoils any chance.
It also was a little bit nervous maybe on that shot too. Missed it by quite a margin. So. Good pot down the cushion from David. Got another tough one if he wants this black, although pink does go. Angle is going away from the pack, unfortunately, so for that reason, might just take black anyway. Got to be careful where it respots. Yeah, that was always a tough shot. Got it a bit thick because, you know, he was playing for his cue ball to be off of the cushion a bit more, so you know he missed it thick.
Yeah, we've seen that in our previous match. A couple of times the object ball is rattled in that top right corner. Those Rasson tables are tough. They do play tight.
Nice back cut. Unfortunately, it's going to be on the cushion. It's got an bit of an aggressive angle on the blue. Don't think it's enough to get into the pack. Just looking to see if the plant maybe is on to the right corner. We'll get a camera over there next time. Good pot, but didn't want that cannon on the black. I was not expecting this red to go, actually, so makes things a little interesting with the red up table.
Left most of the three reds. Maybe even that red below the pink. Does it go into the left middle?
I think they all go. Oh, and he just caught the jaw on the way in. That's going to sell out a shot. Can Ernst capitalize? This might be his only real chance to table.
True. Popped out of his chair like a Pop-Tart. Wasn't expecting that chance. No, he's got a great chance. Open reds, high value colors. This is what he needs to do if he wants any chance to win. Punish that opponent on that mistake.
Like a Pop-Tart. It's got a slight angle. Maybe a bit too steep. I'd have to go forward and cannon into the reds. I think the red to the left of the black does pot. So you could do a soft screw shot, maybe. Just playing one cushion, excuse me, for this open red, but don't like that shot really.
Kind of landed in like nowhere land. It was a saving grace, that red, obviously. But
he's got coverage. He's okay.
Is that a plant, possibly?
Ooh, it looks close.
They look like they're close together. Tough to tell.
Nope, just playing the roll up. Oh, wanted to get more towards the black there, maybe? I think it's okay. Oh no, it's gone all wrong now. Oh, he knocked the red loose. He knocked the red out of the way that was potable, and now he's doubled it up on the black, so got away with one there.
I don't think he's given Ernst the angle to get behind that black. Might be able to squeeze by.
Bike Garrett saying ironing table between matches. It's a high class event. Yes, indeed. You can see our head referee in the back there. I believe it's... Oh, this is going to go off.
Yeah.
I think it's Andy's dad that's helping us out with refereeing, right?
Papa Mac. James, I believe it is. I think it's James McCloskey.
James McCloskey. Shout out to him.
Apologize if that's wrong, James. And Yannick, tuning in from Holland, wondering about Barry. He's in a match with Charlie Brown right now. Just not exactly sure where their match stands, but you can go to cloudsnooker.com. That's cloudsnooker.com. Search out the 2025 US Snooker Masters, and you'll be able to find all up-to-date live scoring. And crack technical director over here, Christian, has just brought it up in our booth, and it looks like both Barry and Charlie took a frame each, so they're in their third frame with a best-of-7 match early on in the third frame, where Barry's just leading 9 points to 2. And this one, David Morris had an impressive 83 to take the first frame. And he's hopefully poised to put another frame to the good for him.
Rattled it.
When that pink found the bottom of the pocket, then he got up off the shot.
Yep.
Didn't even move his head at all.
David's saying something about reading his post. I don't know what he said.
Looks like he put one each.
What is one each? Oh, for update on the score.
It might. I thought it was one of those Brockisms again.
Yeah, you never know it, David.
If you maybe, R.E. Yannick over there in Holland, then we know who he was talking to. But I know us DBs might be a little strange, as good friend Darren Taylor of David Brock says, "You're a bit strange, Mr. Burney."
This is a shot here, though. Miss from David Morris, leaving a runnable table. This green, I think he might not be able to hold it, though. He's trying. He's got it down. Oh, he's on the run out. Can he steal a frame here, Ernst?
Just got to keep his composure. Don't get ahead of himself. Obviously, the heart is pounding. He knows that he's, the underdog in the match, but he's just going to rely on his technique.
Overscrewed that one by about 1.5 feet. Big shot for the frame here. Tough. Those blues up in the corners are always tough shots. Even for the pros, and they're not automatic.
Yeah, and it's, as much as a good player can rebound sometimes off a missed shot, it's always so tough when you just roll out of position and you're not in that prime position that you wanted.
Now we see some of the tactics come out here. 5 points in the difference, so that blue would have tied. So Ernst still would have needed to clear up there.
Yeah, Ernst needs all three. David needs pink and blue. Has he baited the Flying Dutchman?
I don't know. He's made the shot earlier. Remember in the start of the first frame, he had the same shot. If he can pot this, rolling cue ball.
Dangerous top right corner. It's rattled a few balls.
Rifles that one in. Nice pot.
Yeah. It was a great shot there by Ernst.
A little bit tricky to get on this black. You have to put a lot of top spin on it to go one cushion. Can maybe go two cushions with a bit of running side. Oh no.
What did we say about that top right cushion out of the pocket?
That's the one.
It's out of the hole. Really great opportunity to steal that frame away from David Morris. Ernest had, but well, tied at 40. Both players need pink and black. Or if one's to take the pink, the opponent needs the black to win. So high drama here in our second frame of our second match of the 2025 U.S. Snooker Masters.
We got this ball to run, but this might be a shot to take on. Usually these thin cuts can be shots to nothing, because they don't tend to really rattle and stay in the pocket if you miss them, especially if you miss them on the thin side. He's made it. Black for the frame.
Yeah, a little reprieve from the cushion. Not fantastic. Obviously, as his bridge hand is going to be on the cushion, makes it just a little bit more peculiar. Black for the frame. It's there. Ooh, and a 2-point advantage for the Irishman, David Morris. Well done. We'll step aside for a quick commercial break and come back with frame 3 of this exciting round-robin match. And we're back here with frame 3 action. David Morris set to break off. It's got a commanding 2 frames to nothing advantage. I think we're going to get a special guest here in the booth, coming all the way from across the Atlantic. And just fresh off, I believe, a 4-0 whitewash victory. Home of those delicious Yorkshire puddings. It's Daniel Wormsley. How you doing, Daniel?
True. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. You know, there's no better place to be in the world than right here.
I'm enjoying myself.
There you go, Daniel. Probably one of the most handsome chaps on the tour right here.
I'll take that, to be fair.
Well, as long as when I come over, you know, to the Yorkshire area, you make some of those delicious Yorkshire puddings for me.
Definitely.
All right.
Plenty of onion gravy with it as well.
Oh, good thing lunch is just around the corner. But how are you feeling the tables? How you feeling this club? You know, is this the first time you've been in America?
It's the first time I've played snooker in America, yes. I came when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
Went to Orlando, Florida
Okay.
as a young adrenaline junkie.
Hanging out with Mickey Mouse or
Something like that, yeah. Spider-Man.
wrestling alligators and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah, I'm into that kind of stuff.
So have you played David at all? Back over in the home country?
I don't think we ever have, no. I think he probably comes into the tournament as one of the favoured players, I'd say.
Is that because there's an Irish tournament director as well? Do we stir the conspiracies?
I couldn't possibly comment on anything like that. That's a good shot.
So how did you hear about this tournament? Did it get a lot of traction back over in England? Was there a lot of awareness? Or
I found out through Facebook. It must be a page that I follow, maybe IBSF or just AMC. I'm not too sure exactly where he shared it to, but I think it got a little bit of traction in the UK, but not too much because of the European Open being on at the same time as this, where there's a 2-year tour card available.
Mm-hmm. And obviously this sport excels greatly back in your home country. What do you think we can do in North America to get it up into the ranks?
Having not played here before, I'm not entirely sure how well it's supported out here. You probably know better than me. You're probably looking at getting some of the main players here that are on the World Snooker Tour, so a good way would be to get an actual ranking event here.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard of something in the pipeline, I think pre-COVID, but never gained any traction and never came to anything. So that's one way, and it's just promoting it at grassroots, getting people involved in it from a young age.
Agreed. Yeah, we're trying to do our best. I think we've sometimes get exhibitions of professional players coming over. I think that's really helping and inspiring.
To be fair, my preconception before I came was that nobody played snooker at all, but having come here I can see there is a bit of a market for it.
So you had a little scare in your match?
No, never. There was only 2 or 3 black balls today that I won. Nice to nick. That was a nice shot there from David to open the chance to win the frame in this visit.
And Dan, how did you get into the game of snooker?
From seeing it on TV from a young age, around 3 or 4 years old, my parents bought me like a little 6 by 3 foot table from I think it was like an Argos or something, but you probably don't know what that is over here. Like a department store.
Mm-hmm.
Noticed that I had some kind of eye for game, and managed to find the only place in Leeds that would take a 6-year-old, my parents, to play the Northern Snooker Centre in Leeds, and I've not really looked back since.
Fantastic.
But to me, it's the best sport in the world.
I think we're seeing that a lot more in America and up in Canada. You're getting more of these rooms are family friendly. places to go, because sometimes there's a lot of struggle. If you could only find a pool table, you might be in a bar or pub establishment where minors are not allowed to come into, so they never really get the exposure for it.
Exactly that. It's almost like a drinking culture in that respect as well. So it comes part and parcel with someone that's over 18, or obviously over here it's over 21, isn't it?
Correct, yeah.
So it was the same problem back in the UK.
Do you know our good friend David Brock?
From Cornwall, yes, I do actually.
Okay, he's commenting on your mutton chops.
I don't know if you know, but before I had the full facial hair for quite a number of years, I just had sideburns.
Okay.
So, slight nickname for myself, a bit of the Yorkshire Wolverine. He's a really nice bloke, is David. He does follow my progress and stuff and give me some encouragement every now and again.
Great to hear. Yeah, he's always a great supporter of our events, tuning in. We got to meet him a few years back at a Seattle Snooker Open. He was visiting his friend Darren Taylor, and he saw us tournament in Seattle and decided to stop in and make great friends with us. And he knows a thing or two about facial hair as well.
He's got a great beard, hasn't he?
Just a little break here that aren't putting together. Do you ever get over to Holland to play at all? Ernst, who originally comes from there, and we've got a couple other players in the tournament.
No, I've not played in Holland. The closest I've been is Belgium.
Yeah, I heard recently that you played the 2023 World Champion, the man from Belgium, Mr. Luca Barcel.
That's correct, yeah, it was last season. Over in China in the International Championship.
I was going over to China. I've never been over there.
I quite enjoy the travelling and seeing new places, so I don't mind it too much. A lot of players don't have the same opinion. I think a lot of it for the getting used to the jet lag as well is making sure there's no rhyme, no reason to it really, but like what I try and do is make sure I land in the evening so I can just go straight to bed.
Oh, good idea.
It seems to have worked here at least.
Are you going to be over in Sheffield this year for the World Championships?
I hope so. I'm waiting to hear any time now. The closing date for the World Championships was 12 p.m. today, but GMT UK time. So I've been 5 o'clock this morning, so I'm waiting to hear whether I'm in it or not. I'm not holding my hopes out high, but you never know. That's a nice little pop. Gets a bit tricky now though here. They are playing a little bit tough down cushions. Nice shot. Unfortunately, he's the wrong side of the blue. So he'll have to leave himself a little bit further away from these reds than he would have liked.
Now, for the audience at home, why would you take blue over pink?
The pink didn't offer, because it was fairly straight, it didn't offer any position onto the other two reds, so at least with the blue dropping it in, you had a chance of playing onto both reds, and so you only had to pop the ball, as opposed to trying to do something with a cue ball, especially from tight on the cushion. But that contribution that Ernest made does make this frame a bit more interesting now, at least.
Mm-hmm. A little tough with black being kind of out of commission there on the left cushion.
That's a mistake, unfortunately. The black shouldn't come into play. It's the... I don't think because of the point difference. Well, it won't be needed to win the frame, but the yellow is in a tricky position. Doesn't look like it drops into that middle, does it? The yellow, that is. How do you reckon he's going to try and pop the yellow if he gets on to that far? What's your opinion?
Well, not now, but yeah.
Could potentially drop the blue in here off the side cushion and leave a double on the yellow. Or would you call it a bank shot in America? Is that correct?
I call it a double because I commentate on snooker. But yes, no harm in foul using sometimes calling it a bank shot as long as we can explain, because sometimes I do jump in and say a double, and with our American and Canadian audiences, they might be scratching their head a little bit because not knowing the philosophy of the double.
Oh, he played for it into the yellow bag instead. Must have been to do with the angle of the blue taking it away from the centre of the table. Just a safety. So he's played the yellow. Now David will need the black to win, so he's played the yellow into the black there to try and promote it into a potable position. Which was an intelligent shot.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'd have played.
Likewise. I was right there with you.
Oh,
Beautiful cross double there.
not too sure it was played, but it's like anything you can get.
A little element of safety possibly there, and
Couldn't have landed any better on the green, I don't think.
true. I think the Dutch can get a little luck of the Irish from time to time too, right?
Yeah, he must have, at the beginning of the match, taken it off of David, and he shook his hand.
Definitely, if Ernst can get this frame, at least he's got one on the board, at least feels like he's in the match.
It's just the brown now to leave David needing snookers.
Welcome to the commentator's curse. That might be your first.
First of many, probably.
Are you thinking at all about that black that's just off the cushion there, of getting behind it at some point in time?
He doesn't need to, but the problem is where it is for David is that it's tough. It's a tough potting position. So if he's going to pot blue and then get onto the pink, he'd have to get into the pink in such a way that it'd mean he could then get onto the black. So maybe he might be going for this. I'm not sure. Far away. Looks like he's got his look back anyway. Leaving it in a safe position.
I think a lot of people, when they start getting into this game, they want to, pot as many balls as possible. Was it early on in your playing career where you're like, oh, there's a whole nother side to this game, the safety and lane snookers?
Yeah, when I was young, I didn't get the opportunity to play as much as I would have liked to get to a very good junior level. So I had to find different ways to win. So if I'd have done it, if I'd have done it again, like starting from a young age, I'd have just tried to just pot everything and break build as much as I could, because that is the most important part of the game. But I was trying to find different ways to beat players that were probably better break builders than me.
Yeah, some of us have I've talked to players in North America, and sometimes, maybe open up those reds. Put the pressure on your opponent, because sometimes when people get high runs going, they're into foreign country and they kind of, get a little nervous on the backhand and alter.
What I tend to find is I need to play the right shots at all times, because it can just come and bite you if you don't. Something can go wrong and it's all because you've maybe taken a liberty.
Yeah, that's the first frame for Ernst. He crawls back in this match. David leading Morris leading 2-0. We'll step aside. You going to stick around, Daniel, or?
I can do one more frame before I come for a break.
All right, sounds good. So we'll step aside for just a quick commercial, and we'll be right back with frame 4. See you soon, everybody. And we're back here with frame 4 action of this round-robin match between David Morris and Ernest Bazimer. It's David Burney in the booth, and I'm joined by Daniel Wormsley, all the way from Yorkshire area. Is it Yorkshire or Leeds?
Yeah, God's own country, Yorkshire. Leeds is within Yorkshire.
Okay. Is it provinces or states in England?
Counties.
Counties.
Which is the same as like a province over here.
Okay. Well, they have states in America and then provinces in Canada, and we have territories in Canada as well.
Turns out I don't really know what I'm talking about when it comes to North American stuff then.
Well, you didn't know alligators were in Florida, so that's impressive.
did know that one actually.
Hey dear, yes. Asinine is at the table. If you want to take a look at his score, feel free to take a look at cloudsnooker.com, as the players are using the tablets to keep score, and that talks directly to that website so you can see live updated scoring.
Played a good cue ball there. Might have even got Ernest completely snookered. Is he looking to play a plant off the cushion here?
That'd be
Oh,
one impressive
she's-
gardening trick, that's for sure.
How's his green fingers?
Mm-hmm.
That's a great shot, actually. Needs a bit of luck. Not right.
But pretty impressive to see that shot. Fortunately, he's not on a color. Well, relatively easy color,
I
but
don't know, he looks like he's shaping up for the blue.
do you
That
feel...
couldn't-
Sorry, go ahead.
That couldn't have worked out much better, that shot, I don't think. It was a good pop.
What do you think the toughest thing is about this game?
And what's going on in your head?
Yeah,
Definitely.
obviously technique and form can be taught and learned.
Yeah, you often see even some of the best players in the world don't necessarily have the best techniques.
You're referring to Alex Higgins?
I don't think he'd have stood up to the players today, but yeah, you could say that. But even what most people would consider the greatest of all time, he doesn't have an orthodox technique. He drops his arm through it as he goes through the ball. But he hits it as well as anyone. Having said that, yeah. But it's a natural born winner, I think, which helps.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like David convinced himself that that ball went when it didn't. It's easy to do when you want to make the most of your chance.
True. Do you practice any visualization techniques?
I've tried a bit of sports psychology in the past, which wasn't quite for me.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I was trying visualization when I was doing that. Which, to be fair, sometimes I think most players will do some kind of visualization because you before you play your shot, you want to visualize either potting or playing safe or where the cue ball's going to finish.
Mm-hmm.
So in that respect, you should be doing that every shot anyway.
True. Mm-hmm. It's interesting how our subconscious can work sometimes. I remember reading a story of the great golfer Jack Nicklaus, who once was getting ready to play in a tournament, and he visualized or had a dream that he won the tournament, and sure enough, the following weekend he lifted the trophy. As well with the great Canadian Cliff Thorburn. He had a dream a week before that, he hit a cue ball, went up and splurted the reds all over, and he cleared up and made a maximum. And then a week or so later at the Crucible Theatre.
First ever at the Crucible.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's becoming more prevalent in sports now. Psychology is starting from a much younger age. Needs a flick. Didn't get it. Has he gone far enough for the red into the same corner?
And I think a focus as well on fitness.
Yeah, that's something I definitely need to work on.
Obviously, Bill Wernick had his philosophy on what he wanted to do, but...
and he was great at it as well.
I think he was a world champion.
Not many could have contended with him.
No, I think I was talking to Joe Johnson, great 1986 world champion last year in Sheffield when I was over there. And he actually was there at this drinking competition that Bill and another gentleman were having. And after their 45th, his opponent was rendered unconscious. And Bill was like, all right, time to go for a proper drink. Let's go to the pub.
I've heard that one before from, there's, a professional similar age, not same age as Joe Johnson, who coached me for quite a number of years, Ian Williamson.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
They used to tell me all them kinds of stories. It's unbelievable.
True. Yeah, I know a few people back up in Canada that knew Bill quite well and just said he was just a lovely guy. Just, life of the party, always smiling, always wanted to have fun.
It's getting a bit cagey, is this game now, isn't it?
It's true. I think Ernst probably doesn't mind the little caginess of it, but David doesn't want to be reeling too much. I think definitely on paper you'd put David as the favorite in this match.
Definitely got the more experience in these types of situations.
Is the scene still pretty strong in the UK? You'll hear kind of sometimes some stories of rooms closing down a little bit just because of the space.
Do you mean the amount of snooker clubs now?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it does take a lot of room to have a good amount of tables in one particular venue, which, with the price of property and stuff these days, you can, from the square footage of what you'd have for a snooker hall, you could earn a lot more money doing something else.
True. Mm-hmm.
The club that I play at in Leeds, there used to be 3 other clubs in the city centre, and now Northern Snooker Centre is the only one that's really left in the centre of Leeds.
We should try and find out who's the person, because mostly, for the longest time, the 6x12 tables were the norm. Probably were everywhere, and then someone had an idea, wait, you can make a game with a smaller table.
To be fair, it does make it more accessible.
Mm-hmm. Play other cue sports? I
play a little bit of Chinese pool, so the hairball.
The hay ball? Okay. Yeah, that's getting quite popular these days.
In China, it's bigger than snooker.
Mm-hmm. No English billiards, Russian pyramid, bumper pool.
No, like I was, the Russian billiards looks horrendous to try and pot a ball.
Does.
I know how to play billiards and stuff, and my old coach I was telling you about, he was, at one point, he was one of the best billiard players in the world. He got to world number 3.
Oh.
After his stint on the snooker tour. It's funny you should mention it because next week I'm going straight from here to China to play in one of the hairball events.
Go.
Next Wednesday. Putting some serious air miles in this next 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay then. True, and the funding they get for it, for the prize pots, is just massive.
Yeah, it's frightening, especially the grand finals they have. I think it's $750,000 for the winner. So the prize funds are fairly top heavy, but it's still fairly good money if you can, especially if you can win a few matches. Meanwhile, David's in with a good chance. We're thinking about playing down the table now to play for some of the reds that are around near the blacks, trying to get the black in potable into both corner pockets. Might not play that just yet. No, he's coming down the table.
One of your prime directives, usually when you're at a table, get that black available as soon as possible if it's tied up.
It's pretty much a rule of thumb, yeah, you try and use the highest value colours as quickly as possible. Just finished wrong side or straight on blue, which means this is a bit more difficult than it could have been if it'd have finished top side of the blue. That's alright. It's good.
Seems like when the player's on a nice run, it feels like listening to a great track of music. Do you ever have music going in the back of your head when you're preparing a high break?
Sometimes, but I won't be able to tell you exactly what it was. It might have just been what I've been listening to most recently. It's just stuck in my head and won't leave. I don't know if it's a good sign that you do have something like that in your head where you're not really thinking about anything. That tends to be when you play your best snooker. You just got into that red a little bit too much. Wanted to come between the black and red there to finish himself on the black. So I have to go in and out of balk now.
Yeah, they do always say it's like a thinking person's game, but it's good not to think too much.
Yeah, that's definitely my problem at times. I'm wondering if he'll try and develop the red off of the shred to leave himself on the black or blue. Time for fishing tackle.
Over here, we like to call it redwoods. The big trees in Northern California.
The Yellowstone National Park, is that correct?
That's true, yeah.
Needs to pop this and hopefully not finish straight on the black to give himself a chance to get onto the last red. You've got to pop the red first.
Mm-hmm. Always good to have a game plan, but when you're down on that shot, that one shot in front of you is all what you got to be thinking about.
Definitely.
So David just got a slim 18-point advantage in this fourth frame. There's 43 points on the table.
Needs to be careful playing thin off this one because he's going to be pushing the red somewhere towards the corner pocket. Might be best off just playing a containing safety shot. No, he's played that pretty well, to be fair. Might just snuck its head out.
Yeah, that yellow, brown, blue, and pink. It's an interesting kind of landing area up there for a snooker or two.
That'll definitely be the target if they're not able to attempt a pot. These cushions are playing quite fast and managed to promote it over the corner pocket. Just quit on the shot slightly there, which caused him to miss the green thick. It's because it was such a delicate shot just to screw it on off the side cushion for the red.
Mm-hmm.
gives Ernest a good chance now to settle up at 2 each.
It's possible. He'd be definitely in the match.
It's just a bit of negotiating to do. I'm not too sure. I'd have been playing on the black there. I'd have rather gone up the table to make the next positional shot onto the yellow much easier. I'd have probably been playing on the brown. Because that's the ball that's stopping him from potentially getting onto the yellow now.
True.
Because he's had to hit it so hard, he's forced him to miss. So a reprieve for David.
Really dug into that, hitting low on that cue ball, making it really difficult. Fortunate there.
Look at the Irish. On the green.
Touche. Only on the green, no other color.
Yeah, there isn't an orange, is there?
No. That's looking good for a 3-1 advantage for David Morris. There's the concession there. So David Morris takes that frame, and he's got a 3-1 advantage. Just take a look at that lucky green again there. It's found home in the yellow pocket, not its home in the green pocket. Well, Daniel, it's been lots of fun. One question before you go. Are you a pretty big fan of punk rock?
I certainly am, yeah.
I noticed that Alkaline Trio t-shirt you were sporting yesterday.
Do you know of them?
I do know of them.
They're actually my favourite band.
Fantastic. I do know a little bit of punk rock music, so we'll have to talk again.
I look forward to it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being in the booth. You're welcome
Appreciate it.
anytime. Thanks for the insight, and good luck for the rest of your campaign in the tournament.
Much
Take care.
appreciated. Thank you very much.
All right. Good deal. And welcome back, everybody. Frame 4. Hope you enjoyed that double D action there. Daniel, young, strong player, great wealth of knowledge in the game. Alien coming all the way from Leeds. Really enjoyed his time in the booth. And I think we'll have some more guests as the tournament continues on. Hopefully, Ernest is hoping this match goes a little bit longer. He's got to win 3 in a row to really seal this match. And it'd be a tremendous steal as well. So, welcome back to the booth, Christian Youngers, great technical director and co-commentator over here.
Howdy, howdy. How's it going? Yeah, we had to mix up the accents over here, right on the streaming booth. Always good to get some variety. So,
good global action on the table, so why not get it into the booth?
Yeah, right?
To let us know where you're tuning in from. The chat is active. Always curious to hear where people are finding us. We do have some familiar faces popping up from time to time. But if you're new to the game, feel free to ask any question. We'll do our best to answer it. As well, there's some well-knowledged friends in the chat that can help out as well.
Ernst went for one there. It's got to be feeling good, though, if you're Ernst, that you're staying in it in this match and just like a little bit higher outcomes on some of your shots. You might be able to steal some of these frames away from who was probably the favorite to win this match by a long shot going into it. Oh, yeah. Really good shot there. Stun run through nicely.
I think that the very lucky green that David had in the previous frame.
Yeah.
I really sniffed out some chances for Ernst, because Ernst did take it 2-2. You know, you put an X-Pro, and, you know, sometimes, as Daniel and I were alluding to in the previous frames about the mental side of it, I'm pretty sure David is well aware that he's probably one of the favorites in this tournament, being an X-Pro. And if, you know, a player gets inside his head, you know, starts to make it interesting, the head can start reeling around.
Yeah, nice little back cut there. But yeah, it goes back to what you said. There definitely were chances in that one. But I think something about this frame tells me David Morris might be closing this one out here pretty quick. Demeanor, I think, a little bit tells me that, and I think the way the balls lay as well. There's not too many things to get on next, but probably with a pretty sizable lead, I don't think he's going to let go of this frame. Let's see how this split of the pack happens. It's not going for the split. It must be a red onto the right corner.
Yeah, looks like maybe those...
Yeah, the few above the black.
Does that one closest to the black pass?
That would be perfect if it could.
Looks like it does. Looks like, yeah, he's taking it on.
So he missed it to the low part of the pocket. That tells me it definitely went. Just missed the pot.
He didn't get any luck there, because that's a red ball, not a green ball.
All right, Ernst, let's see what you can do. Come back in this frame. Put some pressure on. Oh, no.
Ernst, yeah, maybe just a little adrenaline coming back to the table. Didn't think he was going to get such an early chance.
Yeah, anywhere from like 50 to 70% of that pace would have been perfect.
Mm-hmm. Nasty piece of business negotiating all those reds.
Oh, does he make this? It's overcut. Yeah.
Valiant effort, that's for sure.
I think David's going to want to take the pot on if it's on the left corner. There might be a chance to go cushion first with the red. Cushion. It's in the red going into the top cushion off of the black from the bottom side and pot it into the pocket. It looks close. I'd almost, if he has the red to left corner, I feel like that's the higher percentage look either way. He's playing the safety game now. Interesting. So other than the 85 break we had in the starting or frame or third? What's the third frame?
First frame,
First frame?
83.
83,
that,
excuse me.
David had.
Other
Is
than
that
that,
the high break of the tournament so far?
well, I don't know of the tournament, but it's the high break on the TV table so far, and this match hasn't really been the same since that point in the tournament, right? Or in the match, excuse me.
Yeah, it seemed like actually, with that impressive 83 in the first frame, David Morris was off and running, and thought like we were going to probably get into our lunch a little sooner than later. But Ernst has definitely delayed that.
This is a strong snooker here. He's cut off the full left edge of the table, and he might have gotten the full ball snooker here. I think he did. Yeah, if he did get the full snooker, this is really tough. Hard to not sell out a shot here, even clipping the bottom edge of these reds. Managed to do it.
Yeah, could have been a lot worse, but...
I forgot the black was there for a second. My goodness. Okay. So now with the red up table, I think Ernst sees the shot we were talking about earlier. And he might take it on now. Cushion first. Oh, caught the black first, actually. Nice shot. So it was a bigger pocket than we thought, but I don't think he's on this black. He lost his cue ball there. Oh, well, this goes in. What a pot.
Very nice.
Still, lost cue ball.
Yeah.
Hasn't fully recovered yet. He's going to have to keep coming with these wild shots back after back. Surely this is at a break, though. I don't think anything is really on here or worth going for. The bunch to the left of the pink, you can clip the leftmost red and go around the three that are to the left of it, off of two cushions, and try to get in behind the yellow. But this red that's up by the brown is making things awfully difficult. Nowhere easy to play safe.
Yeah.
Maybe just push a red. One of the three on the left side, push a red towards the right side of the table and play the cue ball close to the left corner pocket. Try to double him up on some reds, I don't know. No, the black is too easy to make a ball off of, so he's playing the first shot. He's going to hit the window between... No, he's not. Oh, tough. Pretty aggressive there, trying to get in behind. Kind of a naked safety in behind the yellow. Would have settled to be on the cushion, though. That actually would have been fairly safe on the bulk cushion.
Yeah, this cloth is just really slick, really quick, really responsive.
Oh no, needed to open up the pocket with the black. Just playing that positional shot, that's probably what affected him there. Still surprising miss for me.
True. I agree. So maybe David's just feeling it just a little bit. He is in the driver's seat, leading 3-1 with one frame to go to win the match. But you're never done until you get over that line.
It's gonna roll up. It's gonna go past just enough. Still potable, but pretty aggressive. You're gonna lose your cue ball. Running into some of these reds, probably. If there's nothing better on the table, though, it might be worth going for. Nah, he just likes pushing it. He's done this a few times. Just kind of pushing a ball away. Playing more of a containing safety as opposed to an aggressive one. And it hasn't helped him out there, although Ernst keeps getting offline.
Yeah, I was hoping for a bit more pace to be on that black, but I wonder if there's a local flag shop around here in Sacramento. Won't be surprised if, since so many different countries supported here, we might see some flags being waving around tomorrow at day 2.
Well, you think so?
Yeah, you never know. It's turned into a global affair here at the U.S. Snooker Masters.
Oh, he's back cutting the pink. Whoa. Whoa, I did not see that one coming. This might be the shot here. Pink over the pocket. A lot of reds in play. Bit hampered with the queuing. He's lost the cue ball. Yeah, he's not on.
It's not on the pink.
Second time this red has snookered the right corner pocket. It's along the top cushion. Who'd have thunk? That's a pretty good tactical shot. Push the green safe there. A lot of players just play that off the left edge of the green just to push the cue ball up into bulk, but he knew that cross doubling it gets it close to this long cushion. It's a bit more of a pro move. It's a subtle move that people don't necessarily notice, but it's an important distinction because being ahead in the frame 23, he knows how to grind out frames when he really just needs to win the match. And that's a perfect example of how to do it. Push a color safe, push another color safe. Makes it really difficult for your opponent to come back in it. And you can just trade blows on reds all day, and you'll take them.
It's a nice red, too. Long range, just put it right into the middle of the pocket.
Almost could see the pink, but going yellow so that he can go 2 cushions, maybe a 3rd cushion around and get in behind these reds. Maybe to the left corner pocket. Oh, or this one pots. Yeah, camera deceives me. The pink is not blocking the full pocket, so.
Yeah, looks like there is a path.
That's the shot there.
It went in cleanly. That pink is mountains away from that corner pocket.
This is the run here then. Nice shot.
He's going to get the black back on its spot as well.
Even though he missed it, didn't leave much.
No. 59 on the table, 40 in it. It's a messy little table.
Yeah, green is pretty important now that it's safe.
Correct.
But he's just trying to pot reds, David. Take points off the board. Excellent pot there. Obviously wants to be able to pot this, but doesn't mind as long as he takes the points away.
Yeah, more and more as those reds evaporate off the table, that'll be the distinct advantage for David Morris. Just needs this red to put us into Snooker's required stage.
Nice stun draw there. Perfectly done.
I think he will just float into position onto this red.
Yeah, he needed to get the angle.
That's going to be handshakes there. Wow. So it wasn't smooth sailing there for the Irishman, David Morris. He was up against it. Ernest made it a little bit interesting, obviously taking one frame. That's got to be a good, proud moment for Ernst, taking one frame off a former professional player, third-ranked player in all of Ireland. So we're going to step aside for a quick break. We're going to do a post-match interview with David Morris. Stay tuned for that. We'll be right back to get that set up.
See you in a bit.
Okay. Interview here at the 2025 US Snooker Masters. We're here with David Morris. Congratulations on your victory.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm happy to win both my matches here today, so that puts me through to the knockout rounds now. So looking forward to that now tomorrow as well. Yeah.
Fantastic. Is this for your first time in America?
No, I've been to the US quite a few times, so this is my fourth time in California. So,
Okay.
but I haven't played snooker here before, so that's a first, and I'm really enjoying it. And it's a great club, and it looks like it's going to be a fantastic tournament as well.
True, and that was quite a little green you had there in the fourth frame.
Yeah, big fluke, big fluke. Yeah, so that was frame ball, and I actually missed it, but I fluked it. So nothing new there, as some of my friends would say back home. I tend to get a bit of luck here and there. So, you need help here and there. So I think my opponent played very well in that match actually, and he could have been 2-1 up on me as well. So just happy to get that 1-1 and the into the knockout rounds. Yeah.
Sounds good. And did you have another whitewash? Was your last victory? I can say I was on.
Yeah, I won my first match 4-0 and second match 4-1. So it sounds more comfortable than it was. There was a few close frames in those matches, but
it's true.
Yeah, it's into the knockout rounds now, and this is where it gets serious and gets important.
Definitely. All right. Well, good luck the rest of the way. Wishing you all the best. Take some time and enjoy your time in Sacramento.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
The Wolf of Walking Street. Here
Yeah,
he is.
that's right.
Moving on. Take
A little
care,
bit
David.
older, but still the same. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We'll step aside for a few breaks here and come back with some great snooker on the table here at the 2025 U.S. Snooker Masters.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back at it again, ready to go here. Next TV table match, we got Rodney Goggins playing against Amit Karki. This is a best of 7 match in the group stage of the US Snooker Masters 2025 edition here at Sacramento Snooker and Billiards. Should be a good one here. Rodney Goggins is going to be bringing some heat in this one. He is a ex-player, ex-pro. I think Ahmed Karki's local player here out of Sacramento area does play a lot in the Bay Area and a lot of U.S. national tournaments. So look for him, even though he is the underdog, try to steal some frames away in this one. Somebody in the booth asking for an update with I assume he's looking for Mr. Al-Sultani's match happening. If you guys want to check out the rest of the scores happening in the room, Live scoring is available on cloudsnooker.com. There's a link in the description of the YouTube video to find more information. Looks like Hasanayan is a 3-0 up to win the fourth frame to try to achieve a whitewash. Mr. David Burney back in the booth. How's it going?
Doing quite well, Christian. Just wanted to step out for a breath of fresh air. Sometimes, rhythms can get a little stuffy, but great to see we have another Irishman at the table here in RPG. Ronnie Patrick Goggins taking on Amit Karki. Amit, one of the more flashier dressers.
That's right.
Always supporting a very fancy vest.
Reminds me a little bit of Ernst, the explorative vest from the previous frame. But Amit seems like the color red. He has a few different red outfits I've noticed, I remember him wearing. And a couple of notes on Rodney Goggins. I know he was a previous pro during 04-05 seasons, 2004 and 2005 for 2 seasons, and then took a break. Came back 2007, 2008, and 2009 seasons. He came back to the tour. I think his best wins, I think he actually took down Judd Trump twice. One in a 6-red championship, one in a, I think, UK championship. His best finishes on the tour, UK championship, top 64 a couple of years. And I think he's been ranked number 2 in the world for the 40 and over level. So a lot of accolades there.
And I hear he is also a member of the David Brock clan. But is there anyone that David Brock does not know?
Right.
This is a nice little break that he's putting together here.
A match that has been going for a while now is Charlie Brown versus Barry Franson. They're on 12:45 start time, which means they've been going on almost for 3 hours. Their best of 7 match, 2-3 right now, in favor of Barry. Start of the 4th frame, 15-7. So that match has been taking a while and could go the distance. So check that out on the Cloud Snooker scoring. Perfect. Perfect angle. Blue stun over for the next red. Somebody asking to show Admadzai's game live. The camera only shows one table. Yep. Currently, we're only planning to score or show one table for the tournament, just so we can focus on getting the full match experience and a couple different camera angles. Unfortunately, we can't show the rest of the room. Tables are very spread out and would take away from the single match we're watching. So,
but maybe if there's a match that comes later for Ahmadzai, we can put it on there. I'm not sure if he's in his first or second match.
somebody's saying, who's your top 4 candidates that might make it to semifinal, and who do you think will be crowned? Well, I think there's a argument to be made for probably all the players who are ex-pros. Rodney here at the table, one of them. think there's about 6 to 7 players that have been on the Pro Tour in this tournament or near that level. So they're probably going to be the favorites in this one. But on the U.S. side, you've got players like Darren Taylor. You've got Renat Denka, defending U.S. champion. You've got Sargon Isaac in the corner.
I think maybe Renat could be the dark horse. Funny, we're saying Renat Danka is a dark horse,
Right.
one that we wouldn't think, but as you've alluded to, Christian, there's a strong field of ex-professional players here. Rodney here, as well as David Morris and Daniel Wormsley. Both had 2 impressive match victories.
Brendan O'Donoghue as well. Probably one of the favorites.
So
I wouldn't count anybody out, but I think those are the ones to look out for. And we'll be seeing them on the TV table here today and tomorrow. I think the goal today is to get through the group stages and determine your top 24 and your bottom 12. Because then tomorrow we'll be going on to knockout stages. We'll have a second chance tournament for the bottom 12 if they choose to partake, and then top 24 are going to be going on into a single elimination knockout stage. Everything in the tournament is going to be a best of 7 until the final. It'll be a best of 9, and the final is going to be on Sunday. Only match on Sunday will be the final. Saturday, I think, will be semis, quarters. I'm not sure if they're going to put round of 16 there or not.
Not sure. And I think in the
Round of
second chance tournament, their matches are best of 5.
Oh, right. Okay.
And I believe 10:30 Pacific time on Sunday is when the final's going to go.
For start time.
Obviously, we'll update that as we know more.
Yeah, thanks for the challenge. But we got it covered. Hopefully we passed.
I think there are some cliche favorites in this tournament, Christian. I think finding that one that just might surprise some people, that's
the one we got to
the
figure
big
out.
prediction.
I think for example for U.S. Nationals that had to have been Tom Limore, I would assume, right? The one who surprised everyone and got to the semis.
That's who I was putting my money on. I remember seeing him early playing, and he just had some form. He just seemed, not knowing Tom at all, as a fresh face, but got to know him and his wife, and they're just stand-up people. And actually, Tom did a lot of coaching back over in Europe and coached some people that I know back up in Vancouver,
Wow.
Margot Lisovenko and Anton Fedoshin. Marco will be competing in the BC Open next weekend, and Anton will be donning his referee white gloves.
Nice. Well, Rodney's making quick work of this frame. He's got a 39 break down, and he's on a second break in building.
Yeah, it's completely steady.
It's got almost a bit of a twist, sort of. Who am I thinking? Who's the player who kind of twists his head a little bit differently?
There's a few, like
Gary Wilson.
Gary Wilson definitely has predominant, on his dominant eye, the cue going underneath.
Yeah, he almost does that kind of Gary Wilson twist. Not quite fully there, but take his nose and twist it to the left a couple more inches, and he's pretty close. Seems like this pocket's his favorite too. He's playing a little bit of one hole here, one pocket.
Well, we know about that other top corner pocket. So many
Yeah.
balls have rattled in there.
It has to have been the most missed pocket, right, out of this table?
And they haven't really missed by much. It's just the pocket, just has refused it. It's rattled in the jaws and just stayed out. I know there's an auto shop close by. Maybe one of these players might grab a jackhammer and break in late tonight and try and open it up a bit.
It's got a nice slow approach to the white. It's nice.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Rodney's rushing at all, just coming down, keeping his focus. It's probably will be the first frame going towards the Irishman. Not sure exactly what his total points are right now, as they don't have the scorekeeper and not doing the advanced scoring that marks as the break progresses. But with a 39 advantage, and when he came back to the table, and
Nice shot.
his ball is just falling into the bottom of the pocket with ease.
Yeah, he's got to be at least on a double-digit break again, 20s, 30s, I would say, and there's only so many balls left on the table. I think this last red near the side pocket's going to be the tough one to get on. Has he got a line here? Oh, that would have been close to breaking it out, actually. Obviously, he's playing shape for the last red, but would have been awfully convenient to get a little tap on that red and nudge it off the cushion. Now he can go for it here, off one cushion, maybe a second one, but wants to hit the cushion and the ball almost at the same time. Just to get a bit of space off of the rail to play the blue. He's missed the shot. It's a tight window, but doesn't need it. It's just kind of test the table here. So you're going to try just the double or play safe here?
Oh, I think this frame is at his mercy, so definitely be more aggressive in playing the pot. Keep that break going. It was very kind, actually, of our last TV match with Ernst. He did a great job of just kind of announcing the break as it went along.
And that's it.
Yeah. So, pretty impressive frame there by Rodney. I came a little late into the frame, but this gentleman definitely knows his way around the table. It's nice to see, but let's see if Amit can put up a fight. Obviously, he knows probably on the sheet that he was maybe the underdog, but can he channel the fun vest?
Let's see.
So we'll be right back with frame 2 after this. And welcome back to frame 2, this round robin match between Rodney Patrick Goggins and Amit Karki. The key for Amit right here, he's just got to play his own game. Probably seeing that he's definitely up against it, a very well-skilled player, but a loss is a lot easier to take when you play your game rather than when you just miss careless and silly shots, when you pretty much just gift your opponent easy opportunities to win.
Didn't get the screw there. Actually, no, I think he's perfect. If he's not there, he's just a tad bit short. I think he's perfect. Thought he needed to come back a little bit more. Yeah, really nice stroke there. Screw back and get the extra couple bumps off of those reds and open up the black fully. Quite impressive.
So all Amit can do is just hope for maybe a chance.
Yeah, left red along the left long rail is going to make things tough to get a big break on. And the way he cannons into the second red is also going to be crucial, but he's just come short there. It was a nice chance.
Did they iron that table during the intermission there?
Yes, they did. I did see that.
It looks like Charlie Brown and Barry Frasnen could be going into a decider.
Oh, I don't know. What's the score in that last frame now? Yeah, they're already in the decider now. It just started.
It looks like with time constraints, actually, it's been bottled down into a 6-red affair.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that'll be the first excuse, I guess you can mark, of the losing party if they choose to make excuses.
Losers making excuses?
No, never. If it comes to it, though, we'll see. I'm sure we'll hear about it either way.
Well, I think obviously probably tournament director Andy McCloskey did go over and talk to both gentlemen about it.
Okay.
And, well, actually, no, it's a full 15 red. I just, like, bar vantage point over here, it looked like there was not as many reds on, so I stand corrected there. There's no 6 red.
I would have been surprised if you made that call, because
yeah, that match has definitely been running a little bit longer than expected, and
Right.
sometimes
I don't think it's a problem, though, as long as it's a roll-on, roll-off basis. As long as the average ends up being about what is calculated, it really doesn't necessarily extend the day too much. Hopefully we're still on track.
And obviously, sometimes you're in that position as a tournament director to get the best interest of the tournament going. You might have to, institute that idea of your final frame being the 6th frame, but you obviously check with both players, and if one player refuses, then you can't do anything about it. But then maybe a little teaching aid for tournaments down the way.
Good pop.
More of the amateur ones, because we know the amateurs can go on at lengthy distance at times.
Right.
I think that Stephen Wong, Ray Feng final at Ox Billiards in the 2022
That
U.S.
was
National, that was an
marathon.
epic battle.
Marathon.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good pot on the black there, but lost his cue ball, forcing this long shot on the red up tight to the cushion, and he's okay, but just slightly getting out of shape every time. Needs a good recovery shot here. He's got a wide open red to the left corner to play for next. Can also choose to cannon underneath the pink to that cluster to try to hold for one of those reds. Oh, misses the shot.
So Amit wasn't able to capitalize heavily on that last red that just rolled up short that Rodney had.
Where does this black respot? It's going to be a little tight, but everything goes. Don't know what that group looks like for Charlie Brown, but every frame counts in this one. There are only groups of 3, so if you lose 2, you're definitely out. If you lose 1, you got to get the 3-way tie to make it through.
Well, that's definitely the first match for that group, as they started at 12:45, and our first batch of matches today was at 10:30. I don't think Barry was in the match earlier, so that just makes this match all that more important. Either players are able to get 1 on the board. That looks good for their chances to move on to the knockout phase.
You play the cannon here, or you probably play for the loose red still. No need to cannon yet. You got a couple of them on the left side of the table, a couple of them up near the pink spot to the right.
Just like really nice control of the cue ball there. Just floated it up in position.
And just pick off a bunch of reds. Playing these 2 into the left middle next. Still a good choice. It's a nice angle to play back down for the black. Somebody saying the players from Ireland are impressive. They're favorites to win, I believe. Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. I think there's, contingency of about 3 or 4 Irish lads?
3 or 4, and the tournament director is Irish as well.
True. He has an outside chance.
Well, or let the conspiracies linger.
Then we've got Ali from Qatar, the IBSF world champion, right?
Yep, so a lot of strong players are still there. And
Mr. Yorkshire, Daniel Wormsley.
Mm-hmm.
He's another one to not sneeze at. So we got some players in the field. And then the Americans, Renat Denka, Tom Limur,
Sargon Isaac.
Sargon Isaac. Darren Taylor.
Yeah, Darren Taylor.
Bob.
U.S. Champion of 2023. Bob Hemnani. Always here with his manager.
Is it the sole Canadian, Charlie Brown?
Karim Namek supports the Maple Leaf. I believe he might
Karim
be.
Is here? Oh,
Karim
okay.
is playing. He's playing Tom Limor right now.
Oh.
And Karim, I did talk to him at a qualifier at the PABSA Academy last February. And I believe he does live in the Bay Area.
Okay. Makes sense.
I hope I haven't called the authorities on him.
No such thing.
What I believe just came over for work and stuff like that, as can happen sometimes.
Karim who?
Karim Namek.
Karim the balls, right?
Pardon?
Yeah, Karim shot, right? Karim into a ball. That's what we're talking about. All right. Well, Rodney's off to another good break here. I think just take both reds. You can play this forward off of 1 cushion. You can choose to stun around one of the reds. You can go forward 2 cushions for the one out to the right. He's got a lot of options. Yep. Choosing 1 cushion forward to play the next red.
Just as smooth as a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. And it guarantees a nice angle to get back to the black again. He's taking the other red. It looks a little bit straighter, maybe. Can roll forward. These are the tricky little shots where they go unnoticed unless you're a top player. You realize that tiny little angle matters very much on a lot of these shots. Yeah, he's got that cue ball nice under control now. Was overrunning position a little bit earlier in the frame, but he's getting in tune with the table. Quickly becoming, I think, one of the strongest players in the TV table so far today.
Yeah, if you hadn't told me that Rodney was an ex-pro, I definitely had to maybe say he was a dark horse, not knowing too much about him, but he comes from Ireland, but his just form is impeccable.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of amateur level accolades, but I think the amateur standard in Ireland might be a little bit different than the rest of the world when it comes to snooker, so it's not necessarily saying as much.
I think anywhere on that island, whether you go to England, Northern Ireland, or Scotland, and then Ireland, where Rodney's from, it's just so ingrained in the culture over there. It was way back in the boom of the 1980s when snooker really exploded onto the map. It toppled actually football, what North America calls soccer. Snooker was more popular than football.
Wow, that's impressive. Good strike. Yeah, he's feeling it now.
Yeah, I think the second frame is his. Obviously tough to see with the updated scoring. It's been at the table for quite a while. So Rodney looking to extend his lead in this match by 2 frames to 0. There just doesn't seem to be a kink in his armor. It's just not gonna fall. Maybe object ball tight to the cushion and using the rest is the kryptonite for Mr. Gauguin's. But he takes that frame. We'll just step aside for a few short moments as they get all the balls ready for frame 3, and we'll be right back, everybody. And we're back here with frame 3 action kicking off. Rodney getting things started, has a commanding 2-0 lead. And let's see how Amit Karki can respond here. He had a few chances. There were some blown opportunities by Rodney. Just couldn't really capitalize strongly. But it's definitely going to be a great learning experience for Amit. Could be some costly trouble there. Going on the wrong side of that jaw, kicking it back down to the business end of the table. I think I like for him is kicking off the left or the right side of that, right near the bunch, but he's looking for maybe a blind cut here. That's going to be a problem. So just a little bit of scheduling notes that Christian has informed me of. Correct? That they're going to have one match after this, and then we're going to be taking down the stream for about an hour.
Hour and a half, 2 hours maybe.
Okay, for a little bit of a rest for religious purposes, I believe. There's some players that are practicing Ramadan.
And then we'll reboot it after that. We'll probably set a time, a scheduled start time on each of the channels that we have access to. And then we'll reboot the stream. We'll probably have one more TV match later tonight, which we don't want to miss. It's going to be Tournament Director Extraordinaire matching up against IBSF World Champion, right? So I think it's going to be a good one.
Sounds good. But I think our next one actually is going to be Canada's Charlie Brown taking on Nazir Sadiqui.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Charlie Brown is still in the decider over here on his match. As you say, Charlie Brown brings some of the fans into the viewership, right?
True. He might need an hour and a half break after his match. That will happen obviously at the conclusion of this match, but Rodney has got an impressive 2-frame advantage here. But we're in the 3rd frame, just in the beginning of it.
Although I guess it won't work out necessarily if Charlie Brown doesn't finish this frame by the time these guys finish the next two. Especially with Amit missing the reds like that. Gonna spread them all out, but gets away with one? No. There's a red onto left middle.
Mm-hmm.
I was also told Mr. Rodney's good in the commentary booth, so I might have to have him pop in maybe later tonight if he's around, or later on in the tournament. I'm sure he'll be willing and able. Ooh, little table roll there to avoid getting behind that red. He'll take it. Yep, this man Rodney's going to be tough to beat. That's what I can tell.
Yeah, it really hasn't faltered. Saw a little, it was close in our previous match with Ernst Bezimer taking on David Morris. That one could have gone the distance. It was an interesting lucky green that David had in that 4th frame that really propelled him to victory.
Yeah, good shot with the rest.
It just seems like once Rodney gets into the balls, it's very, very tough.
Yeah, and they're all nice spread except for the 4 or 5 maybe near the pink. but they're not going to be too difficult to break open. I think the one closest to the black, that red, is going to be the one that's the key to opening up the rest of them. If you kind of get parallel with it, but just got to clear up these reds first. Nice, he's got an angle, I think, on the red just below the pink if he wants it. Because it does open up the shots there, and he just took a peek there to see if the black passes the red. It's closest to the corner pocket. As if it does, it's the automatic option here. Roll this in. Nice little angle. Pick off that red that's blocking the pocket next, or you try to build more equity from this shot instead. Yep, just shot it into the left part of the pocket there, you can see. Nudge the cushion on the way in. And now taking off this red to fully open the pocket. Oh, beautiful path there between the yellow and red to get on blue. He's got the last red up table in case he's off angle on this blue. Just looking to see if he wants the mid-range shot or if he wants to float past it into the opposite middle. I don't think the stun is really in order here.
It's a slight draw. Just get on that red that's to the right of the pink and red.
Yeah.
That sometimes painful top right corner pocket. Or it might be coming back with the rest with the red just below the yellow.
He called it, might as well keep that red up table for insurance for later.
Don't think he ran enough. No, a little disappointed there. Looks like potential end of break.
Gonna take this long pot on. Oh, taking it into the middle. It's not a bad choice. It's kind of a shot to nothing that way. You get a good cue ball back in the bulk.
Yeah, he's left a long red. I feel like almost maybe just clipping off the right side of that red to the right of the pink. It's just been the better. It's, the safety shot. Obviously, he's trailing by 25 points. Still lots of points on the table. You don't have to force the issue too much.
Great pot.
It's also tough when you're playing an opponent that's just potting it from everywhere.
Right. Not missing many shots here. First roll up we see. At least takes away the left edge of these reds near the pink, the left side of the pack, but still leaves a fairly easy safety if you like to just nick off the right edge of these balls. going for this. Right corner pocket. Manages to find a line to escape. Didn't hit the blue there either, so nice shot.
Must be some plant if he's eyeing it up. There's a lot of space between the reds. Take a thin cut on that red, right of the black. Come off 2 cushions, get back near where the white is right now.
Cross double here on this red, left of the yellow. Ooh, a ton of check side there to get it to miss the contact, but I think you wanted to actually shoot the gap between blue and yellow.
Yeah, it's got a chance to. Is there a pathway for that red? Those 3 in that kind of little triangle. Does it go? Oh, so close. Just that mixed match of reds over there on the right side, not really letting any really easy red go in.
Yep, he's left the line at this. Come on, Amit, show us some points here.
Yeah. Uncharacteristic mistake there by Rodney.
Uncharacteristic miss. It's got access to this black, I think, but not the red. Into the left middle pocket. Or, sorry, left corner pocket. It doesn't have to come up for pink. Just a nice little stun shot here. It's not bad. It's actually pretty perfect on it. Can roll forward and kind of nudge the red out in the open off of cluttering the black spot, maybe. It's just overhit it a bit.
he's giving himself options. He's got a red close to the top right corner. Which looks like he's going to play for. Nice little delicate shot there by Amit. Didn't try and force the issue at all. Took his medicine, took the points and run. Put Ronnie in a tough snooker here. Didn't touch a thing. So they'll go back. Attempt number 2 here. Sometimes can be dangerous. You know, always weighing the options when that happens. As Rodney probably will make the minor adjustments to be successful here. But I don't blame Amit, because looking at his last shot, he didn't really have any real advantage. Looks like Rodney's got a red to the right middle. And just gingerly put this in and he'll be onto the pink. Does have the blue just in case he runs too far.
Center pocket and a nice nudge on that last red. Although he's gotten a little unfortunate. Tight to this green. Going to be awkward queuing if he tries to go for the brown. Great pot. Jacked up over the ball.
Right corner pocket.
That's the same one, right?
It's
You called it.
It's a nasty little bit of business, that pocket over there. Just a quick little update from another table. That Charlie Brown, Barry Franzine match is in the decider, but Charlie leads 47-11. So there's 36 points in it, and it looks like they're on the final red. I believe, just trying to see if there's any other reds. You know, no 35 on that table, so.
Last red over there.
The Canadian in the driver's seat over the Dutchman.
I think it's there. I think it's okay.
Well played by Rodney. It's putting Amit in a bit of trouble.
Yellow's cutting off this one cushion escape too, so he might have to go between the yellow and the long rail and play for the top red. Just at the, head of the table on the bulk cushion. No, you can see an edge of this. Yeah, you can see enough to pot it. So he's saying thank you for broadcasting the tournament, wishing the best of luck to all players. Most favorite to win the trophy is Rodney Patricks. Okay. This means Rodney Patrick Goggins is at the table now. He's definitely been showing the biggest skill consistently on the TV table out of all the players we've had on live here. Granted, there was that 83 break from David in the previous match, so... Oh, this is going to drop in. Ooh, that was close. So close.
Yeah, it just... Rodney's in no hurry to get anything done quickly. He just sticks to the same routine, just slowly, methodically sets down onto the shot and executes. Go for this white. Oh, it's just going to avoid that top left corner. Just a 12-point advantage, 51 points on the table. This third frame. Big one for Amit Karki to win. Definitely would like to get his first frame on the board. With this frame, it's trailing 3-0 in a best of 7 against a very strong competitors at almost Mount Everest hill to climb.
This is going to drop in, isn't it? Oh, not quite.
Yeah, he's not Irish.
Yeah, it's not going to work out. This is also a cushion first, so should have no problem potting this.
Those are the shots that really hurt when you just leave your opponent pretty much a Stevie Wonder shot that a blind person could like easily pot.
Yeah, that's going to be tough because it might be enough to close out this frame. Well, you know, he ended up coming a bit long on this black here.
It's nudge up nice and tight to that black.
This is Charlie Brown in the decider on the side table. This red, I think, might be enough to close out his frame, and doesn't pot it.
Winning line can be so close sometimes, and just you can smell it, and it's just so tough to grab.
32 points ahead. That was definitely his frame ball. Just missed the pot. It wasn't easy down the cushion. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Nice cue ball that Rodney's put there. But Amit tight to the bulk cushion.
Wow. Just saw it on the side table, but this black has held up over the pocket, leaving Charlie Brown in. I think he might have enough. Would have been red-black for his opponent to get to the colors.
Charlie can't pull the trigger on the yellow. Oh,
That's back and forth drama.
where are those additional cameras? We apologize. It's just we've got a good vantage point here. It's just in a decider. Sometimes it gets real exciting. This is kind of just been a little safety battle here between Amit and Rodney.
This is a chance to fluke if it has the spin the space. Oh no, the line was just off.
It's gonna sit right there. A nice angle on the pink. Maybe electing for a blue instead. Maybe it was just maybe too straight of an angle on the pink. Tough to tell from our vantage point. With the blue, he's going to negotiate that black. Yellow in his eye line, but shouldn't be much of a problem.
Oh, this looks nice. Come in behind these balls. Is he going to get a bump and split them up in? Wow, that's shortened up a lot. I thought it was going to go around the two. Can use that green and brown as a wall here. Play a thin off of one cushion in behind yellow. Can also push it down 2 cushions and play the cue ball behind the black. Choosing the second option. It's a little bit far, but the red is nice. Man, if he would have been behind the black though, oof, that would have been quite the snooker.
True. It's a vicious one right now, but that would have been deadly vicious. Being behind the black shouldn't be too much difficulty for Ahmed. It's just where red ball and cue ball are going to end up. Yeah, things have opened and there is a thin slice into the middle pocket.
It's on.
Burney could use a high value color. Perhaps the
Probably blue.
Blue would be a tie. Pink would be great. But, but in the blue, he's still at the table. And a nice little cannon to that yellow. Hopefully it holds up, and it is perfect.
Yep, that's in the frame, I think, here now. Nice position for the green if it holds up. Perfect.
So Rodney Patrick Goggins looking to take a commanding 3-0 lead in this round robin match. The Irish are definitely looking strong in this tournament, but there's not a lot of other countries that want to douse that. It is only just day one. We got 3 more exciting days of snooker. Knockout phase starts tomorrow. I think we'll have some matches from the second chance tournament. We'll find out who wins the second chance tournament on Saturday, and then on Sunday the conclusion to see who will be the champion of this inaugural U.S. Snooker Masters.
There's an update over here with Charlie's match too. Pots that green. That might be end of frame for him as well. Nice pot there. Real good action. Very still and playing really strong, Rodney.
Oh, didn't need the red though, or the black I should say. So Rodney Goggins takes a 3-0 advantage in this best of 7. We will be right back with frame 4. Can he take it in a whitewash, or can Amit Karki crawl back in and start the comeback with 1 frame to the good? Time will tell, and we'll be right back, everybody.
All right, just had a quick break there, and we're back in action here. Rodney, Patrick Goggins, 3-0 up. Off to another start here in this fourth frame against Amit, trying to get the whitewash. Oh, and the big bump there on the black. It's gotten a bit unfortunate. And it's popped up so far, but might still be cuttable. Just gonna mean quick racing cue ball, so he doesn't want to deal with it. Nice little shot there. Open black. It's got the red at the bottom of the pack that does go. And it has opportunity to be an angle to play a breakout. I think he's opting to just play for one of the loose reds to the right of the pink next. It's nicely stunned into that area. Bit of a screw shot here. Wants to get on the black or high on the blue. Looks like he's maybe playing it forward. Oh, he had more angle than I thought. It's a nice little stun line in between those reds. Well done. Play one cushion here and play for the red left of the pack or the loose reds out to the right. Don't think he tries to hold this. Yeah, decided to go into him. That's not bad if he's got to look at this red to the left corner pocket. Looks like he does. It's a good shot. Now he's back in business. Two loose reds on the right side of the table. One red at the bottom of the stack. Goes to left corner pocket. So he's got the left red of the blue to the left middle pocket as insurance if he gets out of shape. Would have liked to get on that red to left corner. Almost went too far there. But I think he's okay. Just maneuver the rest. Oh, nice shot. Especially with the rest. Well controlled. Now he can go forward and play for that gap between the two reds to the right of the black. Wouldn't mind a nudge on that red below the pink, or it can play for the loose red up by the blue, the one to the right side of the table. It's got plenty of options left. No do or die shots here. Oh, he tried to stun it and catch that red half ball, but still okay. Maybe he was trying to avoid the cannon altogether, actually, since red does go. This looks nice. Hey, what's up? I'm assuming is this Raymond Fung? How's it going? Over on YouTube. Hello, hello. Slight screw shot here and stun over. Looking really nice here. Chance to put on a big break. cushions, nice angle on the red. To the left middle pocket. Blue up next. Nice to see you, Ray. Can also opt to take yellow if he's got too much angle here. Green is a bit more natural if he wants to come down the right side of the table. Although I don't really know what reds go to the left corner. These two right here at the center of the screen looks like maybe have a chance to plant, but there's no need, as he can open them up pretty easily. And the red below it, red to the left of those, both go into the left corner. So I'm going to take the brown, I guess, wants to play down the left side of the table with two cushions. Diagonal across. Interesting choice there. Unlucky if he's not on anything here. Yeah, he just got on that last red at the bottom. I guess he figured if he came even closer to this middle pocket, he would have had choice of reds. Nice stun run through there. Perfect shape. Now, does he play the cannon now or wait till later? They're kind of like a little bit awkwardly placed to red, so I don't mind the cannon now. But I think the soft screw is next. The red right above. Then you use this red to play the cannon and get on the black. This might be straight enough actually to play it forward. So I'm opting to take the blue. I think he's gonna be just enough angle. Just off straight. Great shot. It's all about these reds though. To the left corner pocket next. So I don't think any of them go to the right corner other than the one right to the pink. Let us know where you guys are watching from too. We got a lot of good views here. A lot of folks in the chat saying hello. Got 76 concurrent viewers across all of our channels, so let's get the viewership up. Drop the like, subscribe to our channel, show us some love. Top donation for the day is $10 for Mr. Bike Garrett over on the Ox channel, so show us some love if you guys are watching from home. Helps us get more camera angles, more cameras, more equipment. Broadcast more tables. Nice shot. If he's on the red, just below the pink here, he's going to take that one next, I imagine. Just because it's a tricky one to get on later. He's opting to take the points, though. Probably see something that I don't. Choosing to take the pink next, I see. So if he's straight on the pink, he has that same red dead on. With this much angle, though, he might have to do one more cannon into these reds. Just nip the top red of that bunch. About half ball. It'll open up the two reds to the right corner. And as long as it doesn't tie up the black, he should be home free. Done. No, so the red goes then. Bottom red to the left middle pocket. Just checking to see if it doesn't go, it's going to go on the yellow spot. Yeah, must have been awfully tight, but I'm sure he would have been aware of it respotting there while playing the shot. Now he's got a nice look here. Wants to get low in the black, I think, if he can. Just try to bit too much angle. Being low in the black is a nice little either soft stun run or rolling cue ball to get onto the reds to the left corner next. So good break. We'll see what he got here. And that's the handshakes. Wowzers. So that's going to be conclusion of the match. Amit Karki goes down to Rodney Patrick Goggins in a whitewash. We're going to get Rodney here for a player interview afterwards. There's head referee doing the table maintenance, and we're going to be right back. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, welcome back, everybody, here to the 2025 U.S. Snooker Masters here in Sacramento. Just fresh off a great victory, Rodney Goggins. How are you feeling, Rodney?
Feeling good, yeah. I won my 2 matches there today. I felt I was playing halfway okay, so I'm looking forward to tomorrow now.
Halfway okay. I was watching and commentating on your match. You were every shot by the book, slow, methodical, just everything's the same. How did you come across that? It's great discipline.
Yeah, I suppose looking at Steve Davis, Stephen Hendry all those years ago, and I kind of modelled my game on the 2 of them.
Fantastic, fantastic. Is this the first time you've been in Sacramento?
It is first time I've ever been in America.
Fantastic. Yeah. So probably first time playing snooker in America.
Yeah, definitely.
Did you ever think that would happen?
No, no doubt. It's a fine setup.
Good. You're enjoying your time here in this facility?
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. We landed in San Francisco on Monday morning, and we made a day out of it. So great sightseeing, and then we came up on Tuesday evening to Sacramento.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
One final question. Do you have anything to say to David Brock? Because I know he's tuning in.
Yeah, keep watching, David.
Okay, I won't keep you. I know you got
Thank you
a little
very
bit of
much.
celebrating, 2 victories, but
Yeah.
you'll be back at it tomorrow.
No
Knockout
problem.
phase. So thank you very much, Rodney.
That's lovely. Thanks very much for having me. Thank
No
you.
problem. All right, everybody, we're going to take a short little break, but we'll be back here at the Sacramento Snooker and Billiards Room for another round robin match here at the 2025 U.S. Snooker Masters.
And welcome back, everybody, to day one of this U.S. Snooker Masters 2025 live here in Sacramento, California at the Sacramento Snooker and Billiards Room. Great match we got going on here with Canada's own Charlie Brown taking on Nasir Siddiqui. And Charlie has broken off in this best of 7. It's David Burney of the booth along with Christian Youngers.
How's it going? How's it going, Dave? Got a good match here. Oh, yeah.
Just turned down the music from the advertisement. Appreciate you just with the patience. We had a little bit of a break there. Obviously, they wanted to get Charlie onto the TV table as he brings in a lot of viewers north of the border.
Yeah, we got a good amount of Canadian viewers watching, right?
We do try and get a lot of the out-of-town players up on the stream. And Charlie just came off a Herculean 4.5 hour,
Yeah.
7-frame match. So he just had to run back to his hotel room and just get his contacts adjusted.
Just ready to go now.
But, it's missed a little opening red. It's given Nasser a relatively easy opener. See what he can make of it. This is Nasser's first match of the day. So I'd definitely like to get a win on the board. Oh, that just hurt a little bit.
Oh, this is the wrong match. Whoops.
True, that's the scoreline of Charlie's last match, just for anyone that wasn't looking at on Cloud Snooker. CloudSnooker.com, that's where you'll find all the results and as well matches in progress, as all the scorekeepers are using the tablets that are provided, and that links up right to the Cloud Snooker website. So if there's a match you're interested in that's not on our TV stream, so I'm looking around, our tournament director Andy McCloskey is involved in a match, or Ernst Bezimer. He always catches me up a little bit. He's in the match. Zai Sheik, all the way from Nashville. Prathamesh Sawant, nice familiar face over there, taking on Bob Hemnani. They're in a match. And Tomlin Moore and Karam Namek, they're battling it out. So if you want to see these updated match scores, check out cloudsnooker.com. It's cloudsnooker.com, and you'll be able to see how all of them are doing. So there's just a little technical glitch here with their tablet right here. So Christian Youngers is just confirming with Nasser to get everything dialed in. And then when we come back, Charlie Brown will have ball in hand after that in-off. Unfortunately went in for Nasser. Not really anything of an advantage for Charlie, really. Kind of, take a shot and kind of move on. Looks to be all right. Well, looks like we were in for a treat here. We're going to get a scorekeeper. One of the audience members is going to keep score. Christian just giving a crash course. That's great to see. So we can get some good up-to-date scores as it happens. A lot of check side on that, just to straighten it out.
Yes. I did the wrong scoring. It was complex scoring. I don't know how to go back. So
Yeah, we'll get that scoreline fixed up for you as soon as possible. Kind of just a little seesaw affair here right now.
Until when you can finish, I can do it, but not all.
I need a scorekeeper. Okay. I can do it too, but I would
Tried to take that long pot on there. Didn't work out too well. So we left an easy starter there for Charlie. Great to see a friend in the audience is going to be keeping score for this. This is what we're striving for, have scorekeepers on our TV streams, so it gives you viewers at home up-to-date scoring as it happens. Should be just maybe one red to score for Nasser. So just getting it under control with the tablet there to get the scorekeeping. The one thing is, unfortunately, it's out to the side of the players, so the scorekeeper's going to be pretty busy. They don't have fitted out this place with the old-fashioned sliding scoreboards. A little busy there by that top right corner pocket, and it's not been favorable to any player today. More often than not, we've seen some balls just jiggle and not be accepted into the bottom of the pocket. Best of 7 matches, all the matches in the tournament are until the final is a best of 9. And then there is a second chance tournament that will be running. And those will be matches, will be best of 5. I think those are going to go to all the players that do not move on. There's 12 groups of 3, so 36 players in total. And 24 players will be moving on to the knockout phase. And 12 will get a chance at that second chance tournament. And Masters kind of left a relatively easy starter here for Charlie, and that black is open. There's balls that are rather open, so a couple good shots, and Charlie could be in the driver's seat here. Pink really out of commission, tight to the left cushion. Do let us know where you're tuning in from. We're on Ox, PABSA, IBSF TV, and Sacramento Snooker and Billiards YouTube page. If you have any comments or questions, or even support, if you're rooting for one of these players, we'd like to hear it in the chat. Christian Youngers has just gone over to fulfill some scoring duties. And nice to hear some friends from just up the road on the I-5 in Portland are tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the action, Wolf. This is a phenomenal room here in Sacramento with 12 snooker tables. Hopefully there can be some good action for snooker in Portland. I know Wolf, there is a second chance tournament. He's probably out of the big prize. Just a slow moving beginning to this match. It's Nasser's first of the tournament. And as we mentioned, Charlie just played a mammoth match against the Dutchman, Barry Franzen. All the way to a decider. He's got a red to the left middle, the one that's just underneath the black. So got a red to the top left corner. You can come off 2 cushions. Try for that black. Not the case. Charlie will try that same red that I was alluding to before. Don't think he has the pathway to that black, or the red, I should say, near the yellow pocket. Yeah, played that nicely with some check side just to straighten it up and hold for the black. He's got an angle for the red that's close to the right middle. Obviously playing for the relatively elementary one into the yellow pocket. Charlie Brown, a true journeyman of the sport. If there's a snooker table this day, pardon me, it's been a long day, but if there's a snooker event going on, there's a good chance that you'll see Charlie Brown part of one of the entries. Definitely like to have that shot back. It's a tricky corner pocket. I'm pretty sure Nasser was informed of the dress code because he's not wearing a waistcoat. He has kind of rolled up his sleeves. Sometimes that's a little bit of a no-no, but I'd have to check with tournament director Andy McCloskey what the ruling is on that. Andy was going to put his cue aside and just focus heavily on tournament direction. When he had about 35 entries coming in, and to make it a nice sweet 36, he put himself into the tournament. He's just having a look maybe if that left red of the two goes into the yellow pocket, but that red above it is blocking the path. And I think that blue's going to spoil the fun for Charlie taking that red. It's a tough, thin cut into the left middle. And really is pushing his cue ball towards all those reds on the right bulk side. Just a touch bit mud pace on there. Obviously hasn't left anything on for Nasser, but just not finding the middle of the pocket there. Definitely see that a lot with players when they're in their first match. Sometimes they just struggle out of the gate. Just needs to tighten a few screws in the arsenal, and then soon those balls will start dropping. is in here at the Sacramento Snooker and Billiards room. They actually have 2 white snooker tables here. And for anyone that tuned into the Pan Am Championship down in Rio, that was the table pretty much Charlie Brown was on all the time. The white table at the end, he got one chance to play on a different Jokari table, and we just realized that that white table was the toughest table in the room. But both players got to play on a table. This will actually be the site of this year's PABSA Open and Senior Championship. That will run from August 30th to 7th of September. Always an exciting tournament there as the open side plays for a 2-year card, and the senior side plays for a chance to play at the famed Crucible Theater at the World's Seniors Snooker Championships. But relatively easy gift there for Nasser to start. We capitalize a lot there. Not sure how familiar either of these players are with each other, but it's a high-level tournament, players from all over the world, so you can't expect players didn't make it here just on a fluke. So when a player misses, you got to really put them in the chair. Nice pot there by Nasser. Unfortunately, there's no colors on the spot. Yellow and pink are definitely safe. Green somewhat out in the open. One red to the right middle may look easy on the TV screen, but it is so tough. You have to roll it just dead weight, and hopefully a little bit of gravity takes over and just pulls that red in. Yeah, Nasser not even thinking about that red near the right middle. We practice, not a tournament situation. He makes that 99 out of 100 times into the left middle, but just a little added pressure when you play in tournament match play. Yeah, anything can be missed. Nice spot there. Yeah, that's excruciatingly thin. This is a long black. Very nicely struck. Doesn't seem like there was going to be really a danger. Uh-oh. Yeah, it didn't seem like there's going to be much danger if he missed that black. These reds are in tough positions, but unfortunately going in off the black. There's collateral damage there. So that's a 7-point foul. He's had a bit of a result there. Tried to double it in. But both reds in relatively safe positions. Looks like he's maybe just trying to angle hook him a little bit. Nudge his cue ball tight to that jaw. Unfortunately, it's just a bit too much pace. Charlie just come and take a look at the score. He's got a 32-point advantage with 43 points on the table. Looks like this red is potable into the top left corner. And it's there. That green just might have popped up to block the path of the black, but he does have the pink into the left middle. Hello, great friends out there with the CBBS, Confederación Brasileira de Bilhar e Snooker. How you guys doing? Boa tarde. Tudo bem? Thanks for tuning in. Our good friends from Brazil. Always great to see them. Hope you're enjoying the snooker action down there. If you're in Rio, São Paulo, Brasilia, or maybe just hanging out somewhere in that beautiful country. Hopefully we'll be seeing... Oh, thought that was just going to stay out for Charlie, but unfortunately it dropped. But yes, CBBS friends. Mr. Chefe, the boss man, hopefully you're tuning in. Hopefully we'll see all you up here in this room, as it's going to be the site of the PABSA Senior and Open Championship. Getting close to the end of summer. Yeah, I didn't want that flick on the black. Really kicked the yellow around, and it's a bit tricky for Charlie, obviously, just with his cue ball up against the cushion there. That's a good response by Nesser. Acknowledged by a tap on the table from Charlie. Charlie should be able to get out of it. It's just obviously where is he going to leave his cue ball, and where is that yellow going to end up? That's going to be a free ball. Didn't hit the black, so only a 4-point foul. And Nasser has the option of putting him back, taking a free ball, or putting Charlie back in from this position. Yeah, it almost seems take the pink. Maybe take the pink into the right middle and then roll up behind the green. One thing, obviously, when a free ball is awarded and the player nominates which ball is the free ball, they cannot snooker their opponent behind the free ball unless only pink and black are left on the table. So 30 points in it, and there's 27 on the table, so Nasir does need at least one snooker to get back into it. Just nudge that black a little bit. It's a little wry smile to himself there. No, he kind of missed a little bit of a trick there. And tries punishing him. Maybe Charlie might just kind of roll that yellow to the green pocket. Nasser needs 2 snookers. There's 27 on the table. That would put him at 45, trailing by 7 points. Doesn't want to put any self-inflicted wounds. Almost went in off there. Would have been just horrendous for him. This might be end of frame. I think there's the white flag. There's the concession by Nassar Siddiqui. So Charlie Brown takes this first frame, leads 1-0 in a best-of-7 match. We'll be right back with a short break and come back to frame 2 of this round-robin match. And welcome back, everybody. Nasser Siddiqui has just broken off on the second frame. He's trailing 1 frame to nothing. Struggling a little bit to find the bottom of the pocket. There's some of his object balls in that first frame. This might be the first frame jitters. Oops, he thought he might be starting a little bit sooner, but his other 2 group mates got into quite a battle, going all the way down to a 7th frame. This might find the left middle. Would have been some fluke, but now he's just gifted. That's a great opportunity. If you are interested in any of the scores or any results, definitely take a look at cloudsnooker.com. Oh. Can't believe that. That's a was an opportunity that was really squandered there, I should say. Well, I don't see any safety, but if you can just slide this red into the right middle. Oh. Trying to just bait him into a real thin cut here. Because if he misses, he's going to go into these reds. Didn't even hit it. Looks like it was a complete air mail and ran into a different red and been somewhat fortunate. So he's not a really easy starter for Charlie. Looks like he does have a red that will go past the blue all the way into the green pocket, but a lot of felt to cover to be successful. Then he's drawn it back nicely with an element of safe, obviously, if that red wasn't to fall. He's leaving his cue ball against the bulk, or the top cushion, I should say. Bringing it back, and he's got an opportunity on the black. There's 6 pockets on a snooker table, but there always seems to be one pesky one. In all the tournaments we do, sometimes that middle pocket can be treacherous, as we've seen at a couple tournaments at MBC Billiards just down the road in San Gabriel, California, and up here in Sacramento in the northern part of the state of California. That top right corner pocket on the TV table is definitely refusing a lot of balls. Well, a few good pots there. Maybe that's starting to warm up the machine. nothing there by Charlie. Gave that red an attempt with the blind cut into that top right. Was able to find the path back up into bulk. This is a dangerous shot here. Oh, just going to kind of contain it a little bit. Again, a little bit of safety in mind there. Charlie was able to find the path. Didn't make it all the way up into the bulk area, but got it up table and wasn't leaving an easy red if he was to falter on the red. Another one of these corner pockets refusing it. It looks like he's got the angle on this red to come up for the blue. He's trying to hold for the black. It was a tough shot. I feel if he stunned into that red, he could have just floated up for the blue and had a rather easy shot and maybe been on the right side of the blue and continued the break. Yeah, we just saw the yellow squirt out of that pocket and blue follow suit. Yeah, these tables are running really slick. Just a testament to these Liberwin cloth that is on these tables. But looking at, they are Rasson tables, and usually the Rasson's ones are fitted with heaters, but I don't see anything being plugged in. So if these were heated as well with this cloth, it certainly would be a very slick skating surface out there on the table. That's best safety there. He's left to red into the left middle. Both players just struggling just a little bit with some form. Nice effort. Acknowledged by the tap on the table from his opponent. Really could have put him in a lot of bother there of getting tight behind the yellow. But still. Sarah was giving him a shot. Both players just trying to find some protection behind that yellow. Might be a good shot here for Nasser to get behind the green off 2 cushions. Maybe the third, using the bulk cushion. Interesting little follow through at the end there. He's really swerving it. Rolled out a little bit, make it a little bit easier for this cut into the green pocket. Lots of distance to travel though, over 11 feet. He's gifted a great chance for Charlie now. Problem is, obviously that blue not being on the spot is a nice saving grace. Oh, the luck there. Sometimes it's so bad it's good. Oh, definitely Charlie puts up his hand there and has to go down to his cue case, get a little tools there. Obviously the black was there, but he did want to draw back that last red to get up table. Another chance to get behind the yellow here. He's still got a nice cue ball up against the bulk cushion. There's a pathway though, it looks like, for this red. That was a big roll off there. Charlie Brown, who comes to us from Canada, home of the great Cliff Thorburn. Cliff Thorburn, known as the Grinder. He would just take his time, definitely. As he said, he knew the right shot to play right off the bat. He just wanted to take a look at all of his options. He needs to get some cover. He's not going to get it. red into this top right corner, but the top right corner has been rather nasty all day long. Agreed, Wolf. There is a couple of big rolls. All players were actually aware of this. Let's really take a shot there. Yeah. At the players' meeting last night, tournament director Andy McCloskey was aware that they weren't too sure who was the table mechanics. You know, someone coming in, giving their best. You know, they are human. We're prone to make mistakes, as we see on the table. Not all players are hitting every ball in. But when you start seeing those rolls, you know, it can wreak havoc. But at least if it's consistent, then players can adapt. But it's always tough when you come into a great room like this with these nice tables, prestigious tournament. You think all the conditions are going to be great. But both players have to play on the table. Wolf, unfortunately not. Charlie Brown did not win up. I believe if you're alluding to the Seattle Snooker Open, that was actually won by tournament director here, Andy McCloskey. And I believe our good friends up there at Ox Billiards, if any of them are chiming in, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think sometime in June, that great Seattle Snooker Open Championship will be going on at Ox Billiards. But definitely, if you want to know any business going on with Ox, feel free to find them on Facebook, like, subscribe, maybe even send them an email to get onto their mailing list, as they periodically send updates of what's happening in the community in the Seattle area. A great scene for snooker, and kudos to man here, the technical director, Christian Youngers, and as well Mike Dominguez. Done some wonderful things. They've got a really good family up there. I know Dave Daly likes to help out quite a lot. Prathamesh Sawant, who's in this tournament, does lend a hand. As much as it's an individual sport, we need everybody working on all facets to continue to grow the community. Kind of a slash and follow through a little bit there. Just a little safety exchange, or is there going to be a player that can really excel at their long potting? No, Nasser can't really do much with the cue ball as it's up against the cushion. Let's have some reds into the left middle. I was hoping to get behind the brown, but I don't think he's got the cover. He's left a long red on for Charlie. This is definitely dangerous, the length of the shot. If he's to miss, a lot of open reds. Black is available with both corner pockets. And Charlie's really trying to grind out Nasser there. Canada that did have a very rich history in snooker, hosting the first world champion from overseas, Cliff Thorburn, in 1980. Then along came Kirk Stevens and Bill Werbenick. Three of them were Team Canada and won the first ever World Cup of snooker. And then many more came along, likes of Jim White, Brady Golan, to name a few, Bernie Mickelson, Jim Bear. And then up until last year, the last Canadian who was on the tour was Alain Robidoux. He stepped off the tour in 2003, and it took until the fall of 2024 to get a Canadian back on the tour as Sahil Nair took the PABSA Open Championship in Saint-Lambert, Quebec, to get a 2-year card that will start this next season. It's going to find it tough, but it's just going to be a great experience. I'm pretty sure it's every player's dream when they pick up a cue to play on the Pro Tour. And now his patient's going to serve Charlie handsomely here. Lots of reds out in the open. The high value color balls on their spot. When it does come down to dollars and cents, there is definitely possibilities of simultaneously providing live streams of multiple tables. It's just we got to work in within the budget that we have. But as the tournaments get more and more, and hopefully the budgets come in, we can afford to get more cameras, because we do get comments like that of other matches that people would like to see. You know, we can't please everyone. I know Andy and Christian have conferred back and forth a lot about what would make a great TV table match. And sometimes they live up to the expectations, sometimes they exceed. Sometimes we fall on our face and there is a little bit of a dud of a match that we thought could have been a good one. But if you want to know how Zia is doing, feel free to check over on cloudsnooker.com. It's cloudsnooker.com. That's look up for the 2025 US Snooker Masters tournament tab. Click on that tab. You'll find live scoring, and you'll also find results from all the action here at day one. Yeah, Charlie was just having a long look, just seeing if he wanted to put back Nasir, just seeing if there was any advantage in it. But that let's see, Nasir is not going to carelessly miss the shot again by running at that yellow. So Charlie surveys his options. Got a little luck there. Is that black? I think it has a Cummins block the potting path for that two reds, the one that's closer to the cue ball. Very nice shot there. He's got him tight to the blue. Great snooker there. Nice Siddiqui. Maybe a triple here. After that other bounce, and Charlie going to return the favor. Oh, we almost got behind the blue. Oh, didn't see that in off coming. Sacrificed 4 points, and he's gifted Charlie a relatively easy red into the left middle. Always dangerous when a player does that little jostling. I know they've been around the game for quite a while, but just one little kind of slip. And if he was just jostling around and hit it with the tip of his cue, that counts as a stroke. Just playing for that pink, played nicely, but unfortunately, he's got to get the red. Weight on his cue ball there. This could be lots of trouble here. He wanted to get more nice and behind the blue, but he's kind of pushed it in a little bit of a spot. Whoever's able to... Oh, another in off. Sir, this isn't billiards. This is snooker. Great shot if you're a billiard player, but Charlie a little happy now with that tough top right corner pocket. Definitely refuse that black. That would have been just disastrous for him after making such a nice long red. That black thought about it a little bit there. 30-point advantage for Charlie with 51 points on the table in this second frame, best of 7 round robin match. It's Charlie's last of the day, as there's 12 groups of 3. Yeah, I think at the conclusion of this match, there might be just a little break in the action. As tournament director Andy McCloskey is respecting some of the religious beliefs that some of these players have, as it is Ramadan. There's something to be said about playing angry, and maybe Nasser is just feeling a little bit. He's had a few in-offs that are just been unfortunate. He almost had another too. into the yellow, but it just squeaks by. I mean, not a lot of colors on the spot. Just wanted to come over and take a look at the score. Yes, there is. He's down 20 points. Whenever his colored ball goes down, whichever he elects, it looks pretty much like the blue will be it. It'll be 27, so not in the snooker's required stage. The second frame didn't kind of trying to take the frame. Thought he had an angle he at least could come back down table. There's a path for this yellow to go into the top left corner. It is difficult. It's a long range pot. Those ones definitely get a lot more difficult when there's only a 20-point advantage and you're on the colors with 27. Don't think he's gonna like where this is gonna go. Actually gonna. All right. I thought it was gonna be closer to the yellow pocket. Going for it there. Valiant effort. Look at that yellow just squeezed by the brown. Tough to see from our angle here. Doesn't look like it. Looks like Charlie's going to push this yellow to the cushion and try and get behind that brown. Or just get some distance. Don't think he's got enough of the yellow to pot it. He did. Those quick claws back at his club, probably that would have pulled up and probably been right behind that pink with that yellow. But with these slick lever wind claws, just rolls a few more inches. Pop out and give Charlie a chance. I wonder if it's straight on. If it's straight on, it's just the most toughest shot, obviously, in the game, as Dennis Taylor says. It's a shot straight into the pocket. You always like a little bit of angle. So that can happen. Watch out where this yellow finishes. Ooh, that is dead deadly. That could be a big twist here. Free ball, but he can't use. He's stating free ball is the blue, but can't use that. I think that's what Charlie's coming over, maybe just to discuss with him. With when there is a free ball, you can't snooker your opponent behind the free ball. Obviously, he didn't do it there. Both players having a good chuckle about it. It's good to see that both players, as much as there's serious and an intense battle at the table here, both can break away and share a laugh. Shows the human side of this game. Oh, Charlie got a nice little flick on that green. More etiquette should be necessary. Should kind of return to his chair. He's kind of a bit in the line of the shot of his opponent. You youngsters and new players, always good just to get away from the table. When your opponent is there, you just don't want to be the eye line. So if you're playing in the your own room, sometimes there's, the restrooms are close to where the snooker tables are, and sometimes people are walking up to patrons in the room and they'll just stop all of a sudden when they see someone down on the table. They feel like anything will throw them off. But most of the time it's just players kind of getting their tunnel vision, and it just becomes like kind of white noise if there's just continuous walking in the background, and that jerky movement of obviously going from walking to standing can throw them off, as opposed to just continue walking on your mission where you need to go. Players always have the opportunity. If they're down on the shot and something disturbs them, they can always get up. There's no rule in the game, whereas once you're down on the shot, you have to take the shot.
She was with me.
This might be the opportunity that Charlie's been waiting for. I think there's a pathway past this pink to cut the yellow into the left middle, come off the cushion, and have the green into the opposite. Oh, and it just can't pull the trigger on it. Looks like he's got the snooker, but I'm pretty sure he really would have appreciated the pot. Yeah, both players just seem to be drowning in quicksand with their potting prowess. Looking for a vine to pull them out and start putting this yellow down at the bottom of a pocket. Very nice pace there for Charlie. He's going to have to come off the top cushion. There is, oh no, there was a gap. As they say, there's always a gap. Find that brown is a bit of a pain. There's definitely going to be some awkward queuing over it for Charlie. Baited his opponent into taking a long pot. It's definitely possible, but good shot there by Nasser. Both players have been struggling with some potting form on this yellow. Maybe that's kick-started both players, although it surely is a messy table there. It might just come down to this brown. Just looking where it is. These players have bought their potting boots, and at least Charlie's not snookered himself. Just on that ruling, as I was kind of pointing out, noticing Nasser He's not wearing a vest. Kind of has rolled up his sleeves as well. I think there was just a mix-up on the communication with the dress code. It's a pretty big, prestigious tournament, but it's the first one that Andy McCloskey's done, so he'll definitely learn. And as he stated in a statement, they're just not at a certain point to be throwing players out of the tournament. Not sure about the racket. It might be someone throwing some ice into the ice cream machine that is here. So I've heard that Nasser has got a clothing warning, and tomorrow he should come better looking and up to par with the dress code. So he's not got the cover behind the blue. Sure, it is unfortunate a little bit, Wolf, about the dress code. You'd hope everyone would attend to it and comply, but sometimes, Andy's got 36 players he's got to keep an eye on. He just wants to keep the tournament going. You can't really have an inspection of every player once they come in. That double kiss, dreaded double kiss there. As I always say, double kisses are only good in France. Well, this is definitely looking promising for Charlie to take the second frame. It's been quite a slog. Really hasn't, some good tactical battles. Both players struggled a little bit with some potting. That yellow just didn't seem like it was going to drop at any point in time. So there's a concession there. So frame 2 comes to a climax. Charlie Brown takes it. He leads 2 frames to none in this best of 7 round robin match. We'll just step aside and show some of our great sponsors that are helping us out on the holding screen, and we'll be right back with frame 3. Hey there, everybody. Just a little heads up there as we've spoken about the Ramadan happening, that it seems like Nassar is going to be taking his break right now. So it's about a 20-30 minute hiatus that we're going to have right now. So it's right now about 7:15 in Sacramento. So that's Pacific time. So definitely tune back into us. I say give us a feeler about 7:35 hopefully we'll be getting back into the action here. It's one thing that a little caveat to this tournament that Andy McCloskey is complying, just with certain people's religious beliefs. And so that is your warning. So feel free, maybe whip up a nice warm snack, get those nachos going, or time to get a cool drink. But check back with us in 20 minutes time, and hopefully we'll be continuing this great snooker match between Charlie Brown and Nasser Siddiqui. Charlie Brown, who has a 2-frame-to-0 lead. So stay tuned, everybody, and check back 20 minutes. That's your countdown. Thanks again. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 U.S. Snooker Masters here in Sacramento, California. We're at the Sacramento Snooker and Billiards room. Had a little new kind of break, actually. There's a lot of players in this tournament that are practicing Ramadan. So as we were into this match and the second frame came to a conclusion, it was the time for all of these people to finish their fast, and then they could eat. So Andy McCloskey, as tournament director, was respecting the religious wishes of these players and let them break. So we had a little interesting 20-minute break, 20-minute, 30 minutes. So hopefully you took that time to maybe get a little food in your belly as well, and maybe a cool drink as well. But here we are back in action. Charlie Brown leading this match 2-0 over Nasir Siddiqui. It's David Burney with Christian Youngers in the booth.
Yep, getting it rolling.
Yeah, it's been a long day. It ain't over yet. We might have one more match after this.
Yeah, the next one's going to be a barn burner, I think. It's going to be pretty fun. Probably going to be the matchup of the first round, really, I think. Of the group stage, I would guess. We might get some guest commentators, too, to join us in the booth. Should be fun. So Charlie Brown off to a quick start in this frame back from the break. If he can get a couple of pots here, he'll get in rhythm pretty quickly. It's a nice starter on that red. Nothing really on, though, looking at the cluster. Maybe something to the right corner pocket. Maybe just playing for the open red up by the blue. Just going to play defensive shot, maybe. No, he's taking this red on. It's going to be a tough shot. We've seen this roll off on this right corner pocket a few times.
We certainly have.
He's just playing the safety behind the black. Good shot. He needs this to hold up, though. If this leaks out, it's a mistake.
We'll have to see how this plays out. Obviously, a lot of players, it's definitely not only in snooker but in other sports as golf. Sometimes, having that food break can really slug you down a little bit. It's playing hungry has more meaning. So we'll see what can happen, but it looks like both players are kind of re-energized, getting a little bit more excited. Looks like something's happened with their scoring tablet. There's Andy McCloskey, tournament director, just instructing both players. So at this moment, just want to give a good shout out to our friend Zia Sheik from the National Snooker Academy, providing all the marketing material. He's done a wonderful job putting a lot of great things together. A fantastic design of that group stage. Very fancily done. So reach out to... Oh, there was the inquiries underneath. So hopefully maybe at some point, maybe in between frames, we'll just hold on that. So if you have any marketing issues, Zia does a wonderful job.
Yeah, I think it was for sponsorship email if you wanted to sponsor the event.
Okay, my apologies not to reach out to.
Yeah.
I think Zia is going to be giving me some information at some point this weekend that I'll definitely pass along to everybody.
Yeah, perfect.
And hopefully he can grow the game a lot out there in Nashville, and maybe soon enough you and I, Christian, can go to that beautiful musical city.
Yeah, it might be cool to visit. It's about halfway between us, I guess, right? Kind of. A little bit closer to me, maybe. But, yeah, Nashville's a good spot. Another safety here behind the black. Oof, that's tucked in there nice and tight. Is there a touching ball, maybe? Nothing from where I can see here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Charlie. Charlie, who's been around the game for many years, would be the first one to jump up and notify a touching ball and point out which one the cue ball was touching. So we did find out a little bit in the break, talking with Charlie a little bit. It was correct, that little explanation that I was alluding to all the viewers, that Charlie was trying to inform them of when the free ball happens. You cannot snooker your opponent on the free ball only when the pink and black are the last on the table. That's when you can, but all the times, if you nominate a brown as a free ball, you can't roll up right behind it. So, head over to WST.tv. They've got a link there where you can download the rules in a PDF file. Always good to know all the rules, so nothing surprises you in this game of snooker. As well, they also sell a little pocketbook size rules of snooker, English billiards, and the snooker shootout, which is always an exciting format, the 10-minute frame. It's interesting just watching this match. Like both players, it's definitely quite late in the day, day one. Obviously, this is Nasir's first match of the day, but it's been a long day, and you wonder, like, sometimes maybe you want to err, just maybe be a bit more aggressive, go for some pots, because you know both players have been struggling.
Oof, rattles that one home. Yeah, I think it feels like if it becomes kind of a grind, I feel like Charlie's going to be kind of the same story of the first two frames where he's just going to pot a few balls a little at a time and chip away at a lead. But if Nasser's going to take advantage of this frame, I think he just has to take it by the horns.
Yeah, as we've seen kind of in like the Pacific Northwest, up in Seattle and the lower part in BC, there's a few players definitely, you know, maybe a couple that could win a frame in one visit, but the majority of players, you know, struggle with that. And I've talked to some players, always had that philosophy of maybe breaking open the reds, putting the pressure on a player to put a high run together. Obviously, there's some great caliber of players here. Definitely all our friends from Ireland. You know, we've seen how efficient they are. David Morris had an 83 break earlier. Rodney Guggens, definitely a very disciplined potter. Keeps everything the same. Daniel Walmsley, although not from England, he's from Leeds in England.
Yorkshire. Nicely nestled up there. He's going to take this red below the stack to the right slightly. Just shot to nothing. Try to cut this into the corner. Play the cue ball back in the bulk. Pretty natural, that shot. I always wonder whether it's a better choice to outright play the safety there in terms of speed and just always play it to bulk even though you're trying to pot the ball, or to always play it kind of to this area where you might snooker in behind one of the colors tight. And if you do and pot the ball, you're in best case scenario for a roll up. I'm not sure what is taught in the industry, but it's always an interesting situation. Comes up a lot.
Needs to pull up.
No, easy starter for Charlie Brown here.
Just waiting for the 2023 U.S. National Champion Darren Morgan to take his, or Darren Taylor, I should say. Darren Morgan.
Where did that come from?
Well, that's another snooker player.
That other snooker player? Okay.
Well, yeah, over there on the pro scene. The Irish are ridiculing me for my Freudian slip of calling Darren Taylor Darren Morgan. Obviously, I think Darren Morgan has a slightly little bit more hair than Darren Taylor. Either way, I'm kind of just struggling a little bit to find some form. Should have made great on that last potential red. Nazir didn't punish him. So Charlie's back at the table. Doesn't have a really easy red to get things going. It's nice on that last shot of Nazir's. He's kind of taken that black off the cushion. So it's made it somewhat available. Solid pot to that tricky top right corner. Just got the pink into the same. Then maybe you can come up off the top cushion, find that gap, take that red. It's open on the left side into the top left corner. Does have a saving grace if he doesn't find the gap. There is a red into the right middle.
Oh no. Just took his eye off of that pot.
Just might have been thinking about that red. So when you're doing your pre-shot routine, that is something you want to do. You want to think about a few shots ahead. Where do you want to put that cue ball after the shot you make? Where do you want to place it? But you can't get too far ahead. As we see, it can spell disaster.
Second pot, he misses into that left middle pocket, kind of the same way. Wonder if it's gotten in his head now.
It's true. It definitely can happen. It really, confidence is such a big thing in this game. You start putting in a few shots here and there, feel like you can't miss. But then when you've missed, as you said, Christian, a couple easier shots into those middle pockets,
Yeah.
you get tense when another opportunity presents itself. But Charlie's still got another chance here.
This one definitely more difficult, but watch him pot this red. Has been a long day for these players. Charlie did play in a about 4.5 hour bout in his first match. That was quite the battle. They went to a decider. I think so far only match to go to a decider, from what I understand, in the group stage. 4.5 hours. Wild stuff. So I'm sure he's a little bit gassed from that one.
Which is not that actually long for a decider like that.
Right.
We've seen, I've seen even 4-1 matches going a lot longer than that deciding match that Charlie was involved in. But when you're in a decider, there's just so much mental exertion that you're putting out. Because just every shot you could be sitting in your chair for a while. So could be experiencing a little mental fatigue.
It also was his first match of the tournament,
Yeah, fortunate for the players, these round robin matches are best of 7, so it's interesting. Some players, really do clam up early. I'm surprised they don't try and go for a few more shots early on.
It's going to overrun. He's gotten out of shape, and he's just getting straight to it. I think he's a little bit frustrated with that position. Could have played a little bit better safety maybe on that shot, but I think he just wants to get on with it. It's a potable ball.
Yeah, decent shot to nothing there. It's got a result.
Oof. Yeah, we've got a bit of a weird thing with the scoreboard, so bear with us, but they will be marking their score at the end of their break. So we'll be a little bit delayed, but that's going to happen until I believe we have a referee at the table, which should start somewhere around the quarterfinals and onwards, hopefully. Just bear with us. We'll try to keep you up to date if you're confused about the score, but at the end of each break, they should be accurate on the score.
It'd be nice that some of the players that maybe have a long turnover, that they might, step in and just do a little bit of scorekeeping. Obviously, they might have to break away to do a little pre-match routine. But every little bit helps make the experience better for the viewers at home and helps us to continue to build the community.
Oh, almost missed that pot. He's got a steep angle on this black. I don't think the blue passes to the lower right corner pocket, so he's got to come with a bit of a shot here. Bit overcut. I wonder if this plant is on into the right corner. Do you think these two balls are close? It looks awfully tricky. I mean,
It does look close, but wow, is that a tough shot. You gotta have the best hoe in the shed to make that plant there.
it depends. Yeah, if the balls were frozen together and they were directly lined up, I think it'd be a lot easier of a pot. But looking at how they're lined up here, pretty sure there's too much of a gap there to make it an automatic plant attempt. It's getting right down to it quickly, and he's overcut it. Bit of a frustration, I think, from both players a little bit. You can see they're quickening up their routines, maybe the mid-match break throwing them off a little bit, I'm not sure. It's a good
Hey.
pot.
Both certainly come out with a little bit more energy for sure.
Yeah. look at this.
He's
Look at
developed.
this.
All right, give him a chance. Looks like that black is blocking the potting angle for the red into the right middle.
Now we're in it with the proper Irish tea here in the booth. Our head referee helping us out, Mr. James McCloskey. Bit of an aggressive safety there. He's trying to get him behind the blue, and he's always going to get real close to that red, but you can see his hand kind of guiding that the table rolled off a little bit on him. It's a tricky shot here if he goes in the corner. This could, almost a foul.
Sure, I think he was a little
It's a good hit.
fortunate with the roll of the table. That kind of
Helped Charlie
rolled
out.
close, for Charlie to roll his cue ball and make it a little bit difficult for Nasir. Double kiss with those reds. It's opened up an opportunity. But still, Charlie does have a 22-point advantage, 51 on the table.
Good long pot.
No balls really on their spots. Potentially the pink, it's tough to tell from our end. It just might be below its own spot.
Just thinking about black here to come one cushion toward the last red. Gotta make sure he gets it down and did nicely. I've seen a few times, I think, Nasser with the rest has struggled in this match. Particularly, I don't know what his normal rest play is, but it just seems like he's been undercutting a lot of the shots when he has the rest, so might indicate kind of an alignment issue or a sighting issue with how he lines up the shot with the rest.
True, maybe the ghost of Bill Werbenick will pay him a visit.
Was he a bad rest player or a good rest player?
Bill was phenomenal with the rest. Bill actually, at one point, he was watching a player up in Canada, a gentleman by the name of Gary Spence play. Helps out a lot with the BC Open. If you're turning in, Gary, hope you are. Glad to hear you. Glad that you're helping out next week at the BC Open.
Oh, he is? Nice.
But Bill was noticing how horrendous Gary was with the rest. And Bill was like, Gary, come with me. We're going to do something. What are we going to do? We're going to play a frame of snooker, and every shot is taken with the rest.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
So, might not be a bad praxis exercise for
I mean, it forces you, right? Like I said, I'm not sure how he normally plays. I just, in observing this match so far, I've noticed a similar type of miss kind of on each shot that he's had with the rest. Nudges the yellow a little bit loose, but nothing free here. This is a chance now for... No, not quite, not quite.
Tough game, this game of snooker. Just when you think you have one shot mastered or a piece of equipment, you've mastered the rest, then you have to worry about a stun shot or a screw shot or a follow shot or being put inside on various shots.
I think he's thinning off the right edge of this red, trying to get in behind the black here. One cushion. He's come up short. I think the concern there was obviously leaving the red on, so more important there to get the red tight to the bulk cushion than to get a good cue ball. Unless you're trying to be more aggressive with the safety and play for snookers maybe. Shot a shot earlier. I think it's going to come up again maybe. Charlie Brown trebling this red, possibly up table and trying to get him behind the yellow with a screw shot, you think? Screw off this red and play. Or is he playing a shot to nothing?
He double into the right middle.
Double to the right middle, okay.
Oh, no, just...
He's done this again where he's trying to play in behind this blue. And I don't think he needs to, you know. With the lead, I think he's got to play the containing safety there. I don't think you have to worry so much about getting in behind a ball and playing a really tight snooker. You really just want your opponent to leave you a shot.
Like, if he was able to be successful in that snooker, Charlie, he'd be just laughing all the way to the bank, but unfortunately he wasn't able to execute it, and he left relatively easy pot for Nasir into the left middle.
It's a risk he doesn't have to take, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He can play a more containing shot that wouldn't leave a pot on anywhere near that easy.
Yeah, definitely the game of snooker. You want your opponent, if you are to lose, to beat you. You don't want to be beating yourself. Looks like Nasir's going to maybe have to pull out the redwoods here. Just going to be mindful with the extra equipment on his cue. It's going to make it a little bit heavier, so you don't have to use your traditional stroke when you just have the regular size cue. The extra weight will make it go a lot quicker. And you can just sense the Michigan man, Tommy Collins, as you can see at the top of your screen. Son of the great Tom Collins, who the U.S. National Trophy is named after. That great event will be in Concord, California, which is just around the San Jose area on Memorial Day weekend in May. Once again, it doesn't look like we have any really colors on any other spots. Post players have shown at times little moments of brilliance, but they just can't keep it together.
Doubled in, double down.
Yeah, it was risky. He was kind of following it. I always feel like when you're playing those doubles, listen for the pocket to drop. It really forces you to stay down on the ball.
I think there's been another mistake of Masters that I've noticed is he has a certain type of pre-shot routine where he does well at. And then you'll see him take a different pre-shot routine after making a pot. And he kind of just gets ahead of himself a little bit, it feels like.
A little adrenaline pumping through the veins. A nice yellow, but I think Charlie might be snookered here for the potting angle for the green. Tough to tell from our vantage point. Yeah, the potting path. Just has a slim 7-point advantage with 25 on the table. So he's up until the blue. Wow, what a blind cut that was. Where's this cue ball going, though?
Oh, no.
Oh, it's all right.
See here, though, he's getting straight to the next one. I think he's just got to take his normal routine when he gets down. You just don't see the same sort of execution, you know what I mean? Makes a good pot. Kind of gets ahead of himself in the next one, takes it too quick.
Yeah, he should be... Yes, I should go home, and we did have Rodney Googans on the TV table. Watch that gentleman. It's textbook, his routine. Doesn't deviate from everything. It's the same all the time in his pre-shot routine.
Similar back cut to what he had earlier.
Now Charlie needs brown, blue, and pink.
Careful cue ball. Careful cue ball. Always left the pot on for Charlie. It's a good start. Just get pretty straight on the blue into the right corner next, and that could be your end of frame. Just gotta bear down and pot these balls. It's okay, it's a mid-range here. Don't overthink this, just knock it in, like little stun over. Don't know if I like rolling this ball in, especially with how this corner pocket has been playing. Where's the blue gonna finish? It's gonna roll over the pocket, yep. So a chance for Nasser to steal a frame here. It's gotta get all three, right?
Yeah, if he can get run the table, get his first frame on the board.
Overran.
Yeah.
Just like a half, like 6 inches short of that position would have been perfect.
As you can tell, using the jaws a little bit to help that blue find the bottom of the pocket.
Again, I think a little impatient, just getting down and getting too quick with it. Oh, disaster. Oh, no.
It went from bad to worse.
Yeah, this is rough for Nasser.
So, this is Charlie's frame ball here.
Not what you want.
It's still going into that really pesky. Was Charlie thinking we're playing the shootout rules? He's coming down just to put it right beside. I think everybody in the room had a chuckle there.
Head referee came over and started laughing.
Maybe he's thinking we're playing Dutch rules. I've been introduced to some interesting rules that our friends from Holland play.
Just 9-ball, ball in hand. That's it. Nice pot from Charlie.
Good that he could settle his nerves after that little laughter there. So Charlie Brown takes that third frame, 42-27. He's got a commanding lead, leading 3 frames to nothing. Obviously, Nasser Sadiqui needs to pull something together and at least get a frame on the board to start some sort of comeback. But hopefully Charlie can get this done and dusted. It's been a long day for the Canadian, so he wants to get this one done soon. And it looks like both players are getting on with nice and quickly here. So frame 4 is going to commence very shortly. And Nasser set to break off. Here we go. So another little in off there.
Getting down to it quick, huh? Ooh, unfortunate bounce.
Yeah, it's really kicking out there too with these slick tables.
Yeah. The misfortune continues for Nasser on this one.
Oh, I believe Charlie does have 4 to count because after that break shot, Charlie did have his ball in the D and he was jostling it around with his cue. I didn't see actually the in-off. We had a little distraction in our booth up here. But hopefully that doesn't really come out because both players aren't aware of it. And things can happen when they're self-refereeing. We saw earlier today a player respotted black on the blue spot because the black was covered, but not realizing that the pink spot was available. This is what Charlie wanted, talking about earlier today. He's like, I just need to get into the balls and just get into the swing of things. I do agree, Paul, making a comment of Charlie should have 5, obviously building with this little break here. But both players haven't really noticed it. We just have to let them play on. Charlie was going there. Just nicely on the black. That red was to drop. Again, wondering why there isn't a marker. Well, that just comes down to the bodies. It's still an amateur tournament here. There's a lot of money at stake for sure. But hopefully as people want to see this sport continue to grow in America, at some point some players maybe can just, for various tournaments, put the cue aside and help out behind the scenes. I know Andy McCloskey, tournament director, that's what his plan was. He was like, I'm going to take a break. I'm not going to play. I'm going to fully focus on running a great tournament. Unfortunately, some players had dropped out, so the result was 35 players, and he thought, well, we need to make that sweet number of 36, so he jumped and put his hat in there. He's very fortunate that his dad has come to bat and helped out tremendously. Being the roving referee, actually got us lunch as well.
Yeah, Brendan's doing a lot of help with the table brushing, etc. So some players helping out, but we need more of that. That's how it all runs, right? More players helping out wherever they can. Hopefully that we'll have a referee for the final, semifinal, maybe the quarterfinal TV table match. We'll see.
I think that is definitely the plan. I think we should start to develop a philosophy a little bit on maybe just giving some of these hands maybe a little financial help. We're not going to be paying the mortgage or the rent or anything like that, but just, a couple bucks in the back pocket really goes a long way. It's great when people want to volunteer and help out. But sometimes it's a bit tricky with volunteers when they kind of just, something that better came up. But sometimes when you're paying people, make sure that they're there.
Yeah, it's tough.
I just recently saw in the news that it's interesting with the big sports in North America, like your baseball, hockey, basketball, American football, that the revenue streams are pretty much split 50-50 between players and owners and behind the scenes people. Tennis is in a tough position right now that it seems like only 15% of those revenues are going towards the players, where it's very top heavy for the owners. And I think right now in snooker, in the amateur game over here in North America, it's a little skewed where it's more that the players are top heavy and the people behind the scenes are not making the bucks. I think we just need to get some equal rights there. It's obviously, you get a big prize pot. There's $10,000 US going to the winner. But could you take off $1,000 and maybe put that $1,000 to referees and scorekeepers and markers? Might just help continue to make the professional package. And Christian's doing a wonderful job with all the camera work and graphics.
Yeah, just playing our part, trying to help out.
Now, there's something for the chat room to discuss here on a late Thursday night.
Oh, careful, corner pocket. This is going to be close, but just overran. If you guys are tuning in for the first time too, drop us a subscribe and a follow on YouTube. Give us a like. It always helps out the channel. We are streaming on a bunch of channels to try to grow the sport. We've got the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association channel, PABSA. We've got Ox Billiards channel. We have the IBSF TV channel. A lot of places this is being streamed to, so all the viewership, it helps grow the sport on our side. So the more viewership, we get better sponsors.
True, obviously, we all know at the end of the day, obviously, if someone's going to come and sponsor, if they've got a company, they do want their company to get exposure, so they're going to look at the numbers and crunch that, see if it makes sense for them. But I think if we all work together, create a good system, get good governing bodies in our countries, then some of these companies will take a look and be like, oh, this snooker thing, they've got all their ducks in a row. It's exciting. Seen some very dramatic matches, pretty much off table. To say the biggest dramatic one we've seen was kind of from afar with Charlie Brown in his first match of the day.
Yeah, that was a barn burner or big long marathon type match,
But we've also seen some highly skilled players. Our friends from Ireland and England, where it's really in the blood. We've been seeing how really great snooker is being played. I think that's going to help all the North American players coming against these highly skilled overseas players.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be a good motivation, right?
Mm-hmm. I think we're always going to have players. Anyone that picks up a cue, anyone that sees, gets inspired to play this. There's a lot of people that want to play. Sometimes for a sport to grow, it's a great long pot there by Charlie. For a sport to grow, sometimes some people have to sacrifice that. Or you find someone that just really wants to make something grow. Doesn't really have a real emotional connection. Their only connection is taking something small and expanding it.
Mm-hmm.
Drop us a line if you're that person. I think just, back to our little discussion here. I think if people are aware of tournaments happening, if they want to help out, just, reach out, and hopefully, more seasoned tournament directors can put together a good work schedule. Christian, you want to, say scorekeep, you're willing to scorekeep for this tournament. Okay, can I get you at Thursday from 2 to 5 and Friday from 10 to 1?
Right.
At least then you'll know where you're needed, and you can look and go, yeah, I can do that. Whereas unfortunately sometimes, these tournaments happen, and then, people are, scorekeeping is a great idea, and someone just on the day wants to jump in and help, and
Yeah, it's a little. It feels a little too late, right? Too little, too late, almost, right?
it's just nice to plan it out,
Yeah. Especially with things that have points of failure, stuff like streaming and scorekeeping. Those are not perfect things, and the more you can test them and set them up ahead of time, the more resilient they'll be, for the full event.
Yeah, so many moving points. Not everything's going to be perfect. It's like a snooker player. They're always striving for perfection, making that 147.
Mm-hmm.
That's what always brings us back to the table. And I think that's what brings me back to the commentating booth. I don't think I've had a perfect broadcast ever. I don't know if you've had a perfect stream, Christian.
No, never.
We're always fighting to get that perfection.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Another foul from Charlie Brown going in off in the same pocket.
Yeah.
He just needs that one frame left to get over the line.
As the pendulum switched a little bit, it seemed like Nasser was the one that was going in off quite a lot.
Uh-oh. This is going to set up something, though, maybe. Mid-range pot attempt coming up, possibly. He's got two options. Screw shot into the lower left corner. Try to protect the white. Maybe play the right red to the right corner off of two cushions. He's picking the former. Let's play in behind the pink here. Oh, he's playing it all out. Nice pot.
That was tough. I think I just heard a miscue just as Charlie was down on the shot.
Yeah, on a separate table.
Thought he might have to stand up.
Yeah.
But he kept his focus.
Feels like it depends sometimes with Charlie. Sometimes he's really spot on, and those things don't even phase him. And then sometimes there's little things that just throw him for a loop.
The air conditioning turning on ever so gently just throws him off. So that's another little facet to the game for all you newer comers or junior players. When you're down on the shot, you can always get up and refocus if something isn't right. A lot of the time when we see things fail, that people are down and they're just like, well, I'm down, I have to take the shot, I must take it. But
Now he's getting into stroke here. He's got a few open pot options here. Blue being probably the easiest pot on the table, but pink might be the best to get on the last red. Don't think he wants to mess around with the points, just get this frame wrapped up, although if this doesn't get past, oof.
that table roll just helped him.
A little bit of a swivel,
Certainly. It's kind of, finding the form like Renat Danka did in our first game. Renat was struggling a bit, and then his frame-winning
nice pot.
Frame, he really started to excel, had a 55 break, so Charlie finding some form just at the right time, extending his lead.
Black to right middle. This would be the aggressive shot. Might as well swing for it, try to close out the frame. No, he's taking the pink to the right corner. I feel like the black to right middle might have been the higher percentage look, actually. To each their own. 19 points.
Yeah. That pink is relatively safe-ish. You gotta, definitely come down to that top cushion to be on it, but it's in a tricky potting position, and that is a ball that Nasser needs. And definitely, if Charlie is victorious in this match, At the conclusion, we'll just have a little short post-game interview with him. But obviously, Nasser is not wanting that to happen. He wants to be over in our interview room. Nice shot there by Charlie. Looks like he definitely has got the snooker. Shouldn't be a difficult escape. But the question is, where are all these balls going to end up?
Oh no. Is that going to be it? No. Still has snookers attempts remaining. Sorry.
Ooh. I say, sometimes you just got to wait for that cue ball to come to a complete stop. I know it's...
Well, Charlie called it early, so proper rules dictate yes, you're right, but
that they should just, because the rules does say that if you touch the cue ball while it's moving on the table, it's a 7-point foul.
Yeah. But if your opponent is on the table and telling you that you can call it, I mean, I
Is
agree.
he baiting you into doing that?
No. I don't think you would take. I don't think that would. I think tournament director wouldn't even agree with it.
It'd be a sticky point, that's for sure. Maybe we can, if we get a chance, maybe to talk to Andy to see what his ruling would be.
I think it would be pretty one-sided, but that's just my guess. This is not bad.
Yeah, 27 on the table, 23 in it. Ball colors are quite a mess there, so it's really going to take a good effort here by Nasser, and that's a good start to push us into a fifth frame.
So I think at the conclusion of this, we're going to have to reboot the live stream since we are running up against some time limits, and we don't know if the next one will finish by the 12-hour mark. So,
Do we have time for our post-interview match on
of
the
course,
stream?
yeah, we'll do the post interview, and then we'll do a reboot of the stream. So make sure you guys are aware of that. Stay tuned. We'll be doing a reboot of the stream after this match interview concludes. We'll definitely take this one to conclusion first. But all you got to do is refresh the page on the respective channel that you're on, and you'll get the live stream back up and running. Should be almost no downtime at all.
Green is Charlie's frame ball.
Ooh, this is a good one. Nice shot if it holds up. Gotta come short of the black line. Ooh, I think it might have just leaked out. It's a good attempt there. It's a big pocket with his pink over the hole. Then I wouldn't have minded going for that pot as he could make it going off of the pink, heart of the pocket, or rail first even off the pink.
What do you think? Cross double into the yellow pocket here for Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, that would end the match. But yeah, that's the better way to play it. You gotta avoid the double kiss. So you did it with a bunch of running left-hand side. I think you might have got the snooker there. Oh, it might have an edge. It's tough to tell with the player in the way. No, yeah. Oof.
Good hit, and yeah, he's kind of put it out there in no man's land.
Double or you cut it in?
I think maybe, yeah, the cutback double here.
No, play safe up behind the brown. Yep.
Oh, come on, Charlie, you're up 3-0. Go for the jugular.
This is not going for the jugular if he does get the full snooker, right? I'm using double negatives, obviously, but... Oh, this is a ripe opportunity. Oh, it kept rolling.
That rolled quite a lot. I thought, like, you know, you're used to
Yeah.
club tables where that would die just after the middle pocket. But
Three-quarter ball cut, maybe, for him, right? Oh, sinks it anyway, but watch out. Middle. Oh. Hey, snookered, but should be an easy escape. No, you can see it. Oh, what a pot. Cameras deceive me all the time.
they are tricky, so this is looking like a whitewash victory for Charlie, who was in quite a grind fest in his first match, but with 2 matches to the win, it's going to be good for his campaign. He might be one of the top 8 seeds. You know, all the winners in the groups, it all depends on match ratio. If you are going to be the top 8s, and those go immediately to the round of 16. So we're just going to step aside for a few short moments, and we'll come back with a nice post-game interview
And then we'll
with
reboot.
the winner. And then Christian will walk you through after the reboot, after our interview, and we'll get ready for our final match of this day 1 of the 2025 U.S. Snooker Masters. See you soon, everybody. And welcome back here. It's David Burney here at the 2025 U.S. Snooker Masters here with whitewash victory. Charlie Brown had a deciding victory today and all the way to a decider, and then a whitewash. What a day.
Long day. Long day. Even the 4-0 felt long.
Fair enough, fair enough. How you feeling the room here? Have you ever been here before?
No, I haven't. No. No, I've never been here, but the room is, when you go into a club and no pool tables, that's pretty rare.
Definitely in America.
That's a snooker club.
Mm-hmm. How are you finding the tables here?
You know, aside from the nuance, you know, the little bit of issues, no, not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're hitting it well, I think you can overcome all that stuff. So, you know, everybody's got to deal with it. You know, but no, the tables are wonderful. The room is great. You know, the hosts are great. It's a nice event. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, 2 match wins. You're moving on to the knockout. How do you feel your chances are at this tournament?
I got to find something. You know, I'm gonna go home, back to the hotel, and do push-ups and see what happens. Yeah, no,
okay.
I don't know, man. I'm struggling. I haven't played a match since Qatar. You know, back in November. So I knew I'd be a little bit rusty for sure. But you know, I'm hoping maybe I just find something. Just find something, and then you go, oh my God, there we go. You know, it happens all the time in golf. I'll be on the range, he's struggling, miss 6 cut straights. All of a sudden, he just hits one good, and you find it. So I'm relying on that right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's too late in the evening, and I think maybe a little guy up north, the little Jack Bear, might be still tuning in. You got any words?
Well, Jack, I hope, what time is it? Oh, well, no, he should be in bed right now. Anyway, I hope he's watching. Love you, buddy.
All right, well, thanks for taking some time for us.
Thanks,
All
man.
the best on the way.
Right on.
And we're going to get back to another great match here. It'll be our final one of the day here at the 2025 U.S. Snooker Masters. It's David Burney. We'll see you shortly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to do a reboot of the live stream if you guys are watching. If you want to stay tuned, this is the big match of the night. Andy McCloskey is going to be playing Ali Bailey, I believe is his name. Qatar winner from Qatar. IBSF world champion, I believe. So come stay tuned in. Give the stream a refresh, and we'll be right back.